Chapter 1249 All for My Apprentice. Chapter 1249 All for My Apprentice. On this extended journey through the void, Xiaochun's only goal was to conjure a tongue of 30-colored flame and resurrect his apprentice, Hao. As the years passed, he conjured more tongues of 29-colored flame and at the same time stabilized his place within the Archean realm. Along the way, he drew closer and closer to his goal. His higher cultivation base ensured that his auguries regarding 30-colored flame achieved success much more quickly. Combined with all of his previous knowledge and experiences, the formula gradually began to take shape in his mind. He still had no way to know whether or not 30 colors was the ultimate limit. However, he soon reached the point where his formula was complete. The next step was to use his accumulation of souls to start the conjuring process. With the successive failures that would result, he would eventually perfect the formula and conjure the flame. He was no longer worried about having enough souls. After capturing the immortal Imperatrix, and collecting the seemingly innumerable souls that she had collected, he now had more than enough to go about his work. Failures with 30-colored flame could have negative ramifications if they occurred near the eternal immortal domains, and thus, he temporarily chose not to return. "It won't be long now," he murmured. Heart pounding with anticipation, he continued his work. He performed test after test with actual souls, to the point where he failed dozens of times. Although it was great practice, years and years passed during that time. As he saw success getting closer and closer, his excitement built. Now that he was an Archean, there were more places within the void that he could actually enter and explore. He had visited dozens of various ruins throughout the years, although he had simply scanned many smaller areas with divine sense, and not bothered to personally explore them. One day, he sat cross-legged on the fan, a multicolored sea of fire swirling in front of him. Suddenly, it winked out of existence, causing a frown to appear on his face. Only one last step in the process. But I still keep failing. He was frustrated, but at the same time, aware that his failure might have something to do with how excited he was. Convinced that this was the case, he closed his eyes and forced himself into a state of calm. After banishing his worries about possible failures, he reached yet another new understanding of 30-colored flame. He spent an entire month reaching a state of utter calm. Just when he was about to proceed with another test, his expression flickered, and he looked down at the mark on his hand. Hao's mark was pulsing with fluctuations that seemed to indicate that something existed in the area that was profoundly stimulating. Surprised, Xiaochun looked out into the void, and then sent his divine sense out to scan the area. At first, the darkness of the void seemed the same as always. But then... Xiaochun rose to his feet as, far off in the distance, he caught sight of what appeared to be a candle. As he got closer, he saw that it wasn't a candle, but rather, several sources of light, although he couldn't tell what exactly they were. This was the first light Xiaochun had seen in the void during his entire journey. The old ghost woman had her lamp, but that was filled with an aura of death. And although the immortal world had something of a glow, it was nothing like what he was looking at now, a shining light that seemed to represent life force. It was quite a surprise. After all, his journeys through the void had revealed to him nothing but death. And he also knew that the mortal renegade had slaughtered everything in the starry sky, reducing it to what was essentially a massive cemetery. The eternal immortal domains were the only place in the entire void where life existed, and therefore, it was quite a surprise to see this flickering candlelight. Did some other group of people actually survive? Curious, he sent the treasured fan closer to the sea of light. Sure enough, he found ruins, in the middle of which was an area that didn't seem damaged at all. In fact, there was a large building there, whose dozens of windows were the source of the light. However, there was something very strange about the light, it didn't seem particularly bright. And even as he got closer, the intensity of the light didn't seem to change at all. Xiaochun was immediately suspicious. He had been to many places in the void, and had seen many strange and unique things. Therefore, as he stood there on the fan, he simply packed away his curiosity and turned the fan to leave. It didn't matter that he had an Archean cultivation base, his basic personality had not changed. After seeing something suspicious, he had no desire to investigate it. Furthermore, the fluctuations coming from Hao's mark had already calmed down. In the end, Xiaochun knew that he had become very strong, but based on everything he had seen, he also knew that this void was a very boundless and mysterious place. In a void like this, it's best to keep one's curiosity in check. Skirting this set of ruins, he sent the fan proceeding along its way, and prepared to continue working on his 30-colored flame. However, it was at that point that he frowned and looked out into the void ahead with narrowed eyes. There, up ahead, was some light. And it looked exactly the same as the light from before, Snorting coldly, he steered the fan around the light, and kept his divine sense spread out to scan the area. However, before long, more light appeared up ahead. "Well, isn't this interesting?" he murmured, his expression unsightly. After numerous tests, he came to find that no matter which way he turned, or how he tried to skirt the light, it would always appear in front of him. And every time, it was a bit closer than before. Eventually, he realized that he could see humanoid shapes moving about on the other side of the windows. By now, he could tell that these ruins had once been sparsely populated, but had been home to a sovereign. And the circular space that he was apparently caught in was the result of spell formations set up by those people. He had inadvertently entered the area, and would likely not find it easy to escape. As he thought about the problem, he looked at the shining windows, and could hear the faint sound of laughter and conversation from inside. At one point, one of the windows opened, and a woman appeared, pretty and flirtatious, made up, but clad only in her undergarments. Looking out at Xiaochun, she waved her handkerchief in his direction and beckoned for him to approach. "Hey, come over here," she said, her voice traveling through the void and into his ears. At this point, his eyes widened, and he looked the entire building up and down. "Don't tell me this place is a brothel?" he murmured, blinking. Although he was tempted to go in, he knew that he shouldn't let his curiosity get the best of him. Snorting, he turned the fan to leave. Unfortunately, he soon realized that the only way to escape was through the central node of the spell formation, which was none other than the brothel itself. Sighing, he realized that he had no other options at his disposal. And considering he was so powerful that even the old ghost woman wasn't a match for him, he decided that there was no harm in indulging in some games. In that moment, the fluctuations coming from Baihao's mark flared, prompting a strange look from Xiaochun. Suddenly, he wondered if his apprentice actually wanted to go into the brothel. "How? You've been corrupted." Clearing his throat, he decided to play it safe, and sent his divine sense out to cover the entire brothel. A while later, he calmed down a bit, convinced that the unique souls inside didn't pose any threat to him. "Well, let's go check it out. Although I'm not really interested, I might as well do it for my apprentice." Clearing his throat, he summoned his 2 Archean slaves to act as bodyguards, then instructed by Xiaoqi to be ready to come to his aid at a moment's notice if anything suspicious happened. Then, under the curious gaze of Xiaoqi, he swaggered off of the fan and headed toward the brothel. As he neared, the sound of singing, dancing, and laughing grew louder. Soon, the front doors swung open, and a woman dressed like the madam of the brothel appeared, flowers in her hair. Swaying forward, she looked at Xiaochun with glittering eyes. "Girls," she said loudly, "we have a customer." An entire group of gorgeously dressed women all rushed forward, flirtatious smiles on their faces. "Welcome. Come in. The girls here will definitely satisfy your every need, sir. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1250, Domineering. Chapter 1250, Domineering. Despite having an Archean cultivation base, Xiaochun was still blushing as he found himself surrounded by so many gorgeous women. Clearing his throat, he marveled at how he was willing to throw caution to the wind, all for his apprentice Baihao. "Oh, Howard. After feeling those energy fluctuations of yours, Master is willing to do that which he would never, ever be willing to do normally." Xiaochun really was impressed with himself. Flicking his sleeve, he announced, "Bring out your best food and your finest wine." The madam of the brothel quickly called out some orders. Meanwhile, the women escorted the swaggering Xiaochun into the building. The inside was alive with dazzling light, and was extravagantly decorated. Even Xiaochun, who had seen many things in his life, was impressed. The tables and chairs were actually crafted from immortal jade, as were the floor tiles. There were also spell formations set up that made the entire place seem like a celestial paradise. The candles lighting the interior were made from expensive medicinal plant materials. As a grandmaster of the Tao of medicine, Xiaochun could tell with a single sniff that at least 7 or 8 of those medicinal plants were actually legendary immortal plants of incalculable value. And yet, there were more than 1,000 such candles, leading the shocked Xiaochun to the conclusion that these people were definitely very rich. Most astonishing of all was that, whether it was his divine sense or his physical sight, everything around him was not illusory. In other words, the building, the candles, and the floor tiles were all real. Shaken, he allowed the flirtatious women to lead him to a seat made of jade, where he sat down, heart pounding. The women sat around him, stroking their hair seductively and chatting in lovely voices as the food and wine was served. Despite being a powerful monarch, the leader of the Arch-Emperor dynasty, Xiaochun had never experienced pampering like this. Adding in the fact that he was somewhat weary from his lonely travels in the void, and this sudden change of pace was actually very exciting. After examining his wine glass closely, he laughed heartily and downed the entire glass. Then he began to devour the delicious foods and spirit fruits. The women were obviously playing hard to get, and alternated between chatting flirtatiously and shying away bashfully. At one point, a few stepped forward and began to perform a musical number that made the entire scene even more lively than before. Two handmaidens came to massage by Xiaochun's neck and shoulders, and one particularly beautiful woman began to lift his wine cup up for him to drink. As for the madam, she stood off to the side, smiling affably. The two Archean slaves were also being attended to dutifully by several women. As all the sounds of chatting, laughter, and music mixed together, Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly, and his eyes began to shine with bright light. Were it not for the fact that Bai Hao's mark continued to pulse, Bai Xiaochun would have simply relaxed and enjoyed himself after his long journeys. However, as time passed, the madam's smile began to grow more and more mysterious. And the eyes of the women, whether the dancers or the musicians, and even the two maidens massaging Bai Xiaochun, began to glow with mysterious light. Their fingernails began to turn black and grow longer, and their expressions began to turn vicious. Their hair even grew longer. It all happened relatively quickly, as Bai Xiaochun's eyes were closed in relaxation. Within moments, the madam had completely transformed into a vicious, evil ghost. Eyes flickering with avarice, she leaped into the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Apparently, her movement was the signal. All of the other women completely transformed into evil ghosts who pounced on either Bai Xiaochun or his two Archean slaves. Shrill howls filled the air as the music stopped, and the candlelight suddenly turned green and deathly. The ground was also different. The floor tiles were now made from bones, making the entire place seem like a graveyard. The building itself even seemed to wither up, until it looked like nothing less than a graveyard. Strangely, the delicious food and wine did not change. Somehow, these evil ghosts had actually produced real food and beverages. As all of these changes happened, and as the women turned into evil ghosts and lunged toward Bai Xiaochun and his Archean slaves, Bai Xiaochun was sitting there, humming a little tune. But then, his eyes snapped open. "Pipe down," he said, looking displeased. Waving his sleeve, he sent out a burst of energy that sent the evil ghosts tumbling backward, miserable shrieks echoing out of their mouths, and looks of surprise lighting up their eyes. The Archean slaves drew on the full power of their cultivation bases, blurring into motion to block both the front entrance and rear exit. Divine sense erupting out, they prevented any of the evil ghosts from fleeing. Even as the evil ghosts continued to shriek, and those who Bai Xiaochun had already heard continued to tumble backward, he turned his glare onto the madam. Her face fell, and she made to flee, but before she could, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed her. "Change back immediately," he said with head held high. "Lord Bai doesn't get to see ordinary little ghosts very often. How dare you transform and try to scare me? Hurry up. Enough chatter. Change back and start dancing again." For years, he had been afraid of ghosts, and through all that time, had never even thought to imagine that the day would arrive in which he would frighten the ghosts. As far as he was concerned, he was only one step away from being at the ultimate peak of life. However, he still felt as if something were missing, and began to contemplate whether using the soul of the madam to conjure a flame would be the perfect touch. However, it was at that point that the fluctuations coming from Bai Hao grew more intense. Bai Xiaochun said. After a moment of thought, he pushed the madam's soul toward the mark on the back of his hand. As soon as the two of them touched, the mark erupted with gravitational force, and dragged the screaming madam inside. After absorbing the madam's soul, fluctuations of satisfaction appeared from Bai Hao's mark, which then faded into calm after a moment. Apparently, it was only the soul of the madam that had been needed. Bai Hao didn't seem to care about the other ghosts at all. Chuckling, Bai Xiaochun smacked the table. "I finished my wine. Bring some more." In response, the evil ghosts all quickly transformed back into gorgeous women, their eyes shining with dread as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. The fact that he had absorbed the soul of the madam was horrifying to them, leaving them trembling in fear. Immediately, they resumed their singing and dancing, and began to serve Bai Xiaochun again. However, they were so scared that both their dancing and singing was affected. It was the same with the girls massaging his shoulders. Closing his eyes, Bai Xiaochun reveled in his success. Slowly, the women began to calm down, and hoped that he would leave as quickly as possible. Of course, there was no way Bai Xiaochun would let them off the hook so easily. He enjoyed his surroundings for a whole day, helping himself to vast portions of delicious food and fine wine. The following evening, he opened his eyes, and realized that it was time to resume his lonely journey through the void. However, he was in a very good mood. After all, it was rare to find moments of enjoyment like this. These women are all souls, but they're definitely unique. It would be a big waste to leave them here. Maybe when I get back to the Arch-Emperor dynasty, I can have them do a bit of singing and dancing. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best idea, his heart began to pound. After all, ever since his love letters had been confiscated, he had felt like his bag of holding was missing something. Eyes shining, he said, "What I've been missing is some good singing and dancing. Yeah, I'll take them with me. Next time I see the Saint Emperor, I'll show him, and he'll be completely envious." Convinced that this was definitely the best thing to do, he waved his hand as he rose to his feet. "From now all of you girls are with me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1251 30-Colored Flame. Chapter 1251 30-Colored Flame. With that, a gravitational force erupted out that caused the more than 100 ghosts in the building to vanish as they were pulled into Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding. Having accomplished that, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he went to work clearing out the entire brothel. The floor tiles, chairs, tables, candles, and everything else that could be taken away was soon gone. In the end, it was nothing more than an empty shell, and Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding as he thought of the gains he had made. Of course, he didn't forget the delicious food and fine wine. After scanning the entire area with divine sense, he found that whatever race of people had once existed here had plenty of hidden reserves. Licking his lips, he took it all, and then scanned the surrounding ruins one last time to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Feeling very pleased, he returned to the fan to find Bai Xiaochi waiting for him, an envious look on his face. Without any further ado, they turned the fan and headed off into the distance. By this point, the brothel spell formation wasn't working anymore, and therefore, they easily escaped the area. As the fan flew through the void, and as Bai Xiaochun sat there cross-legged, continuing to work on the formula for 30-Colored Flame, court was being held back in the Archemperor dynasty in the eternal immortal domains. During times when Bai Xiaochun wasn't present, matters of national concern were handled by Zhou Zimo, Song Junwan, Ho Xiaomei, the Grand Heaven Master, the Giant Ghost King, Li Qingho, and Gong Sun Waner. Dabeo had long since grown up, and acted his part as Bai Xiaochun's heir. He wasn't impulsive and belligerent like he had been when he was young, although his fundamental personality hadn't changed. As far as his cultivation base went, he had made shocking progress, and was already in the demigod realm. In terms of fleshly body, even the Giant Ghost King had to admit that his grandson was probably the toughest person he had ever met, other than Bai Xiaochun. Xiaoxiao's cultivation base was a bit higher than Dabeo's. However, she had spent most her time in recent years in secluded meditation. With more and more celestials, the Archemperor dynasty's foundation grew stronger and stronger. However, because it was public knowledge that Bai Xiaochun was in seclusion, rumors began to spread. The talk wasn't heard in the Archemperor dynasty, but rather, in the Saint Emperor dynasty and Vile Emperor dynasty. According to the rumors, Bai Xiaochun actually didn't have Archean-level battle prowess. Instead, he had paid a huge price to come out on top in the conflicts of the past, and as a result, had been forced to spend the time afterward in meditation. It was true that he had occasionally come back to spend time with Xiaoxiao, Dabeo, and the rest of his family. However, most of his time was spent on his research and his travels in the void. Sometimes, he would only come back once in an entire year, and wouldn't stay for very long when he did. "The gossip is most abundant in the Vile Emperor dynasty," the Grand Heaven Master said. "There is definitely someone intentionally spreading the rumors. If His Majesty doesn't make a public appearance soon, I fear it will lead to troublesome developments. Most important of all is His Majesty's cultivation base." At the moment, everyone was trying to come up with a plan for what to do next. Bai Xiaochun hadn't visited for several years now, and no one knew about the fact that he was now an Archean. And because he was so determined to succeed with 30-Colored Flame as soon as possible, he hadn't taken the time to check in on the situation back home. Even as everyone in the Grand Hall frowned and tried to think of good suggestions about what to do, a massive, rumbling boom filled the sky above. It sounded like heavenly thunder, and it didn't just affect the Archemperor dynasty. The Saint Emperor dynasty and Vile Emperor dynasty also experienced the same thing. All of the eternal immortal domains were filled with the deafening sound. Massive waves rolled across the eternal sea as the entire world shook. At the same time, everyone felt an incredible pressure descending from the heavens. "What's going on? Heavens! What is that sound?" Countless people all over the world were thrown into alarm. At the same time, the most powerful experts in the three imperial dynasties flew out into the open and looked up into the sky. That was the origin of the sound. To everyone's shock, the enormous sovereign who had existed for countless years without ever moving, had suddenly moved. His eyes had twitched. All of the powerful experts could sense it, and it immediately caused all of their minds to reel. The giant moved. I'm not seeing things, am I? He actually twitched. How could this be? The legends are actually true. The Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor flew out at almost the same time, and hovered above their respective imperial cities. A somber look could be seen in the Saint Emperor's eyes, whereas a mysterious glow was visible in the Vile Emperor's. Even as all of the countless cultivators looked on, hearts pounding with sensations of deadly crisis, the twitching of the enormous sovereign's eyes caused more than 100 boulders to dislodge from his forehead and shoot down toward the eternal immortal domains like meteors. They moved with incredible speed, and even seemed to be self-aware. No matter how quickly the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor reacted, they couldn't block them all. Massive booms echoed out from the ground below from the impacts of those that made it through. Without the slightest hesitation, the Saint Emperor issued orders to his people. All celestials and all demigods will immediately search the Saint Emperor dynasty for those fallen rocks. If any of them seem to be alive, destroy them. Similar orders were passed down in the Vile Emperor dynasty, except that instead of ordering any living things to be destroyed, they were to be collected. Soon, both of the dynasties were fully mobilized. Even the sea areas were not overlooked. Xiaochun was not present, but the Grand Heaven Master and other leaders of the Archemperor dynasty made the same decision as the others, sending celestials and demigods out to search. Meanwhile, Xiaochun was back on his treasured fan, expression somber as he focused on a bit of fire taking shape in front of him. The transformations occurring within this fire were different than in 29-colored flame. It was impossible to see the colors within the flame, as though all of the colors had combined together, making the fire transparent. Xiaochun had already completed the main outline of the formula, and with every test he did, he inched closer to completion. Even still, after all of the failures, Xiaochun was starting to come to the conclusion that success was not a foregone conclusion. He was perfectly prepared, and completely qualified in terms of experience. And yet, every time he tried, there was still a high chance of failure. Does concocting 30-colored flame all come down to luck? He murmured. He had already failed dozens of times, something that would drive most people to despair. After all, every failure involved a huge wastage of souls. Even with the massive stockpile he had built up, it was still a shocking loss. Based on his calculations, he only had enough for about 20 more tries, after which he would be out of souls. During his years traveling in the void, he hadn't collected all of the souls there were to be had, but had definitely acquired a good portion. Whatever scattered souls that still remained in random locations would be very troublesome to track down. I have to make this work. Sighing, he continued to work hard. A few days later, intense rumbling sounds erupted out, and an unsightly expression appeared on Xiaochun's face. After sitting there in a bit of a daze for a while, he started working again. Thus, the days marched by. A month later, he had 8 more failures under his belt, each one seemingly due to a different reason. He still couldn't figure out exactly what the problem was. Another month passed, and he was starting to form the kernel of an idea about what was going on. His next session of conjuring went very smoothly. His heart pounded, and he stopped breathing as he focused completely on his task at hand. His mind emptied of everything, as he concentrated completely on the sea of fire. An unknown amount of time passed. Eventually, he began to regain his faculties, whereupon he found himself looking at a dazzling tongue of flame, floating right there in front of him. 30 colors. Shivering with excitement, he thought back to all of the hard work that had gone into this moment, and what it would be like to resurrect Baihao. And then, he started laughing at the top of his lungs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1252 Resurrecting Baihao. Chapter 1252 Resurrecting Baihao. Taking a deep, excited breath, he slowly moved the tongue of 30-colored flame toward the mark on the back of his hand. As he did, Baihao's soul began to emit unprecedentedly intense fluctuations. "Power," he murmured. And with that, he took the 30-colored flame that he had worked hard on for many, many years, and expended immense resources and effort to conjure, and placed it onto the mark. The instant he did, dazzling light erupted out. Years ago, Baihao had sacrificed himself to conjure the 22-colored flame that he needed to save Xiaochun from a moment of crisis. In return, Xiaochun paid an enormous price to resurrect Baihao from within the mark that had once been all that remained of him. As the light shining off of the mark grew brighter, Xiaochun's nervousness mounted. He stared and stared at it, until finally, the mark rose up off of his hand to float in front of him, and then began to emit soul fluctuations. The fluctuations grew more intense as the image of a soul began to take shape. Even as Xiaochun looked on, it became Baihao. "Power," he breathed excitedly. Baihao's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Confused at first, his gaze eventually fell onto Xiaochun, and a tremor passed through him. "Master!" A wide smile broke out on Xiaochun's face. He had been waiting for many years for this reunion, and the joy caused him to start laughing. Baihao's memories were still a bit of a jumble, but when he saw his master, everything seemed fine, and he grew calm. After all, throughout all the years, his master had been his only family. Now that they were back together, everything seemed calm and stable. Gradually, a smile also broke out on Bai Hao's face. Dropping to his knees, he kowtowed 3 times. "It's been so long, master." Laughter became warmth, and joy turned into familial love. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao began to talk, and the words never seemed to end. As Bai Xiaochun bragged, Bai Hao gradually came to understand everything that had happened after he perished. He learned of how the Heavenspan realm had been destroyed, and learned about the eternal immortal domains. He heard of the glories his master had achieved, and how a third mighty nation had risen up because of him. "Oh, right. Your venerable master is now an Archean. Have you heard of Archeans? There are only 3 in all of the eternal immortal domains. And I'm not just an ordinary Archean. I could easily crush both the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor." Off to the side, Bai Hao blinked a few times. However, he knew Bai Xiaochun well, and understood what he liked. Eyes shining reverently, he said, "Master, you've always been unparalleled under heaven. It doesn't matter where you go, you always cause a big scene. I can't even come close to matching you in that regard. I guess I'll have to do my best to improve." In response to Bai Hao's sincere flattery, Bai Xiaochun laughed. Then he pointed at him and tried to act a bit more serious, although that was difficult. "Howard, one of the things I've always liked about you is that you always tell the truth." "Not bad. Not bad at all." Bai Hao chuckled. As long as his master was happy, then he was happy. And the mere thought of everything his master had gone through to resurrect him caused warm feelings to rise up in his heart. At this point, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, and was about to launch into some more bragging, when all of a sudden, the enormous tower on the mountain inside of the fan face, the one that housed the Tao essence of life and death, suddenly trembled, and began to emit both black and white light. Bai Xiaochun's jaw immediately dropped, and off to the side, Bai Xiaoqi cried, "The Tao essence of life and death is being absorbed? Heavens! How is this possible?" Moments ago, the spirit automaton had been sneering at Bai Xiaochun's bragging, but now, he flew directly toward the Taoist tower of life and death. Bai Xiaochun also hurried over, followed by Bai Hao, both of them looking very serious. Upon entering the face of the fan, Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense into the tower, where he saw Song Kei's corpse floating in the air. 2 streams of mist that were formed from the Tao essence of life and death had wrapped around him, and were slowly feeding into his body. He actually got it to work?" Bai Xiaoqi blurted. "No way. That doesn't make sense." Suddenly realizing he was speaking aloud, he gasped and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Upon realizing that he was completely focused on Song Kei, he breathed a sigh of relief. The truth was that the chances of success were far lower than Bai Xiaoqi had indicated years ago. After all, this tower had only been in the initial stages of research by the worldly Taoist. However, now, his theories were proven true. Song Kei. Bai Xiaochun murmured. Although Song Kei still had a profound aura of death, he looked different now, and was clearly turning around from the depths of non-existence. Without a doubt, Song Kei was fusing with the Tao essence of life and death, and if he succeeded, then it was highly likely he would come back to life. Furthermore, his cultivation base would probably be different, although it was impossible to say exactly how. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun had no way to determine the details. As for Bai Xiaoqi, after he recovered from his initial shock, and realized what Bai Xiaochun was thinking, he quickly provided further input. "Milord, this fellow Taoist could very well fuse with the Tao essence itself. Although he can't get the approval of any world, and thus won't be able to become a true sovereign, he will be as powerful as you can get without reaching that level. He will be in the quasi-sovereign realm. However, whether the fusion process goes quickly or slowly will depend on his own good fortune. After all, something like this has never happened before." Bai Xiaoqi looked over at Song Kei, mixed emotions on his face. The Tao essence of life and death was the Tao of the worldly Taoist, immortal imperator. If Song Kei succeeded in the fusion process, then in some ways, he would be the true successor of the core Taoist teachings and doctrines of the worldly Taoist. After hearing Bai Xiaoqi's explanation, and taking a moment to closely examine Song Kei, Bai Xiaochun's heart leapt with joy. It could be said that Bai Hao had saved Bai Xiaochun's life, but Song Kei had saved the lives of his Taoist partners and unborn children. It was a kindness that Bai Xiaochun would never be able to forget. Eyes shining, he sighed, clasped hands, and bowed to Song Quebec. Then he turned and left. In that very moment, the 3 imperial dynasties back in the eternal immortal domains were in the process of hunting down the fallen chunks of stone, and either capturing the living things they found, or destroying them. However, things were not going well. The stones were infected with a sovereign aura, and caused the areas where they landed to rot away. If they were found quickly, the effects could be combated to some extent. Unfortunately, some areas required that a celestial intervene. A month passed, and although many of the stones had been tracked down, all of them were completely solid. Almost none seemed to contain flesh and blood clones of the sovereign above. In fact, so far, only one stone had appeared with a clone in it, and that was in the Saint Emperor dynasty. In one location near the border of the Arch-Emperor dynasty and the Vile Emperor dynasty, the giant Ghost King was flying through the air. As a celestial, he had already taken care of 7 fallen stones, all of which he had either crushed or collected. Right now, he was heading to an area where one of his demigod subordinates had discovered another fallen stone. Thankfully, it was a remote wilderness area where no one lived. Therefore, the effects of the spreading rot were not very detrimental. Furthermore, the giant Ghost King's celestial cultivation base was capable of negating the effects of the rot. As he flew along, the location of the stone itself got closer and closer. After dealing with this stone, I'll head back to the city, he thought, sighing. I'm afraid there are going to be a lot of ramifications to this event. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1253, The Return. Chapter 1253, The Return. The giant Ghost King's trajectory brought him closer to the border of the Vile Emperor dynasty with every moment. Eventually, he found himself outside of a wide basin in the lands. It wasn't particularly large, but the ground in the area was all scorched black, with wisps of black smoke rising up everywhere. In the middle of the basin was a chunk of stone. It was about the size of a fist, and pulsed with strange, dim light. In fact, the stone itself seemed to shift in size and shape according to some strange pattern. It almost looked like a heartbeat. 8 demigods from the Arch-Emperor dynasty already had the area locked down, but they weren't strong enough to deal with the corrosive powers coming from the stone, and thus, hadn't approached it. After reporting the matter, they had simply waited for the giant Ghost King to arrive. When they saw him nearing, they immediately rose to their feet and offered formal greetings. The giant Ghost King waved his hand in response, and without saying anything, flew right into the basin. The pulses of corrosive power could melt a demigod on the spot, but would not harm a celestial in the short term. However, the giant Ghost King did begin to pulse with black smoke. Aware that the effects could be detrimental if he allowed them to continue for too long, he hurried up to the stone, then reached out and grabbed it. Just as he had with several other stones that he had handled, he scanned it with divine sense at the same time. As he did, his expression flickered, and his eyes went wide. It's not solid. To his shock, his divine sense had revealed something inside of the stone that resembled an unborn lizard. Even as the giant Ghost King scanned it with divine sense, the thing wriggled. At first, the giant Ghost King was excited to have found something different from the other stones he had encountered so far. Aware of how valuable this item was, he immediately turned to head toward Arch-Emperor City. However, in that very instant, a cold snort echoed out from the sky, which transformed the entire area into a sea of flames. The black fire moved too quickly for the demigods to avoid, and they screamed as they were overwhelmed and transformed into ash. Vile Emperor! The giant Ghost King growled. He had watched by Xiaochun fighting the Vile Emperor, and over the years, had conferred with Gongsun Wan'er about him. As such, as soon as his senses told him the Vile Emperor was present, he immediately sent a warning message to Arch-Emperor City. Unfortunately, the sea of flames moved so quickly that within moments, it was like an enormous hand, wrapping around the giant Ghost King. No matter how he tried to fight back or flee, his cultivation base was simply too low. Therefore, the hand wrapped around him and dragged him forcibly up into the sky. There, the Vile Emperor hovered, clad in imperial robes, his hands clasped behind his back and his face completely expressionless. Ignoring the hand of flames, he focused on the stone, which he grabbed and looked at closely. Shockingly, he then absorbed the stone into his hand, whereupon his eyes shone with bizarre light, and his aura increased in power by a significant portion. Still within the hand of flames was the giant Ghost King, blood oozing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He was so badly injured that he was now unconscious. Eventually, the Vile Emperor looked at him, then turned his gaze in the direction of Arch-Emperor City. Eyes narrowing, he coolly murmured, "Many years have passed, by Xiaochun. Do you really possess Archean battle prowess?" Considering how much time had passed without Bai Xiaochun actually doing anything, both he and the Saint Emperor were having a hard time determining the truth of matters. In the past, Bai Xiaochun had relied on Archean luminescence. But in the years that had passed, the Vile Emperor had patiently worked on a way to negate its effects. And now, convinced that great matters were at hand, he was itching to see exactly what was going on with Bai Xiaochun. Chuckling, he grabbed the giant Ghost King and then flew away. Soon after, a Dermic decree was sent from Vile Emperor all the way to Arch-Emperor City. The contents were not vague. The giant Ghost King had trespassed on Vile Emperor dynasty territory, and attempted to steal a meteorite. For his crime, the Vile Emperor had captured him to be punished. The Dermic decree was a clear message to all of the eternal immortal domains that the Vile Emperor wanted Bai Xiaochun to go to Vile Emperor City to free the giant Ghost King. It was impossible to hide the fact that he wanted to probe Bai Xiaochun, and it caused even the Saint Emperor's eyes to narrow. On the one hand, he and Bai Xiaochun had formed an alliance, but on the other hand, he had long suspected that Bai Xiaochun's true battle prowess was weaker than he had initially taken it to be. Therefore, this little test by the Vile Emperor was actually a good thing for him. Some probing won't hurt me, but if Bai Xiaochun perishes, that will have negative ramifications. Therefore, the Saint Emperor decided to monitor the situation closely, and prepare to intervene if necessary. 3 days passed, and no response came from Archemperor City. The Vile Emperor's suspicions deepened, as did the suspicions of his people. Meanwhile, the important figures in Archemperor City began to get nervous, people like Zhou Zimo and the Grand Heaven Master. They all knew that the Vile Emperor was testing out Bai Xiaochun, and that if he didn't make an appearance, that it would reveal their weak state of power. And if Bai Xiaochun was truly weak, or they waited too long to do something, the giant Ghost King would likely be in grave danger. At that point, Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo and Ho Xiaomei went to Bai Xiaochun's secluded meditation facilities, joined by the Grand Heaven Master and Gongsun Wan'er. Together, they sent out divine sense in the hopes of awakening Bai Xiaochun from his meditative trance. However, their divine sense got no reaction. Even as their anxiety began to mount, the door to the chamber swung open, and Bai Xiaochun appeared. However, everyone could immediately tell that he was partially transparent, and was obviously a clone. Before any of them could say anything, he said, "I'm aware of what's happening. My true self is already on his way." Then, he suddenly began to shine with bright light. Everyone, from the Grand Heaven Master to Gongsun Wan'er, were shaken by that light, which was blinding even to celestials. As the light grew brighter, everyone present shivered down to their souls, the result of a powerful aura that caused their minds to reel. Before long, the light began to converge into the shape of a person. It was almost like a teleportation as Bai Xiaochun's true self materialized in the exact spot as his clone. As he became clear, they realized that he looked different. His hair was a bit longer, and he actually looked younger. However, there was something profound about his eyes, as though they contained stars, and at the same time, were black holes that could drag anything and everything into them. His eyes left everyone shaken, regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, including even Gongsun Wan'er, who was in the late celestial realm. Back during his journey through the void, he would usually keep his aura out in the open, and although he had already retracted it, his clone had made him aware of what the Vile Emperor had done to the giant Ghost King. And thus, rage burned in his heart, and some of his aura managed to slip out, leading to shock among those present. The shaken Grand Heaven Master was the first to recover. Clasping hands, he bowed to Bai Xiaochun. "Greetings, Archemperor." Everyone else followed suit, including Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and Ho Xiaomei. "Greetings, Archemperor." "I'll take care of everything," he said, his eyes warm. "Don't worry." Zhou Zimo, Song Junwan, and Ho Xiaomei all seemed to relax visibly, confident that he could resolve any difficulties. It had been a long time since the last time they had reunited, so he took time to embrace all three of his wives. Song Junwan was smiling warmly, and Ho Xiaomei's belly was already visibly large. However, the both of them knew that Zhou Zimo had taken her father's kidnapping worse than the two of them, and secretly indicated that he should offer her some comfort. When he turned his gaze to her specifically, he could see how red her eyes were. "I'm going to go get father-in-law back," he said softly, "and also make the Vile Emperor dynasty pay for this. After I return, I won't be going into secluded meditation for a while." With that, he blurred into motion, shooting high up into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1254, you wanna see? Chapter 1254, you wanna see? Bai Xiaochun had returned right into the middle of the tense situation. The matter with the giant Ghost King had occurred without any warning, and if matters had been left only to the clone he left behind, then it was impossible to say what could have happened. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had finally finished several important tasks. Bai Hao had been resurrected, Song Ke was showing signs of waking up, and Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base was now in the Archean realm. His fight with the old ghost woman, and his regular sparring sessions with his two Archean slaves, had pushed his battle prowess to the point where he was now much more confident than before. If his enemy were not the Vile Emperor, Bai Xiaochun would have simply attacked like lightning, crushed him, and taken the giant Ghost King back. But he had learned years ago that this Vile Emperor was an impostor, and considering what he had learned from the memories of the worldly Taoist, he had long since come to a conclusion about the matter. This impostor Vile Emperor definitely has something to do with the mortal renegade, Devil Imperator. As Bai Xiaochun whistled through the air, his eyes were narrowed with thought, but soon, they would be bursting with killing intent. It didn't matter what techniques the Vile Emperor had up his sleeve, Bai Xiaochun knew that at this moment, he had no other choice than to fight. Otherwise, the giant Ghost King would be in peril. And besides, the vile emperor would never stop probing him. Bai Xiaochun remembered how, back when his children had been born, the vile emperor had given him a gift in the form of some sovereign blood, encased in a black stone. The sense of danger he had experienced from that stone had enraged him back then, but he had been forced to do nothing. Now, new grudges piled on top of old ones, causing his killing intent to grow even stronger. Rumbling sounds echoed around him as he left Archemperor Dynasty territory and entered the lands of the Vile Emperor Dynasty. Considering the speed he was capable of, it didn't take long before he saw an enormous trident rising up into the sky ahead of him, around which was wrapped a bone dragon. On the skull of that dragon was none other than the Imperial Palace. "Vile Emperor!" he growled, his voice echoing like heavenly thunder. Everything shook in response to his words, and all of the cultivators in Vile Emperor City, even the Celestials, looked up in shock. It's the Arch-Emperor. Everyone in the city knew that the Vile Emperor had taken the giant Ghost King captive, and were also aware of his Dermic decree, demanding that the Arch-Emperor Bai Xiaochun come to free his subordinate. Although some of them were slightly worried about what might happen, most of them were excited, and were convinced that Bai Xiaochun was no match for their Vile Emperor. After all, it was only by teaming up with the Saint Emperor that Bai Xiaochun had managed to fight the Vile Emperor to a standstill years before. This time, the Vile Emperor had dared to take the initiative, and therefore, everyone assumed that he was well prepared. However, all such confidence began to crumble as soon as people heard Bai Xiaochun's booming voice. As the city trembled physically, black smoke erupted from a certain location within the Imperial Palace, rising up into the sky to take the shape of a huge face. "Bai Xiaochun," the face said, its voice thrumming with an awe-inspiring force that was the perfect countermeasure to Bai Xiaochun. Anyone else would have been forced to slow down, but not Bai Xiaochun. Eyes flashing with cold light, he said, "Where'd you get guts like that, Vile Emperor? If you want to back out on our agreement, fine, but how dare you kidnap my father-in-law?" He waved his hand, and instantly, 8 beams of Archean luminescence appeared up above and shot toward the Vile Emperor's projected face. They didn't mince words. Bai Xiaochun had come to fight, a fact which was revealed by how he instantly called on his Archean luminescence. In response, the Vile Emperor's eyes shone with mysterious light, and a snide smile appeared on his face. "Is that the only thing you can do, Bai Xiaochun?" The enormous face distorted as 9 bright lights appeared within the smoke. Closer inspection revealed that the lights were 9 huge crystals, which sent tendrils out to connect to each other, quickly becoming an enormous black mirror. The mirror formed almost as soon as the Archean luminescence arrived. However, the booming explosion everyone anticipated didn't occur. Strangely, the mirror acted like a massive sludge, which simply swallowed up the Archean luminescence. "If that's all you've got," the Vile Emperor said coolly, "then I have to say I'm very disappointed." He strode out from his palace and floated up into the air, coming to a stop in front of the crystal mirror, his Archean aura raging. Of course, a big cheer could be heard from within Vile Emperor City, and numerous cultivators stepped forward and clasped hands in greeting. Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything in response to seeing the mirror formed from 9 crystals. Waving his right hand, he summoned 10 more beams of Archean luminescence, all of which shot directly toward the Vile Emperor. "That won't work," the Vile Emperor said, keeping his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile visible on his face. "I already created the perfect counter to your Archean luminescence. You won't be able to break my vile imperial crystals." The illusory mirror suddenly shot forward, passing through him to block all of the shots of Archean luminescence. Rumbling booms could be heard as the Archean luminescence faded away, with the mirror remaining behind, seemingly undamaged. "That's almost 20, Bai Xiaochun. Do you have any more shots left? I'm very curious to see how many you have in total." The Vile Emperor still had not removed his hands from behind his back, and his smile continued to radiate scorn. Because this Vile Emperor was connected to the mortal renegade in some way, Bai Xiaochun knew that no matter how much he wanted to fight him, he had to be careful. Therefore, he kept his cultivation base well concealed, making it seem to the Vile Emperor that he was still a celestial. Not even the Vile Emperor's taunts could get him to reveal his true cultivation base. Besides, he had plenty of trump cards to call upon, so unless the Vile Emperor truly attacked him with force, he would not draw upon the full level of his battle prowess. "You wanna see? Fine. I'll show you how many shots I have." Chuckling, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger, causing the sky to tremble as more than 50 beams of light appeared. Everyone in Vile Emperor City was shocked by that, and began to cry out in alarm. "So many! Heavens! Wasn't everyone saying that the Arch-Emperor only had about 20 shots of his Archean luminescence?" In contrast, the Vile Emperor didn't seem to be alarmed. Although he was surprised, he was still confident, and simply watched as the 50 beams of Archean luminescence shot toward his black mirror. Intense rumbling sounds could then be heard as the light was absorbed by the mirror, which still seemed just as tough and durable as before. The vile emperor burst out laughing. So, that's your limit, huh? Well, you. However, before he could say anything else, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand again. This time, 100 beams of light appeared up above. It was such a shocking scene that even the vile emperor's eyes went wide, and his mind began to spin. And yet, before anyone could wrap their minds around what was happening, Bai Xiaochun performed another incantation gesture, causing another group of more than 100 beams to appear, but in total, there were now 267 beams. And if anyone had been closely counting how many shots he had already used, they would realize that it was a total of 361. That was exactly how many playing spots existed on the Go board on the boat in the fan face, and was the true limit of the divine ability. Right now, nearly 300 beams of Archean luminescence were causing all heaven and earth to tremble. 1. Impossible. The vile emperor breathed, visibly shaken. It wasn't just him. In the Saint Emperor dynasty, the Saint Emperor was watching the battle play out, and was also completely taken aback. You said you wanted to see how much I could do at once, right, vile emperor? Waving both hands out in front of him, Bai Xiaochun sent nearly 300 shots of Archean luminescence toward the vile emperor like a rain of bright light. The vile emperor's eyes were completely bloodshot as his black mirror began to expand to its full limit. It did everything in its power to hold firm as one beam of light after another pierced into it. However, it didn't matter how durable and tough the mirror was, it simply couldn't stand up to so much Archean luminescence, and soon, cracks were spreading out over its surface. After it blocked about 80% of the incoming shots of Archean luminescence, it couldn't hold on any longer, and shattered into countless fragments. As for the 9 vile imperial crystals that the vile emperor had toiled so hard to make, and had even used his own life force to forge, they were all destroyed. As that happened, a deafening boom erupted out, shaking nearly half of the eternal immortal domains. It almost looked like doomsday had arrived as a massive shockwave rolled out across the lands, toppling mountains, smashing the lands, and even threatening to cleave apart the sky. 1. A standard Go board consists of a 19 by 19 grid of lines that creates 361 points. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1255 Archean Battle. Chapter 1255 Archean Battle. 361 beams of Archean luminescence was an outrageous number. Everyone present to see it happen felt their mind reeling, and those who had often wondered about how many shots Bai Xiaochun actually had were now completely blown away. I can't believe he has so many. How is that even possible? Heavens! More than 300? Either the Arch-Emperor has gotten stronger, or he never got pushed to the point of actually calling upon the full power of his trump card before. There were too many shocked individuals in the vile Emperor dynasty to count. As for the Saint Emperor dynasty, it was only the Saint Emperor and the Celestials who could observe the battle via divine sense. However, all of them were also completely astonished. That was especially true of the Saint Emperor. Never could he have guessed that Bai Xiaochun would have so much Archean luminescence. More than 300 shots was enough to shake heaven and earth, and would be enough to force him to fall back. At the same time, he had gone all out in fighting the vile Emperor in the past. But now, the vile Emperor seemed much, much stronger than he had before. For example, his vile imperial crystals seemed capable of defending against just about any divine ability in the Archean realm. The Saint Emperor would have been forced to pay a heavy price to destroy those crystals, and would also have been injured in the process. How could both of them have gotten so strong, so quickly? Meanwhile, the vile Emperor hovered in the air above vile Emperor City, feeling very unsettled as he glared murderously at Bai Xiaochun. It had never occurred to him that Bai Xiaochun could possibly command so much Archean luminescence, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would still believe it to be impossible. At this point, he shouldn't have any more. He thought, eyes glittering. He had originally just wanted to probe Bai Xiaochun a bit, only to provoke killing intent within him. However, he was now fairly convinced that since Bai Xiaochun didn't have any Archean luminescence, he shouldn't be very difficult to kill. From what he could see, Bai Xiaochun was still in the celestial realm. Because of the level of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, and how he had been blessed by the essence of time, not even the vile Emperor was able to see his true level. Bai Xiaochun knew that it was only a matter of time before that changed, and yet, he didn't care. He would reveal the truth eventually, and only hoped to force his opponent to lose some of his advantage by making certain moves too soon. When the time came that the vile Emperor realized the truth, Bai Xiaochun would attack with utterly devastating force. I'm willing to bet that you have no more Archean luminescence, Bai Xiaochun. The vile Emperor then threw his head back and roared. Although he had no more vile imperial crystals, he had many other trump cards, reserves built up over many years. Besides, he was in Vile Emperor's city. Therefore, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and pointed down at the city below. As he did, the enormous bone dragon that was wrapped around the gigantic trident suddenly shivered. At the same time, two balls of black flame appeared in the eyes of the skull that housed the imperial palace. Along with the flame came a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura from the dragon's body itself, and a force of vibration that caused the sky to grow dim, and massive winds to spring up. The dragon itself was massive, and was the foundation of Vile Emperor's city itself. Therefore, as it vibrated, the buildings that made up the city began to collapse, and countless cultivators were thrown off of the body. Millions and millions of cultivators were shocked to the core as they were ejected from the city. Then, to their shock, the bone dragon looked up, let loose a deafening howl, and then shot off of the trident and into the air. It was a huge dragon, and now that the buildings that had once covered it were destroyed, it was possible to see something like a crown on its head, as if this bone dragon were actually an emperor among dragons. It was incomparably fierce, with a towering aura of death. The black flames in its eyes were ferocious and cold, and it was heart-stoppingly shocking as it hovered there in the air. Then, the Vile Emperor performed an incantation gesture, and the dragon shot toward Xiaochun. As it flew toward him, the air around it shattered, destroyed by the mere pressure emanating from the dragon. Archean dragon. Xiaochun thought, pupils constricting. The aura coming from the bone dragon was indeed that of the Archean realm. This was one of the Vile Emperor's trump cards. In order to kill Xiaochun, he was even willing to destroy Vile Emperor's city. Back when Xiaochun was a celestial, if he had faced this dragon with no Archean luminescence, he would have been completely powerless to fight back. He could only have gone all out to flee. But now, he didn't seem worried at all. Instead of flinching, his eyes shone with strange light as he lifted up both hands and performed an incantation gesture. Sutra of Former Reincarnation. In that instant, a strange and indescribable aura shot out into the open, causing the Vile Emperor's expression to flicker. This was not his first time seeing Xiaochun unleash this strange magic, but this time, something about it seemed different. Even as the Vile Emperor looked on suspiciously, the bone dragon shivered as numerous magical symbols appeared on its body. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire dragon, making it impossible to count how many they were. Within moments, they were like a huge net that completely covered the Archean dragon. Each and every one of the magical symbols that made up the huge net represented a memory, and by gazing at them for long enough, it was possible to see things that had happened when the dragon was alive. This was the Sutra of Former Reincarnation, one of the three great divine abilities of Xiaochun's time immemorial codex. With his previous cultivation base, it had been difficult to utilize the true power of his three divine abilities. But now he didn't face that obstacle. And thus, he was using the true sealing power of the Sutra of Former Reincarnation. The bone dragon's memories became magical symbols that could not be separated, and became karma, sealing the dragon completely. Seal. Xiaochun said, his voice as cold as the winter wind. Meanwhile, the dragon shrieked miserably, and struggled in vain to free itself. However, it didn't matter how shockingly powerful the dragon was, as the net of magical symbols tightened, it was completely powerless. To the shock of all of the observing cultivators who had once lived in Vile Emperor's city, the magical symbols began to crush the Archean bone dragon into a ball. When the process was finished, rumbling sounds could be heard as the sphere of magical symbols emanated colorful light, dropped down to the ground, and remained there unmoving. Heavens! The Archemperor actually sealed the bone dragon. This is impossible. Even the Vile Emperor had forgotten to breathe, and was looking at Xiaochun with narrowed eyes. You're not a celestial. But you couldn't possibly be an Archean. At that point, Xiaochun looked up, his aura surging to reveal his boundless Archean cultivation base. Heaven and earth trembled, and wind screamed. As countless voices cried out in shock, he shot toward the Vile Emperor like an arrow loosed from a bow. Booms rang out as, over the course of only a few breaths' worth of time, the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. The lands quaked and the air shattered, and back in Saint Emperor's city, the Saint Emperor looked on with wide eyes, completely mind-blown. He actually became an Archean? That's impossible. The Eternal Mother is asleep. If she approved of another Archean, then she would have announced it to all of the eternal immortal domains. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1256, Trident of Emperors. Chapter 1256, Trident of Emperors. The Vile Emperor was initially suspicious of what was happening, and even the Saint Emperor thought that it was impossible. As Archeans, they knew how difficult it was to reach the Archean realm, some of which pertained to a secret that no other cultivators in the eternal immortal domains were aware of. It had been many years since both the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor came to realize that it would be very difficult for another Archean to appear in the eternal immortal domains. After all, in order to become an Archean, one had to gain the approval of the world. That approval was not merely some nod of the head. It involved acquiring some of the chi flow of the world itself, essentially, taking some of its natural laws. That was the only way to become an Archean. And thus, both the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor were suspicious about the situation. Although few others were aware of it, both of them knew that the Eternal Mother was very weak. Therefore, even if Xiaochun could do things that surpassed the celestial realm, neither of the other emperors could believe that he had actually become an Archean. However, there was little time to ponder the situation now, as Xiaochun and the Vile Emperor began to fight back and forth with complete ferocity. A boom that surpassed the crash of heavenly thunder rolled out, and the Vile Emperor staggered backward, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth, his eyes shining with intense killing intent. "Son!" he shouted. Suddenly, the sky above the eternal immortal domains began to grow dark, as though the light were being sucked away. In the blink of an eye, all of that light appeared above the Vile Emperor in the form of a bright red sun. It was huge, and emanated stupefying heat. At the same time, black flames sprang up, connecting with it and making it seem like an extension of the Vile Emperor himself. The residents of Vile Emperor City were trembling in fear, and backing away as quickly as they could. However, many of them were too slow, and were instantly transformed into dried-up corpses by the power of the sun. Screams rang out everywhere as the black flames and the burning sun were sent directly toward Xiaochun. The pressure from this sun vastly surpassed that from the bone dragon. It seemed hot enough to bake the entire world. Eyes flickering, Xiaochun backed up and began to perform an incantation gesture. Sutra of Present Life and Death. It was the second divine ability from the time immemorial codex. As he waved his hands out in front of him, an ancient stone gate materialized, bursting with an aura of death. This gate representing dying, and was none other than the Gate of Death, Ut. Simultaneously, another gate appeared behind the sun, a gate that thrummed with life force and vitality. It was the Gate of Life. This was by Xiaochun's Sutra of Present Life and Death. He created two gates, one of life and one of death, and as the sun moved away from the Gate of Life and toward Xiaochun, it approached the Gate of Death. That journey represented the passage from life into death. The instant Xiaochun's divine ability appeared, the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sun began to grow dark. However fast it moved, the effects of death moved faster, and could not be reversed. And since the Vile Emperor was connected to the sun, he began to age visibly. Even his brightly glittering eyes began to grow dark. Everyone present was struck speechless, and as for the Saint Emperor, he felt like he was going crazy. That magical technique is so domineering, Ut. Next, a defiant shout erupted from the Vile Emperor, who knew that he had only one option to deal with this magical technique. "Detonate!" he shouted. Instantly, the fading sun exploded, sending out a terrifying shockwave that flattened nearby mountains and killed a large number of Vile Emperor City residents. When Xiaochun fought, he did his best to protect the people watching. But the Vile Emperor didn't care at all about the bystanders. All he wanted to do was hurt Xiaochun, and if that meant killing other people, he didn't mind. As the horrific scene played out, Xiaochun flew back at top speed, unleashing the power of his cultivation base to protect himself against the detonation of the sun. Then, he prepared to unleash a counterattack, only to find that the Vile Emperor was now staring at him with an expression of unswerving determination. "I don't know how you got this Archean battle prowess, Xiaochun, but I'm going to show you that, without the approval of the world around you, you can never match a true Archean." The Vile Emperor then reached down and made a grasping motion in the direction of that astonishing trident. "Trident of Emperors," he growled. In response, the gargantuan trident which was currently stuck into the ground trembled, and then slowly rose up into the air, simultaneously shrinking down to the point where the Vile Emperor could easily grab it. In that moment, cultivation base fluctuations rolled out from the Vile Emperor that surpassed anything in the fight so far. Behind him, a huge vortex sprang into being, which caused all of the eternal immortal domains to tremble as it spun. "This is over, Xiaochun." The trident was already emitting black light, and a distinct aura that Xiaochun was already familiar with. It was the aura of the mortal renegade. As of this moment, Xiaochun now had no doubts whatsoever, the Vile Emperor was definitely a clone of the mortal renegade. He could tell that this trident was the very same magical item that had killed the true Vile Emperor. Therefore, it was likely an object belonging to the mortal renegade. Knowing what he was up against, Xiaochun took a deep breath, and then unleashed every scrap of cultivation base power that he could. Incredible rumbling echoed out as another huge vortex appeared, this time behind Xiaochun, vying with the Vile Emperor's vortex for domination. In that moment, both parties attacked. The Vile Emperor is putting everything on the line, the Saint Emperor thought. With that, he took a step forward and sped in the direction of the battlefield. Before the Saint Emperor could arrive, the vile emperor swept his trident through the air, summoning black flames, black lightning bolts, and a black wind, which took the form of a black eye. Locking down on by Xiaochun, the eye opened. That eye focused the power of the trident, sending it piercing through the air in a devastating attack. The eye seemed to contain the power to exterminate worlds, to eradicate everything in its path. In fact, it caused a sensation of deadly crisis to rise up within by Xiaochun. In that moment of crisis, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Sutra of Future Paramitha." Waving his hand, he pulled out a black stone. That stone was a chunk of flesh and blood from the huge sovereign up above in the sky, and was the very same gift that the vile emperor had sent upon the birth of Debao and Xiaoxiao. By using his Sutra of Future Paramitha on the stone, he was tying his fate to it, and thus to some extent, to the mortal renegade, Devil Imperator. Bai Xiaochun was well aware that his cultivation base was not sufficient to do anything to the mortal renegade. But he could use this divine ability to connect his fate to that of the vile emperor. After all, the vile emperor was a clone of the mortal renegade, of that much, Bai Xiaochun was certain. And that was the crux of his entire strategy. It was also one of his goals in his previous probing attacks. Although all of this takes some time to describe, even as Bai Xiaochun used his Sutra of the Future on the stone, the enormous eye closed in. He trembled, grunting as blood sprayed out of his mouth like a fountain, and the undying codex went to work, healing him. At the same time, although the enormous mortal renegade high above the world did not move, the vile emperor's face suddenly fell. Impossible! Even as the words left his mouth, a huge mass of blood erupted from his mouth, and he shivered, staggering backward several paces, his chest sunken in as though he had just sustained an unimaginably heavy blow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1257, Are you really cursing me? Chapter 1257, Are you really cursing me? The most fearsome aspect of the Sutra of Future Paramitha was how it connected fates. Both parties would be equally wounded, which might not have been particularly outstanding under normal circumstances. However, Bai Xiaochun had the powers of regeneration that came with the Undying Codex, as well as shocking fleshly body power. He would normally only be harmed by 60 or 70% of a full attack, any serious injuries would quickly be healed, and any light injuries were essentially gone instantly. Unless his opponent possessed similar powers of regeneration, any fight under these circumstances would be very uneven. Blood was currently spewing out of the mouth of the vile emperor, and as he looked at the stone in Bai Xiaochun's hand, his eyes flickered with panic. He still was ready to keep fighting, except, he still underestimated Bai Xiaochun's shamelessness. Just when he was about to move, Bai Xiaochun stuck his right hand out in front of himself and then smashed it into his own chest. A muffled thump rang out, and blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he staggered backward. The Undying Codex was powerful, and immediately went to work, but he didn't forget to cry out, "Aya! You hit me! Ow, that hurts!" The vile emperor's eyes went wide, and even as he prepared to unleash his next attack, another thumping sound could be heard, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. As of this point, his hair was disheveled, and he looked to be in really bad shape. "How shameless of you, Bai Xiaochun!" he shouted, feeling like he was about to go insane. The humiliation he had endured so far was indescribable, and he already deeply regretted his decisions to probe Bai Xiaochun a bit. He was simply too difficult to deal with. His vile imperial crystals had been destroyed, his bone dragon sealed, and his sun had exploded. And in the end, he even ended up being injured. If that were all there were to it, he might have been able to accept it, but then Bai Xiaochun resorted to the bizarre tactic of hurting himself. The vile emperor couldn't properly express how crazed he felt. He normally maintained a somber visage, but thanks to Bai Xiaochun, the entire mood of the fight had completely changed. "Are you really cursing me, you old codger? If you do that, you're going to hurt my feelings." Glaring, Bai Xiaochun clenched his hand into a fist and hit himself in the pit of the stomach. Blood sprayed out of the vile emperor's mouth, and his lips quivered as he howled at the top of his lungs. Even as he tried to charge forward to attack, Bai Xiaochun punched himself 7 or 8 more times. In the end, the vile emperor felt like he was about to explode. In order to break the connection between the two of them, he hefted his trident and, eyes flickering with madness, began to squeeze his hand down on it. "Detonate!" he howled. The trident, a magical item belonging to the mortal renegade, exploded, causing a black tempest to explode out into the air, right between Bai Xiaochun and the vile emperor. Booms rang out as blood sprayed out of both of their mouths, and they staggered backward. The explosion apparently interfered with natural law, and even affected the cycle of reincarnation. As it rushed out, it severed the connection of fate that had been created by Bai Xiaochun's Sutra of Future Paramitha. As that happened, and as Bai Xiaochun's wounds began to recover thanks to his undying codex, his eyes flickered with cold light. Not doing anything to hide his cultivation base any longer, he accelerated, the energy of an Archean raging around him as he bore down on the vile emperor, but worried that he wasn't going fast enough, he used his undying hex, and then, as he closed in, the mountain-shaking bash. With every moment that passed, he moved faster than before, appearing right in front of the vile emperor only a moment later. Then, as he reached out toward the vile emperor, he utilized his throat-crushing grasp. Everything was happening too quickly. Earlier, the vile emperor might have had the wherewithal to dodge, but now he was severely injured, and just didn't have what it took. Although he managed to twist his head out of the way, Bai Xiaochun's grasping attack still managed to hit his shoulder. "Show me what you really look like," Bai Xiaochun roared. Gripping down hard with his hand, he began to rip the skin off the vile emperor's shoulder. The vile emperor howled and tried to back up, but that only revealed the wriggling flesh beneath his skin. As his flesh peeled off, the natural laws of the eternal immortal domains took effect, preventing him from maintaining a human form. Twitching and spasming, he transformed into a giant, blood-colored lizard. He continued to scream in rage and pain as, bereft of his protective skin, and bereft of the spiderweb covering that had protected his egg sac, he was now subject to the natural laws of the eternal immortal domains, which immediately sought to wipe him out of existence. When the huge lizard appeared, the remaining people of the vile emperor dynasty down below were completely stunned, especially the celestials who had participated in the events within the spiderweb area. They almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. "That's a sovereign clone. What exactly is going on here? Impossible. This is completely impossible. The vile emperor is actually a clone of the sovereign. Countless cries of shock and alarm filled the air as the shocking truth was revealed. The vile emperor was actually a vicious, bizarre creature. Although not everyone knew where this lizard came from, the exclamations of the celestials were heard by the surrounding cultivators, leading to widespread shock. Of course, there was no way Bai Xiaochun was going to let this opportunity pass him by. Pointing his finger at the howling lizard, he spoke in a loud voice that everyone could hear. "Fellow Taoists of the eternal immortal domains. It has been years now since the vile emperor was killed by a clone of the enemy from beyond. He was skinned, and then replaced. This bizarre creature you were looking at is none other than that clone." Gasps rang out in response to his words, and immediately, people began to spread word to the rest of the eternal immortal domains. It was also in that exact same moment that the sky rippled, and the Saint Emperor stepped out into the open. When he saw that the vile emperor was now a huge lizard, he was deeply shaken. Not even he could ever have guessed that the vile emperor was actually a clone of the great enemy. Glaring coldly at the huge lizard, he said, "No wonder you freed the creature that emerged from the stone of flesh and blood that fell when the damaged fan arrived. 1. No wonder you always came up with excuses not to go check the seal that had been placed on the sovereign." Even as everyone reeled in shock, the lizard looked up with bloodshot eyes to glare at Bai Xiaochun. "You ruined all of my plans, Bai Xiaochun. And for that, you shall die." Howling, the lizard's aura began to power up to heaven-defying levels. At the same time, it was possible to see a black light glowing on the forehead of the enormous mortal renegade up in the heavens. That light healed the lizard of all its wounds, and caused his cultivation base and battle prowess to surpass anything from before, reaching unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, a figure took shape behind the lizard, which, to the shock of all onlookers, was a smaller version of the enormous sovereign. As the Saint Emperor's face fell, the lizard began to emanate a murderous aura, and shouted, "Nobody can stop the revered extermination from awakening." Then, the lizard trembled, whereupon countless black locusts exploded out from inside of him. In the blink of an eye, they covered heaven and earth alike in numbers too great to count, creating something like a black cloud. Buzzing sounds filled the air as some of them shot toward Bai Xiaochun, and others spread out to infect the surrounding cultivators. No one recognized these locusts, except for Bai Xiaochun, who had seen them before. Shaken, he recalled the mortal renegade's divine ability that he himself had witnessed within the memories of the worldly Taoist. He knew that once these locusts infected a host, that they would absorb the victim's flesh, blood, and cultivation base, and then give birth to more locusts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1258 Perishing. Chapter 1258 Perishing. After releasing the locusts, the huge lizard that had once been the vile emperor began to flee, flying straight up into the sky. Bai Xiaochun was about to give chase, but then realized that these locusts were different from the ones he had seen in the memories of the worldly Taoist. These locusts all had strong cultivation bases, and were incredibly fast. Apparently, they possessed strange powers that differed from the natural laws of the eternal immortal domains, which enabled them to instantly lock down on any nearby cultivator, and appear in their vicinity within the shortest of moments. The Saint Emperor was already trying to attack them, but the locusts were able to simply dodge through his magical techniques and divine abilities. It was a moment of deadly crisis, and Bai Xiaochun had no time to sit around thinking about what to do. Pushing out with his right hand, he used the fourth of his major divine abilities, gravitational extermination. Space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, the power of gravity erupted around the locusts. As a result, the flow of time there changed, and the countless locusts that could disregard the natural laws of the eternal immortal domains were suddenly affected in dramatic fashion. Before any of them could react, they slowed down significantly. At the same time, the Saint Emperor's eyes glittered, aware that if the locusts were not driven away, the consequences would be dire. Now that they were slowed, he didn't hesitate to attack in full force. Bai Xiaochun left the locusts to him, blurring into motion as he shot after the lizard. Although he accelerated rapidly, the lizard was by no means slow, and it didn't seem like he would be able to catch up quickly. Snorting coldly, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand. Instantly, the air in front of him rippled as a lonely boat materialized. Stepping onto the boat, he connected to it with his divine sense, whereupon it burst upward with speed that surpassed the Archean realm. This was none other than the lonely boat from his treasured fan. Intense whistling sounds filled the entire world as the boat rocketed in pursuit of the huge lizard, whose face fell at the sight. Even as the lizard prepared to dodge, Bai Xiaochun shouted at the top of his lungs and clenched his hand into a fist, whereupon a shadowy figure appeared behind him. The figure wore imperial robes and an imperial crown, and was none other than the manifestation of his undying emperor's fist. However, this shadowy emperor's right arm was that of a sovereign. This wasn't the undying emperor's fist, this was his upgraded undying sovereign's fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew upon the full power of both his cultivation base and fleshly body, striking out in deadly fashion. This was the ultimate expression of his battle prowess, something impossible to resist, that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Instantly, a massive vortex sprang up, like a huge mouth lunging to consume the giant lizard. As for the lizard, he was already trembling, aware that even if his cultivation base was stronger than it was, he would not be able to fight back against this fist strike. The sovereign aura in the fist strike made it impossible for the lizard to even flee. Shrieking in defiance, madness, and despair, he uttered a complex curse in an unknown language, which caused masses of black smoke to pour out of his body and form into a spike. "It's time for you to die, Bai Xiaochun." The lizard's eyes shone with madness as his body withered, his flesh and blood sucked away to power the black spike. Within moments, the lizard was gone, completely absorbed into the gigantic spike. By that point, the spike was not illusory in any sense of the word, and thrummed with a murderous aura that caused even Bai Xiaochun to tremble in fear. Without even the slightest pause, the spike transformed into a blur of light that shot toward Bai Xiaochun. An unsightly expression appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face as he thought back to the black spike he had seen stabbed into the forehead of the immortal imperatrix. This spike seemed to radiate the exact same type of energy. There was no time for thought or planning. Howling, he threw more power into his undying sovereign's fist, forcing it to become even stronger. In fact, the shadowy image behind him began to fade away, with the exception of the sovereign's arm. He was using the same tactic the lizard had just used, absorbing the rest of his technique and focusing the power on one area, making the sovereign aura even stronger. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun's battle prowess was even more shocking than before. The back-and-forth reactions took only a brief moment. Then, Bai Xiaochun's undying sovereign's fist slammed into the incoming spike, causing a massive boom to ring out, along with a shockwave that shook the world itself, and threatened to shatter the sky. Whether it was Bai Xiaochun, or the clone of the mortal renegade, both unleashed attacks that were at the ultimate peak of the Archean realm. And Bai Xiaochun had even backed his attack with some of the power of a sovereign. As for the spike, it was unbelievably domineering. At the moment of impact, the shadowy emperor that was the manifestation of the undying sovereign's fist shattered. However, the spike's aura was also significantly drained, and it changed colors from black to gray, making it look weak to the extreme. And yet, a vicious face appeared on the spike, the last bit of will belonging to the clone, which then forced the spike to accelerate toward Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Everyone who could see what was happening cried out in alarm. However, Bai Xiaochun had prepared from the very beginning to deal with this formidable spike. As it blurred toward him in a streak of gray light, he pulled out his turtle walk, whereupon a boom rang out as the two collided. The walk shivered violently, transforming into a black beam that shot back inside Bai Xiaochun. However, it had successfully blocked the spike. The shattered will of the clone let out a defiant howl, and turned to flee, but was not as fast as Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun grabbed it, his eyes flashed with a vicious glint, and he sent his divine sense out to crush the will of the clone. As the last bit of the clone's will was wiped away, a blood-curdling scream echoed out into the air. Down below, the effects of Bai Xiaochun's gravitational extermination enabled the Saint Emperor to eliminate all of the locusts. Expression unsightly, he then flew up to Bai Xiaochun's side, and looked at the grey spike he held in his hand. The spike was actually formed from flesh and blood, and emanated a shocking life force that seemed equivalent to an Archean. Although it struggled at first, after Bai Xiaochun wiped the spike clean of the will of the clone, it turned bright white, and stopped moving. Bai Xiaochun put the spike away and exchanged a worried glance with the Saint Emperor. Then the two of them looked at the enormous giant looming over them in the sky. Meanwhile, the survivors from Vile Emperor City were looking around blankly. Soon, the Celestials gathered their wits and flew up toward Bai Xiaochun to offer greetings. They brought the giant Ghost King with them, unconscious but unharmed. Bai Xiaochun had located the giant Ghost King in the early stages of the battle, and had sent some divine sense over to him as a protection. Greetings, Arch-Emperor. Greetings, Saint Emperor. Their polite, respectful greetings immediately showed their attitude. The Vile Emperor had turned out to be a clone, which meant that the Vile Emperor dynasty was no more. On any other occasion, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor might have begun to contend with each other for control of the remnants, but now, they were in no mood for such a thing. Where is Taoist Heavenspan? Bai Xiaochun said, scanning the vicinity. The Celestials remained silent for a moment, until Prince Demon finally spoke up. Arch-Emperor. Taoist Heavenspan has been missing for a while now. No one knows where he is. Frowning, Bai Xiaochun prepared to ask further questions, when suddenly, a heaven-rending, earth-crushing rumbling sound could be heard, filling even the furthest corners of the eternal immortal domains. It was an intense sound that seemed to contain unending death and destruction, and seemed to step from the darkest depths of the void. Something profoundly evil was coming. Bai Xiaochun, the Saint Emperor, and everyone else in the eternal immortal domains looked up into the sky, their expressions flickering. High above, the eyes of the mortal renegade were quivering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1259, One Thing After Another. Chapter 1259, One Thing After Another. The Saint Emperor gasped, his hair standing on end as fear grew within him, stemming from his very soul, and even further, from the depths of the cycle of reincarnation. It was a sense of danger that one would experience when facing one's greatest enemy, and was shared by everyone who lived within the eternal immortal domains. Every living being couldn't help but feel unprecedented terror and shock for what the future held. The enemy from beyond moved. The legends are true. If that giant wakes up, he'll exterminate everything. Countless cries of alarm filled the world. Even the eternal sea responded, as though it had a spirit, causing wild waves to surge across its surface. Bai Xiaochun was just as shaken, and felt as if he had just laid eyes on a predestined archenemy. Considering what he had seen in the worldly Taoist's memories, his feelings were even more complex. Even as he took in a deep breath, he noticed that, as the eyelids of the mortal renegade quivered, two strips that almost looked like paper were now visible on his body. One of them stretched from his forehead to his dantian region, while the other went from his right shoulder to the same location. The strip stretching from his shoulder was roughly 20% dark, indicating that it had lost some of its power, and was only 80% effective. Worse, the strip stretching from his forehead was now 80% dim, indicating that only 20% of its power remained. Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure what those lines represented, and in that, he was not alone within the eternal immortal domains. Few people understood their significance. However, as soon as the Saint Emperor saw them, his face fell, and he began to shiver uncontrollably. One of the strips has been broken. He blurted out loud. Shaken, Bai Xiaochun focused on the strip leading from the forehead to the dantian region, and realized that it provoked fluctuations within his blood, as though the strip were somehow connected to the bloodline of the Arch-Emperor dynasty. Instantly, his pupils constricted as he put the pieces of the puzzle together. Before he could say anything, the Saint Emperor explained. There should be 3 strips. Back when the Eternal Mother created the 3 eternal sons, they fought the enemy from beyond, and gave up their lives in the process. The Eternal Mother also paid a huge price to forge 3 sealing strips, backed by the powers of the 3 bloodlines. The Saint Emperor quickly went on to provide more details, explaining everything he knew about the subject. The truth was that now that the mortal renegade was moving, it spelled impending catastrophe for the eternal immortal domains. At a time like this, the Saint Emperor didn't care at all about struggles for power. He cared about the existence of the eternal immortal domains as a whole. If the great enemy awoke, and there was no one there to stop him, then all creation would be toppled and cast into infinite darkness. Each and every one of those bloodline sealing strips is of critical importance. They were created by sovereign-level world magic, and are precisely what have kept the enemy from beyond sleeping until now. The Saint Emperor was so anxious about the matter that his words came in rapid-fire succession. There used to be a strip leading from his left shoulder to his dantian region, which was powered by the Vile Ancestor. The strip on the right shoulder is from the Saint Ancestor, and the middle strip is from the Arch Ancestor. The Vile Ancestor's strip has already been broken, which proves that the Vile Emperor is truly dead, his bloodline suppressed and contaminated for years by the impostor. Although only one strip has been broken, that already allows the great enemy to begin to move. The strip connected to the Saint Emperor dynasty has 80% of its strength remaining. As for the strip connected to your bloodline, Arch-Emperor, it has been weakened to a dangerous level, presumably because your people took so long to return, and also because of how late you reached the Archean realm. If those final two strips are broken, then the enemy from beyond will awaken, but... Even as the Saint Emperor spoke, the mortal renegade trembled, and his eyelids flickered visibly, as though he were struggling to break the final two bloodline sealing strips. As he struggled, the strips began to grow darker. Clearly, it would only be a few more months before they were destroyed. The death of the impostor Vile Emperor had pushed the mortal renegade past the limits of his patience. He didn't want the sealing strips to gradually wear away, he wanted to burst through them and wake up as soon as possible. What can we do to strengthen the strips? Xiaochun asked. He feared death, but he knew that if the mortal renegade woke up, the entire world would be plunged into darkness. Therefore, there were two options at hand. Either sit around and wait to die, or do something to fight back. There's only one thing we can do. If we get close enough to enter the sealing strips, then we can use the power of our blood to reinforce them. But if we fail, then what awaits is the destruction of the eternally mortal domains. The so-called enemy from beyond possesses the terrifying might of a sovereign, power that we are no match for. As for the sealing strips, only those with the power of an Archean can do anything to bolster them. That means that we are the only two who can do it. The Saint Emperor's eyes were now lit with determination. Although he was usually a hypocritical, sanctimonious person, right now, he had put that aspect of his personality to rest. He had made his decision about what needed to be done. When Xiaochun realized that the Saint Emperor was essentially talking about entering the body of the mortal renegade, he nearly gasped. However, now was not the time to ponder the situation. If the mortal renegade struggled to the point where the Arch-Ancestor sealing strip went completely dark, then that would leave only one remaining sealing strip. There's no time to lose. The Saint Emperor said anxiously, immediately beginning to fly at high speed toward the mortal renegade. As he rose higher and higher, a large moon sigil appeared behind him. Gritting his teeth, Xiaochun flew after him. The two of them became bright streaks of light that shot closer and closer to the enormous mortal renegade. Eventually, they were so close that they couldn't even see his head, only his chest. As they neared, it became even easier to see how much the mortal renegade was struggling. It was almost like an earthquake, with loud rumbling sounds and incredible pressure that caused the Saint Emperor's face to go pale. As for Xiaochun, his bit of sovereign aura made it a bit easier for him. Eventually, they headed in two different directions, the Saint Emperor going toward the sealing strip on the right shoulder, and Xiaochun heading as quickly as possible toward the mortal renegade's forehead. Those were the locations of the two sealing strips' true origins. Soon, the Saint Emperor's expression flickered, and even Xiaochun was shocked, as they found that there was some sort of invisible barrier surrounding the mortal renegade's body. Shouting, the Saint Emperor ignited his moon sigil, a life essence treasure that gave him the punch he needed to break through that barrier. Moments later, blood-colored light shone around him as he reached the sealing strip and disappeared. Xiaochun had a much simpler time. He resorted to the Undying Hex, which was now powered by his Archean cultivation base. Piercing through the barrier, he appeared in front of the sealing strip tied to the Arch-Ancestor's bloodline. At that point, he looked back down at the lands below. Just barely visible were the people of the eternally mortal domains, craning their heads as they looked up nervously. Although most couldn't actually see him or the Saint Emperor, everyone was paying close attention to see what would happen. All of these things had happened so suddenly that it was hard to take them all in. However, Xiaochun knew what he had to do. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and entered the bloodline sealing strip. Down below, the cultivators in the eternally mortal domains were waiting, terrified and deeply aware of the danger they were in. However, there was nothing they could do other than wait and pray. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1260, Repairing the Seal. Chapter 1260, Repairing the Seal. The mortal renegade's body was massive. Right now, the only thing Xiaochun could see was the bloodline sealing strip, which looked like dozens of mountain ranges lined up next to each other. In fact, it would have been difficult to even identify it were it not for the strong aura of the Arch-Ancestor's bloodline that it contained, which formed a resonance with him. Upon entering the sealing strip, his vision blurred for a moment. When it cleared, he looked around to find himself in a dark area that was actually one of the mortal renegade's energy passageways. It was not a natural energy passageway, but rather, one that had been forcibly created back when the three eternal suns sealed the mortal renegade. It was large, almost like an entire world, but at the moment, it was completely and utterly silent. As soon as Bai Xiaochun took form inside, he began to glow with blood-colored light. As the light swirled around him, it became a spinning vortex with him at the center. The energy passageway was withered, but as soon as the blood-colored light touched it, it perked up. At the same time, the resonance he felt grew stronger, as though he were actually the foundation of the passageway. As of that moment, Bai Xiaochun realized what he had to do to restore the power of the sealing strip. I have to become the foundation of the seal. To repair it, I have to allow the power of my bloodline to awaken its strength. I need to go to the mortal renegade's Dantian region. By the time I reach that point, the sealing strip will be completely repaired. If I perish along the way, the process will end in failure. And if I leave early, the result will be the same. Sighing, he knew that there was no backing out. He gritted his teeth and then began to fly through the energy passageway, sending blood-colored light shining out in all directions. The sooner he got to the Dantian region, the sooner the sealing mark would be repaired. Therefore, he pushed forward with all the speed he could muster, but the Saint Emperor was doing the same thing in another energy passageway, speeding along and emanating light that represented the bloodline of the Saint Ancestor. Back outside in the eternal immortal domains, there were people who could see the sealing strips on the mortal renegade, and noticed the bright lights that had begun to move down them. At the same time, the struggling mortal renegade was already being forced to settle down into inactivity. Unfortunately, the process was not one that could be finished so quickly and smoothly. As Bai Xiaochun sped through the energy passageway, his eyes suddenly widened. The space up ahead of him had begun to twist and distort as several shadowy shapes materialized. There were cultivators and beasts alike, tens upon tens of thousands of them. None of them had any life force, only auras of death, and they all looked as vicious as could be imagined. When they laid eyes on Bai Xiaochun, it was as if they were seeing their greatest archenemy. Howling, they began to charge toward him in attack. Some were in the nascent soul stage, while others were on the same level as celestials, a whole cloud of powerful foes. However, none of them possessed Archean battle prowess. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun didn't even stop. Resorting to the mountain-shaking bash, he became like a shooting star that crushed everything in his path. Rumbling booms could be heard as he smashed through the shadowy specters, carving out a path through them in only the blink of an eye. However, even after being destroyed, the shadowy specters formed back together, and stopped at nothing to try to block his path. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but with every moment that passed, more specters appeared. Soon, there were too many to count, and even the mighty Bai Xiaochun was starting to slow down due to the time and effort needed to kill them. Damn it! He growled. Quickly performing an incantation gesture, he waved his finger to summon a live forever lamp. As the power of his cultivation base then spread out, the surrounding specters also turned into live forever lamps. As they burned, he burst forward in an attempt to pass them. As he tried to break through, the shadowy specters began to shout at him. You can't escape, mortal renegade! I'm gonna kill you, mortal renegade! Even if I die, I'll make you pay, mortal renegade! At the same time, more and more specters appeared to bolster their numbers. By now, Bai Xiaochun could guess who these shadowy specters were. They were people the mortal renegade had killed in the past, and now that he was sealed, he couldn't do anything to prevent them from appearing. Although they didn't have the same battle prowess as when they were alive, they were still eternally indestructible. As more and more appeared, Bai Xiaochun's anxiety mounted. Unleashing the power of his Archean cultivation base, he summoned a tempest around him, then charged forward, mowing down anyone who got in his path. Occasionally he would use the mountain-shaking bash, and occasionally his live forever lamp. Eventually, he performed an incantation gesture and unleashed his sutra of the former. Countless magical symbols appeared, sealing the shadowy specters. Unable to free themselves from the sea of magical symbols, the shadowy specters struggled in vain as Bai Xiaochun shot past them. Not looking back, he proceeded forward as quickly as possible. As he flew onward, he summoned hosts of lightning bolts which would instantly crush any shadowy specters he encountered. And thus, he made his way along the energy passageway. The Saint Emperor had also encountered similar shadowy specters. His methods were different than Bai Xiaochun, but he was also a powerful Archean, and was able to maintain top speed. His moon sigil sent beams of moonlight out in front of him, carving a path as he proceeded along, shining with blood-colored light. Occasionally, he would summon lotus flowers, which would instantly crush the hosts of shadowy specters that surrounded him. The Saint Emperor was not holding anything back. Now that the vile Emperor had been unmasked as a clone, and the huge sovereign was on the verge of waking up, he knew that a deadly crisis was brewing. Everything he had said to Bai Xiaochun had been completely and utterly true. Many eyes in the eternally mortal domains were focused on the two ceiling strips on the mortal renegade. Of course, the light representing the Saint Emperor had been brighter to begin with, and was more so now. And the Saint Emperor was also much closer to the Dantian region, being nearly halfway there. The ceiling strip from the Arch-Ancestor had been reduced by 80%, and although Xiaochun was successfully repairing it, it was still far behind the other one. Everyone was watching nervously, including the Grand Heaven Master and other people who were close to Xiaochun. Solemn, shaken expressions could be seen everywhere. This development had been too sudden, and yet, that was what had given Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor this one chance to repair the ceiling strips. After all, if the impostor Vile Emperor hadn't been killed, then his plan would have continued smoothly, and the eternally mortal domains would have soon faced a deadly, apocalyptic catastrophe. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1261, The Ancestor. Chapter 1261, The Ancestor. The people in the eternally mortal domains had no way of knowing what exactly was happening within the two energy passageways, nor did they have any sense of the dangers involved. All they could see were two glowing spots of light that represented Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, both slowly making progress through the ceiling strips. Whenever those lights stopped moving, it meant they were facing resistance. As for Xiaochun, he finally stopped moving completely when 9 specters materialized in front of him, all of them with Archean cultivation bases. Their auras were weak, but they were still Archeans, and their expressions were violently brutal as they glared at Xiaochun. To them, he was the mortal renegade, and they wanted nothing more than to cut him down. Damn it! I'm not the mortal renegade. You hate him. Why are you venting on me? Xiaochun knew that they were projections created by the mortal renegade's divine sense, and that they were motivated by the hatred which had existed in them before dying. But he was still irritated. Clenching his hand into a fist, he struck out, not with the undying sovereign's fist, but rather, the undying emperor's fist. Even still, that level of battle prowess was shocking. Booms rang out as the two parties clashed. Xiaochun did nothing to evade being hit, he relied on the powers of regeneration from his undying codex to simply attack relentlessly. After shattering one of the shadowy Archeans, he shot toward another one, and unleashed another fist strike. And thus the battle went for the course of a few breaths worth of time, with Xiaochun unleashing explosive force and speed, and relying on his undying codex to heal him. In quick succession, he defeated all 9 Archean specters. Before they could reform, he sped on, gasping for breath, and even pulling out a few medicinal pills to replenish himself. Before long, he encountered another group of Archean specters, even more than before. Much to his frustration, there were over 20 this time. However, he had no options. Eyes bloodshot, he howled and unleashed the Sutra of Future Paramitha. Then, he utilized his throat-crushing grasp, mountain-shaking bash, live forever lamp, and other divine abilities and magical techniques that didn't draw too deeply on his cultivation base. He knew that he still had a long way to go, and that the going would probably get tougher. Draining his cultivation base wouldn't be a good idea, especially considering that the energy passageway he was in didn't have any spiritual power in it that he could use to replenish himself with. On the other hand, there was plenty of bloodline power, ensuring that his fleshly body and powers of regeneration were actually performing better than on the outside. Launching forward with another attack, he crushed his opponents and moved on. Before long, he realized that he was seeing fewer and fewer shadowy specters. And yet, that only put him more on guard than before. Soon, his divine sense revealed to him that a shocking aura was brewing somewhere ahead of him. A bit of time passed, and then he suddenly lurched to stop, pupils constricting. There ahead in the energy passageways, a floating crimson coffin had appeared out of thin air. It contained an aura that caused even Xiaochun's heart to pound. It almost seemed as if this wasn't a cultivator, but something of unparalleled ferocity and madness. Shining with blinding light, it shot toward him with incredible speed. Lord Bai isn't even afraid of ghosts. You think he's gonna be scared of some coffin? Performing an incantation gesture with his right hand, he waved his finger, causing the area around the coffin to distort as the powers of gravity were called up. Time slowed, and the coffin's speed was reduced significantly. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaochun shot toward it, and for the first time, utilized his undying sovereign's fist. Rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions, and the image of an emperor appeared behind him, striking out in exact coordination with him. The coffin tried to avoid the blow, but was stuck within the area of slowed time, and could not. As soon as the blow struck its target, cracks spread out on the coffin's surface, and it shattered. As it did, an enraged howl could be heard, and blood-colored light exploded from the remnants of the coffin, creating a huge sea of blood. Within that sea was a blood-colored crocodile that instantly lunged toward Xiaochun, its jaws open wide as if to swallow him up. It also emanated Archean fluctuations so powerful that Bai Xiaochun's heart lurched in his chest. These fluctuations seemed no less powerful than what he had sensed from the vile emperor in the past. On the outside, Bai Xiaochun would have been less leery. But he knew that in this location, this creature was eternally indestructible. Even if he destroyed it, it would form back up, meaning that if he got involved in a protracted fight, he would not only be wasting time, but he would also be giving more of the shadow figures a chance to converge on his location. Well, if I need to end this fight quickly, I know just the move to use. Quickly performing an incantation gesture, he shoved his hand in a downward motion. Water swamp. He was inside the body of a sovereign, and yet, water vapor still swirled out in all directions, creating a huge, illusory swamp. Kingdom! He shouted. This was his first time unleashing the water swamp kingdom as an Archean, and was the only thing he could think to do to deal with this damned crocodile. As soon as the words left his mouth, an aura far more brutal than the crocodile's erupted from the watery swamp. The ferocious crocodile shivered, its previously maddened eyes suddenly filling with terror and shock. Then, before Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit could even appear, the crocodile turned tail and fled. Bai Xiaochun looked on, stunned. Finally, he shook his head. Nothing like this had ever happened before when using the Water Swamp Kingdom. As far as he could tell, the crocodile from moments ago had been formed by the mortal renegade's divine sense, and shouldn't have been able to flee. Maybe it wasn't formed from the mortal renegade's divine sense. Or maybe it was so strong in life that, even after it died, some of its original instincts remained. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't prevent his life essence spirit from coming out into the open. But right now, time was of the essence, and spiritual power was not abundant. Therefore, he waved his hand and, ignoring the frustrated howl of his life essence spirit, dispelled the Water Swamp Kingdom. Now was not the time to sit around planning his next move. He immediately blurred into motion as he continued along his way. Meanwhile, the other bloodline sealing strip was already 90% repaired, and the Saint Emperor was closing in on the mortal renegade's Dantian region. That was when he encountered someone blocking his path that he couldn't possibly defeat. He lurched to a stop, trembling as he looked at a figure hovering ahead of him, unmoving, but with eyes slowly opening. It was a handsome, scholarly man, with a fireball sigil on his forehead. As he opened his eyes, it was possible to see an ancient moon glowing in his pupils. Saint Ancestor! He murmured, his voice laced with pain. Right there in front of him was the Saint Ancestor, one of the three eternal sons. He was the original ancestor of the Saint Emperor, and the source of his bloodline. There was no suspense regarding how this battle would turn out. And although this projected Saint Ancestor had the same blood in him as when he had been alive, his thoughts were different. Instantly, his desire to do battle burned hot inside him. The fight didn't last long. Soon, the Saint Emperor was coughing up blood, and was forced to leave the bloodline sealing strip. If he did not, he would die. As he emerged, everyone in the eternal immortal domain saw that sealing strip, shattered into pieces. The Saint Emperor had completely failed. Despair gnawed at the heart of the Saint Emperor, and all of a sudden, he realized that the struggling of the giant sovereign had actually been an elaborate trap. Clearly, he hoped to use the Saint Emperor and Bai Xiaochun to destroy the sealing strips even more quickly than before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1262 Honey Trapping. Chapter 1262 Honey Trapping. Chuckling bitterly, the Saint Emperor flew away from the enormous sovereign, his mood already having plunged to the ultimate depths. It seems the deadly catastrophe is about to befall the eternal immortal domains. He could only hope that Bai Xiaochun would succeed. After all, if the final bloodline sealing strip was destroyed, then, it would mean the end of the eternal immortal domains. Everyone in the eternal immortal domains was left shaken. The Saint Emperor had failed, the second sealing strip had been destroyed, and the gigantic sovereign was now struggling with more intensity than ever. The Archemperor is our only hope. The Archemperor must succeed. Everyone was now praying for Bai Xiaochun, even the Saint Emperor. Inside of the energy passageway, Bai Xiaochun had come to a temporary stop as he realized that something had changed. In the blink of an eye, the number of shadowy specters around him had begun to increase dramatically. Although he had no idea what had occurred with the Saint Emperor, he had a bad premonition. Feeling more anxious than ever, he let out a shout, and took advantage of the time it was taking the shadowy specters to materialize to shoot onward as quickly as possible. He had no choice but to burn his cultivation base power, becoming a tempest that crushed anything in his way. As he followed the bloodline sealing strip, he got closer and closer to the Dantian region. From the 30% point of advancement, he proceeded to the 50% mark. Then he reached 60% and 70%. His undying codex was working in overdrive as he destroyed countless shadowy specters that blocked his way. Soon, he had passed the 70% mark, and was reaching 80%, when suddenly, he stopped in place as he realized that among the shadowy specters was a woman with her head bowed. She wore a royal gown, and was very graceful and elegant. None of the shadowy specters in the area dared to get close to her, creating a wide open space around her. As soon as Xiaochun saw her, she looked up, revealing a spectacularly beautiful face. Immortal Imperatrix. He blurted, his eyes widening, and subconsciously placing his hand on his bag of holding. This woman was none other than the Immortal Imperatrix, except, she was different from the version he had in his possession. This Immortal Imperatrix was formed by the mortal renegade's divine sense, and looked exactly like she had when she was alive. She had Archean fluctuations that were somewhat overwhelming, and as soon as her eyes locked onto his, she waved her hand, sending all of the shadow figures around her shot straight toward Xiaochun. Then, she took a step forward, turning into a beam of light that also closed in on Xiaochun. Damn it, there's no way this shrew is gonna beat me. He charged forward, the tempest that surrounded him decimating all of the shadowy specters that were in the way. However, the Immortal Imperatrix didn't seem to be affected by the tempest at all. It didn't even slow her down. Moments later, she slammed directly into Xiaochun. Booms echoed out, and Xiaochun tumbled backward, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. Although his undying codex was hard at work regenerating him, he was already feeling very frustrated. It was even worse considering that after the interchange, the Immortal Imperatrix didn't seem to be dissipating, but rather, growing more solid. Xiaochun sighed. I have one more trump card to try. If it doesn't work, then I'll resort to the Water Swamp Kingdom. Still hoping to conserve cultivation base power, he looked at the incoming Immortal Imperatrix, took a breath, and closed his eyes. Just when she was almost on top of him, he opened his eyes and unleashed an aura that was very different from anything before. It was ancient, and completely beyond compare to anything else. It was none other than the aura of the worldly Taoist. Little junior sister, he murmured softly, his eyes flickering with reminiscence. Instantly, the seemingly cold and emotionless Immortal Imperatrix shivered and lurched to a halt. As she stared at Xiaochun, it was clear that she was struggling inside. When Xiaochun saw that his tactics seemed to be working, his heart started to pound. Trying to make the situation seem even more realistic, he forced out more of his sovereign aura, and tried to make himself seem exactly like the worldly Taoist. It's been a long time, Shan, he said softly. Gazing at her, he began to walk forward. Soon he was right in front of her. Worldly Taoist, she said. When Xiaochun heard that, his heart suddenly seized. His inspiration for this tactic came with the previous incident with the crocodile. The crocodile had seemingly possessed some of its previous instincts, and he had assumed it would be the same with the Immortal Imperatrix. However, hearing her speak the name of the worldly Taoist made him realize that he was likely wrong. Apparently, she didn't possess mere instinct, but rather, true memories of the past. How is this even possible? We're inside of the mortal renegade, right? What exactly are all of these shadowy specters? Despite being shaken, he knew that now wasn't the time to sit around analyzing the situation. Forcing himself to remain calm, he continued to speak in a soft voice. Wait here for me, okay Shan? He said. Don't go anywhere, little junior sister. Hoping to maximize his effectiveness, he resorted to two forms of address instead of just one. The Immortal Imperatrix's gaze was still blank, but she was clearly struggling. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiaochun burst into motion, flying right past her, and preparing his Water Swamp Kingdom just in case she started to chase him. To his delight, though, she simply stood there, unmoving. So, the honey trapping technique works even better than the Water Swamp Kingdom. Speeding up, he passed the 80% mark within the bloodline ceiling strip, and closed in on 90%. Meanwhile, everyone down in the eternally mortal domains was affixed on his progress. Although they couldn't see exactly what he was doing, they could see when he paused, and then kept moving. As he neared the Dantian region, many people realized that he had already endured much more difficulty than the Saint Emperor, who had actually started much further along the ceiling strip. He's got to make this work. The Saint Emperor murmured, trembling. He wished he could go and help, but knew that the only person in the eternally mortal domains who could enter the ceiling strip created by the Archancestor was Xiaochun. May the Eternal Mother bless and protect you. Many people were murmuring such prayers, and quite a few were weeping. Everyone in the entire world was watching. Eventually, Xiaochun reached the 90% point. He had only 10% to go. And that was when he encountered someone that he never could have guessed he would see. In fact, it was a person that he would have assumed he couldn't see. Just as the Saint Emperor had encountered the Saint Ancestor, Bai Xiaochun suddenly found himself facing what at first appeared to be a mountain. But it was no mountain, it was a giant, sitting there cross-legged, eyes closed. As Bai Xiaochun approached, the giant's eyes opened, and they burned like the sun. His skin was covered with complex designs, indicating that he had mastered the undying skin, undying heavenly king, undying tendons, undying bones and undying blood. The blood and energy fluctuations rolling off of him were boundless and majestic, and his fleshly body was clearly at the ultimate peak. Arch-Ancestor! Bai Xiaochun blurted. This giant was none other than the Arch-Ancestor, the source of Bai Xiaochun's bloodline. And as he opened his eyes, he slowly rose to his feet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1263, 6th volume. Chapter 1263, 6th volume. The energy passageway created by the bloodline sealing strip had once seemed enormous to Bai Xiaochun. But as the Arch-Ancestor rose to his feet, Bai Xiaochun realized that his head nearly touched the sky above. His size, his expressionless face, his cold eyes, and the explosive power that radiated off of his fleshly body made it seem like any attack he unleashed could shake the foundations of worlds. In fact, he seemed strong enough to destroy the energy passageway itself. Even the mere motion of standing up caused a gale force wind to spread out, blasting away all of the shadowy specters in the area, and completely wiping most of them out of existence. He was strong, mighty, vicious, and explosive. Those were the only 4 words Bai Xiaochun could think of to accurately describe the Arch-Ancestor. Gasping, he subconsciously backed up a few steps, heart pounding. Even the mere blood and energy fluctuations coming off of the Arch-Ancestor were enough to affect the blood-colored light shining off of Bai Xiaochun. It was as if the Arch-Ancestor were vying with Bai Xiaochun for control over the bloodline sealing strip. Thankfully, this Arch-Ancestor was a mere incarnation, and did not actually have the qualifications to destroy the sealing strip. Otherwise it would have long since been wiped away. And yet, Bai Xiaochun still felt a profound sensation of deadly crisis. Most of the time, the sensations of crisis he would experience came because of a lack of information regarding his enemy. But in this case, the sensation rose up because he was facing his own blood ancestor. That must be what happened earlier. The Saint Emperor must have encountered the Saint Ancestor, and lost. Although it was only speculation, he was at least 70 to 80% sure that it was true. Fighting one's own founding ancestor? Even as Bai Xiaochun felt a rising sense of inferiority and frustration, the Arch-Ancestor's eyes began to glow with the desire to do battle. They were like twin suns as he started walking forward, causing huge booms to echo out as he headed in Bai Xiaochun's direction. As he picked up speed, Bai Xiaochun realized that he wasn't just running forward casually, he was attempting to bash into him. Mountain-shaking bash. He thought, his pupils constricting. Being as familiar with the Undying Codex as he was, he instantly recognized the magical technique the Arch-Ancestor was using. He could also sense the fluctuations of the Undying Hex, and even worse, noticed a terrifying light shining on the Arch-Ancestor's right index finger and thumb. Throat-crushing grasp. Bai Xiaochun had absolutely no desire to be hit by a throat-crushing grasp unleashed by the Arch-Ancestor himself. It would likely lead to his tiny frame being crushed into a pile of bloody sludge. Mind spinning with a sensation of crisis, he flew backward at top speed. Of course, the Arch-Ancestor was by no means slow, and in the blink of an eye, he was chasing him down through the energy passageway. Down below in the eternal immortal domains, gasps could be heard as the light that represented Bai Xiaochun suddenly stopped, and then began to move in the opposite direction. Sensations of despair rose up in the hearts of all, as everyone suddenly realized that the end of days was approaching. He definitely encountered the Arch-Ancestor. The Saint Emperor thought. Deep in his heart, he itched to help, but knew that he couldn't. Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, Ho Xiaomei, Li Qinghe, the Grand Heaven Master, and many other people in the Arch-Emperor dynasty who knew Bai Xiaochun were all observing with ashen faces, feeling completely powerless. Meanwhile, booms filled the energy passageway as Bai Xiaochun fell back at top speed. To his dismay, he found that whatever he did, he couldn't shake the Arch-Ancestor. Eventually, it reached the point where he couldn't take it. What's going on here, Arch-Ancestor? This level of bullying is flipping ridiculous. Eyes widening angrily, he suddenly stopped in place, then launched himself toward the Arch-Ancestor. Cloud Lightning Forefather Transformation. Growing larger, he took 3 steps forward, until he was 300 meters tall. That was when he used the Living Mountain incantation, growing taller, to a height of more than 600 meters. And then he unleashed his own mountain-shaking bash. As he screamed through the air, the Arch-Ancestor shot toward him. And yet, still unhappy with his level of speed, Bai Xiaochun used his Undying Hex. Sonic booms erupted everywhere. Bai Xiaochun was now drawing fully on all of the fleshly body power he could muster, and was also bolstering it with his cultivation base, making him even stronger. "Bring it on!" he shouted. Then, in the last moment before colliding with the Arch-Ancestor, he used the throat-crushing grasp. They looked like two explosive dragons as they slammed into each other, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Groups of shadowy specters who had been converging in the area were completely destroyed by the shockwaves which began to roll out. Bai Xiaochun howled with rage, and the Arch-Ancestor growled coldly. In a very short time, the two of them exchanged over 1,000 blows. Slowly but surely, the rocks and stones that made up Bai Xiaochun's living mountain incantation form were being battered off him. At the same time, his Cloud Lightning forefather transformation was weakening. And yet, even in this state, his battle prowess continued to rage. As for the Arch-Ancestor, the more than 1,000 exchanges left the surface of his body cracked and battered, making him look like he might explode at any moment. One final deafening boom echoed out, and then Bai Xiaochun tumbled backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Thankfully, his undying codex was hard at work, and within moments, he lurched to a stop. Righting himself, he shouted, "So, it turns out you're just an empty shell." To his surprise, he and the Arch-Ancestor weren't that vastly different after all. The Arch-Ancestor was actually using Archean-level battle prowess. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, Bai Xiaochun unleashed his God-Killer technique, causing radiant, crimson light to swirl around him. Looking like a streak of blood mist, he shot toward the Arch-Ancestor. However, the Arch-Ancestor was also regenerating using the Undying Codex, causing his wounds to rapidly heal up. Apparently, he was thinking the same thing as Bai Xiaochun, as he also began to glow with red light as he unleashed the God-Killer technique. Moments later, the two of them were once again fighting back and forth. Both of them were in bad shape, their hair disheveled, their powers of regeneration working like mad. From the look of it, they were at a deadlock. Another huge boom could be heard, and the two of them backed away from each other. At this point, the Arch-Ancestor's eyes began to glow with bright light, and he reached out with his right hand. Shockingly, his hand began to emanate 5 different auras. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Those 5 elements corresponded to the 5 yin organs inside the human body, as well as 5 powerful sealing magics. At this point, the Arch-Ancestor's torso began to shine with 5-colored light which came from 5 different specific locations, and was filled with terrifying power, but... Magic of the 5 organs? Bai Xiaochun murmured. I always thought that the 5 yin organ secret magic that Great-Grandpa Gravekeeper used all those years ago had something to do with the Undying Codex. Who would have thought that in addition to the volumes of skin, flesh, tendon, bone, and blood, the Arch-Ancestor would also create a 6th volume of the Undying Codex? If Bai Xiaochun hadn't been given the opportunity to fight this battle, he would never have known that there weren't just 5 volumes to the Undying Codex. There were 6. It was very similar to how he had created his own additional technique to complete the Undying Live Forever technique. The technique the Gravekeeper had used in his fight with Taoist Heavenspan was actually powered by the 5 yin organs of the Arch-Ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1264, Defeating the Ancestor. Chapter 1264, Defeating the Ancestor. The power of the 5 yin organs came from the 5 elements. As the 5 beams of colorful light shot out of the Arch-Ancestor's torso, they became a canopy that completely covered him. At the same time, his fleshly body power began to rise higher and higher. That was when he looked directly at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes glittering. Bai Xiaochun had originally been planning to dodge out of the way. However, the Arch-Ancestor moved with even greater speed than before, closing in with a clenched fist that slammed into Bai Xiaochun's chest. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he flew backward, and before he could land on his feet, the Arch-Ancestor was on him again. Grabbing him by both shoulders, the Arch-Ancestor prepared to rip him in two. The sensation of imminent crisis Bai Xiaochun felt provoked a shaken howl, and caused blue veins to bulge out on his face and neck. The terror of possible death was so intense that it provided the perfect fuel for a crazy counterattack. I never created a 6th volume for the Undying Codex, but I did make a follow-up to the entire technique. The Time Immemorial Codex. You might have pushed the Undying Codex to the ultimate limit, but it definitely doesn't match up to the new path that I forged. Hands flying in a double-handed incantation gesture, he unleashed the Sutra of Former Reincarnation, causing countless magical symbols to appear on the Arch-Ancestor. As the symbols tightened, they began to form a magical seal. However, before that sealing process could be completed, a vicious glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Detonate! Each and every one of the magical symbols exploded. If it had been only 2, or a few dozen, it might not have been very impressive. Maybe even a few hundred or thousand might not have been a big deal. But there were simply too many to count. Tens of thousands of them. And as they exploded, the force they unleashed was something the Arch-Ancestor simply couldn't withstand. As booms rang out, the Arch-Ancestor shivered violently, the force shoving him backward, and destroying 2 layers of the 5-colored canopy around him. However, the Arch-Ancestor was doughty, he had his undying codex to regenerate himself, and also never seemed to get tired. Without even a pause, he lunged back in by Xiaochun's direction, clenching his hand into a fist as he approached. Bai Xiaochun was panting for breath, but his expression was vicious as he performed an incantation gesture to unleash the Sutra of Future Paramitha. Because of the blood resonance between himself and the Arch-Ancestor, the Sutra of the Future worked perfectly. As the Arch-Ancestor's fist struck home, Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood, but so did the Arch-Ancestor. "Bring it on!" Bai Xiaochun shouted, jumping right back into the fight. As they went back and forth, the injuries Bai Xiaochun sustained were also inflicted on the Arch-Ancestor. However, the reverse didn't happen. In essence, the Arch-Ancestor was receiving double the amount of injuries. Even with his powers of regeneration, he was gradually being worn down. And Bai Xiaochun was attacking like mad, causing the Arch-Ancestor to cough up one mouthful of blood after another. 2 more of his defensive canopies were now gone, which was when Bai Xiaochun let out a shout and attacked with a destructive fist strike. At that point, all of the defenses created by the Arch-Ancestor's 6th volume of the Undying Codex were destroyed. Having accomplished this, Bai Xiaochun staggered backward and then toppled to the ground, blood oozing out of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Looking over at the bedraggled Arch-Ancestor, who was also lying there prone, he said, "In terms of techniques, I'm definitely stronger than you." The Arch-Emperor didn't say anything. He struggled to his feet, looked coldly at Bai Xiaochun, then clenched his hand into a fist, causing an enormous shadowy form to appear behind him. At the same time, a spectacularly domineering aura erupted out. It was none other than the Undying Emperor's fist. "I've got one of those too," Bai Xiaochun shouted, standing up and clenching his own hand into a fist. Immediately, a shadowy figure appeared behind him as well. Except, this figure was different from the Arch-Ancestor's Undying Emperor's fist. This was the Undying Sovereign's fist. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them shot into motion. This was the Arch-Ancestor fighting the reigning Arch-Emperor. It was the Undying Emperor's fist versus the Undying Sovereign's fist. This was something that could never happen except for in this exact time and place, but from a distance, it was possible to see, not only Bai Xiaochun and the Arch-Ancestor closing in on each other, but also the 2 shadowy figures they had summoned, also approaching each other. When they collided, a deafening boom rattled out, and the figure behind the Arch-Ancestor shattered into pieces. As that happened, the Arch-Ancestor withered visibly, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. Bai Xiaochun was also significantly drained, and seemed almost completely bereft of energy and power. Bending over and resting his hands on his knees, he gasped for breath. After a moment, he looked up and said, "I know you have some of your senses, Arch-Ancestor. I don't want to fight you. Let me pass. I need to repair this ceiling strip." He wasn't sure if there were more powerful entities waiting after the Arch-Ancestor, and therefore, had been relying almost completely on fleshly body power in this fight. If at all possible, he wanted to hold back from using his cultivation base or his magical techniques. The Arch-Ancestor was about 300 meters away from him, weak to the point where he looked like he might disperse at any moment. It almost seemed like Bai Xiaochun's words hadn't registered at all, as he slowly got back to his feet, his face completely expressionless. Trembling visibly, he began to stride over toward Bai Xiaochun. As he did, his Undying Codex worked hard to regenerate his body, but unfortunately, he had been hurt so badly that it was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. By this point, Bai Xiaochun knew that if he didn't keep fighting, there was always the chance that the Arch-Ancestor might fully regenerate. After staring at him for a moment, he gritted his teeth and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Waving his finger, he unleashed the Sutra of Present Life and Death, summoning a huge stone gate behind him, which was none other than the Gate of Death. The Gate of Life appeared behind the Arch-Ancestor, and as he continued to walk forward, he began to weaken visibly, to the point where his powers of regeneration couldn't keep up at all. And yet, the Arch-Ancestor continued to approach. Step by step he came, weakening, fading, until, to Bai Xiaochun's shock, he was standing right there in front of him. During the process of becoming so weak, something had changed. Before, all of his thoughts had been suppressed, but as of this moment, the coldness in his eyes had faded, and it was possible to see something profound and ancient within them. To Bai Xiaochun's shock, he began to speak. The mortal renegade assimilated the last bits of my consciousness, and sealed them inside himself, to fuel his ability to exterminate worlds. I thought that I had been lost for all eternity, only to encounter you. Please don't blame me for this. I needed you to defeat me, utterly and thoroughly. Only by dying can I be freed from the control of the mortal renegade. Only then will things truly become clear for me. I have no regrets. Did you see when I used the 6th volume of the Undying Codex just now? The Arch-Ancestor spoke calmly, and yet warmly. Before Bai Xiaochun could respond, he smiled, reached out, and then faded into nothing. However, in the moment before he disappeared forever, 5 glittering crystals, each one a different color, emerged from his torso and floated over to enter Bai Xiaochun's. Bai Xiaochun stood there for a long moment, then rubbed his chest. He could sense that his 5 organs had changed, although in some ways, that change seemed illusory. After some thought, he clasped hands and bowed to the spot where the Arch-Ancestor had disappeared. Mixed emotions filled him, making it impossible to decide exactly how he felt. Finally, he took a deep breath and continued on his way. He was now only a short distance from the Dantian region. As of this moment, the ceiling strip was 90% repaired. Back in the eternal immortal domains, the despairing populace suddenly felt hope once again, and a cheer rose up. As for the Saint Emperor, he suddenly seemed to age a bit as he hovered there in mid-air, looking up at the bright light which represented Bai Xiaochun. He defeated his original ancestor, he murmured. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1265, Sovereign. Chapter 1265, Sovereign. Bai Xiaochun could not see what was happening in the outside world, nor was he interested in it at the moment. His fight with the Arch-Ancestor had left him completely exhausted, but thankfully, his powers of regeneration were already at work. On the upside, he had conserved a lot of cultivation base power, just in case he needed it to complete the repair of the ceiling strip. The Arch-Ancestor must have put the 6th volume of the Undying Codex into my 5 organs. He thought. As he sped along, he confirmed that 5 colorful motes of light were there inside of him. They felt warm, but other than that, didn't seem very special. Unfortunately, there was no time to think about the matter right now. The final leg of the journey turned out to be a lot different than Bai Xiaochun had assumed it would be. No shadowy specters appeared. It was almost as if they were incapable of forming in this location. However, that didn't make him feel any less uneasy. He still had the feeling that he would face some spectacularly powerful enemy within the mortal renegade's Dantian region. It was a feeling that came from being an Archean, and because of that nervousness, he actually slowed down a bit until a good portion of his fleshly body power had recovered. But as he was aware that long delays usually lead to trouble, he finally sped up. Outside, the people in the eternal immortal domains could see the light that represented Bai Xiaochun reaching the Dantian region. As for Bai Xiaochun, all he saw was an enormous void. It looked almost like an ocean of darkness, or a pitch-black sky. It was boundless and endless, and Bai Xiaochun could instantly tell that all he had to do was enter that void, and the bloodline ceiling strip would be completely repaired, from the spot on the mortal renegade's forehead, all the way to his Dantian region. However, even as he was thinking of doing just that, he suddenly heard a voice speaking to him, almost like a sigh from the most ancient of times, but... Along with the sigh came a burst of power that created something like a barrier, preventing Bai Xiaochun from entering the void. Expression flickering, he tried to use his undying hex, only to find that it didn't pierce through the barrier. This was the first time that the undying hex had ever failed to penetrate a restrictive spell. After smashing into the barrier, he bounced back, his heart pounding. Moments later, he realized that a figure had appeared off in the distance. It was a man, sitting cross-legged with his back to Bai Xiaochun. He wore imperial robes, and an imperial crown, and had a profound, unfathomable cultivation base. Just looking at him sent pain deep into the recesses of Bai Xiaochun's mind, and caused his heart to start pounding. The truth was, that he had already guessed that he might face another foe here, and had even speculated as to who it might be. Unfortunately, that person was someone he absolutely did not want to encounter. It was with a very unsightly expression that he watched the person slowly turn to look at him, revealing a handsome, righteous face that radiated the demeanor of a transcendent being. He looked threatening without being angry, and seemed capable of watching the earth be destroyed and the heavens crushed, and yet not reacting at all. He was none other than Worldly Taoist, Immortal Imperator. Bai Xiaochun said slowly, almost painfully. Inside, he sighed, completely aware that he couldn't defeat an opponent like this. There was just no way he was a match for the Worldly Taoist. However, there was still a bit of hope in his heart. After all, the previous opponents he had faced were all much weaker than they had been in life. Furthermore, he wanted to see if some of the Worldly Taoist's consciousness remained behind to communicate with. Before he could speak, the Worldly Taoist's eyes glittered, and he waved his right index finger at Bai Xiaochun. Instantly, a beam of white light shot through the air toward him. Archean luminescence. Bai Xiaochun blurted, blurring into motion as he fell back. A moment later, the spot that he had just occupied was destroyed by the Archean luminescence. Don't tell me Archean luminescence isn't actually a magic from the go board in the treasured fan? Was it actually placed there by the worldly Taoist? If so, then it should actually be called sovereign luminescence, right? Although he had glimpsed some of the worldly Taoist's memories, he hadn't gained any information about the divine abilities and magical techniques he had used. Based on what he was seeing, it seemed like some of his speculations about the treasured fan were wrong. Even as he flew backward, the worldly Taoist waved his hand, sending more deadly shots of Archean luminescence shooting toward him. Each beam seemed to radiate danger, forcing him to dodge left and right to avoid them. As of this moment, he was now experiencing the same frustration that the imposter Vile Emperor had experienced when fighting him. There were just too many beams of Archean luminescence. They seemed without end, as if the worldly Taoist could summon as many as he wanted, creating a destructive rain that could abolish anything in its path. The only thing Bai Xiaochun could do was flee. However, after a moment, he shouted, "Archean luminescence? So what?" Slapping his bag of holding, he summoned some tongues of multicolored flame. 20 colors. 21. 22, all the way to 27 colored flame. These were leftovers from when he had been working on 30 colored flame. It was without hesitation that he threw them out, creating a massive conflagration, a huge sea of flames that managed to whittle away at the Archean luminescence. When he saw that happening, he breathed a sigh of relief. So, it's just like I thought. He is a lot weaker. Seems like I might be able to win this fight after all. Convinced that he was right, he was just preparing to make his move when the worldly Taoist's eyes flickered, and he pushed out with his left palm. Instantly, his hand turned semi-transparent, as though it were made from water. Then, it began to spew countless water droplets. The water droplets rapidly transformed into a river, which swept back and forth like a gigantic dragon. Each drop of water thrummed with incredible power, and radiated immense pressure in the area. And there was more to it. A frigid chi also erupted out, suppressing the sea of multicolored flame, to the point where more than half of it was completely snuffed out. At that point, another round of Archean luminescence was unleashed. Bai Xiaochun was yet again forced to retreat, chuckling bitterly at the sight of the raging river. As of this moment, he could tell that this was the same river that currently existed in the face of the treasured fan, further confirming his previous speculations. Eyes shining with determination, he waved his hand, unleashing the fourth of his major divine abilities, gravitational extermination. The waters of the river immediately sank down, and time slowed, reducing the flow of the river. Bai Xiaochun knew that his gravitational extermination was in essence magic, and that it would definitely come up short if matched against the worldly Taoist. Even if the foe he faced didn't have the true battle prowess of the worldly Taoist, it was still enough to crush him. Therefore, it was without any further hesitation that he launched himself at the worldly Taoist. "You've been sitting there this whole time. And if I'm close enough to you, it won't be easy to use Archean luminescence. It's time for close quarters fighting." Gritting his teeth, he closed in, only to see that the worldly Taoist had frowned slightly. Waving his right hand, the worldly Taoist summoned a mountain. A mountain of Tao essence. Although Bai Xiaochun had been prepared for this, it was still shocking to see the very same mountain peak that housed the Tao essence of life and death in the fan face. "So, worldly Taoist, you took all of your divine abilities and put them in that fan, didn't you?" With every moment that passed, Bai Xiaochun's frustration grew. After all, were it not for the fact that it wasn't possible, he would summon the fan and use it to fight the worldly Taoist. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1266, Dantian Region. Chapter 1266, Dantian Region. When Bai Xiaochun saw the mountain of Tao essence preparing to crush him out of existence, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Even though his fleshly body power had not yet fully recovered, he unhesitatingly unleashed every bit of it he could muster. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he unleashed his undying sovereign's fist. The shadowy figure behind him connected to him, and a massive fist strike slammed into the enormous mountain of Tao essence. A deafening boom echoed out as the mighty mountain shivered, cracks spreading out across its surface from the point of impact. However, Bai Xiaochun did not come out unharmed. He coughed up 4 successive mouthfuls of blood, and his right arm was twisted at an odd angle as he was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Even this weakened version of the worldly Taoist was still a sovereign, and was matchlessly powerful. In the end, though, Bai Xiaochun's attack was so powerful that the mountain of Tao essence eventually crumbled under the force of the blow. And yet, even as the mountain collapsed, a tower flew out from the rubble, a tower filled with black and white mist, that pulsed with the Tao essence fluctuations of life and death. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted, aware that those streams of mist were the worldly Taoist's essence of life and death. Water swamp! He shouted, not holding anything back as he threw all of his cultivation base power into the divine ability. Even as his words echoed out, the area around him filled with water vapor, which spread out rapidly to create a huge swamp. The mist that was the essence of life and death was contained within the swamp, and seemed to react to it, and even the worldly Taoist's eyes flickered with a strange light as he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun uttered the final word of the technique. Kingdom. A beastly roar echoed out from the swamp, ferocious and threatening to an indescribable degree. Even the barrier behind the worldly Taoist began to twist and distort in response to it. Mountain-like spikes began to rise out of the swamp, followed by a huge landmass. Within moments, it became a scaled, clawed hand, dripping with black fluid, which first reached up, then slammed down onto the ground. Things weren't over yet. Another clawed hand appeared, which also rose high up and then slammed down onto the ground, opposite the other hand. Bai Xiaochun was located behind the two clawed hands. From his perspective, there appeared to be something missing from the water swamp kingdom, right in the middle. And it was from that location that, all of a sudden, he heard the roar of his life essence spirit, which was apparently struggling to crawl out into the open. It had been waiting for this day for a long time, and as its two hands struggled to pull its snout out into the open, the land around it quaked. However, that was when the strange light in the worldly Taoist's eyes grew even more intense. Quickly performing an incantation gesture, he caused the essence of life and death to form two swords, one black, one white, which subsequently slashed toward the two clawed hands. The black sword which represented death stabbed into one of the hands, causing it to wither rapidly, as though it were dying. As for the white sword which represented life, it was shoving so much life force into the hand that the hand seemed incapable of accepting it, and was about to explode. The power of the two swords brought intense pain, as well as a roar of unprecedented rage from Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit, which was just about to appear in the open. Then, in a scene which Bai Xiaochun would never be able to forget, the lands began to crumble as an incomparably large head burst out into the open, a head so large that the world of the energy passageway didn't seem capable of containing it. It looked like a dragon, and also like a turtle. It was pitch black, its gaping maw filled with mountain-like fangs that made it resemble a crocodile. Unleashing a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar, it reached down and gobbled up the two swords. The essence swords were incapable of evading, and were swallowed up. Then, the head of the enormous life essence spirit lunged forward and crashed into the barrier protecting the Dantian region. Everything shook violently, and began to crack and crumble, even the barrier. In fact, a huge opening had been punched into it. However, the impact was too much for the life essence spirit to bear. Letting out an agonized shriek, it shrank back, disappearing into the swamp, which then faded away of its own accord. It all happened too quickly, leaving Bai Xiaochun standing there with wide eyes. Although he couldn't be sure, it almost seemed like his life essence spirit had been too eager to attack, and in its rashness had killed itself accidentally. Wait. Is it a crocodile? However, there was no time for him to sit around thinking about his life essence spirit. Blurring into motion, he shot toward the hole that had opened up in the barrier, and prepared to enter the Dantian region. Before he could reach it, though, the worldly Taoist suddenly blurred into nothing, then reappeared right in front of him. Reaching out with his right hand, he calmly said, "You shall not pass." "Like hell I won't." Bai Xiaochun roared. He had no disrespect for the worldly Taoist. He just knew that the person in front of him wasn't really the worldly Taoist. Furthermore, he was in a big rush. Anger flaring, he called upon an Archean-level magic of which he had gained enlightenment after gaining the chi flow of the immortal world. "Immortal world!" he shouted. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation base power was almost completely depleted. At the same time, he drew upon the chi flow of the immortal world to fuel a magical technique that summoned an illusory version of the ruins of the immortal world. They were enormous, and at the same time, profoundly ancient. The aura of the immortal world was clearly present, and without even a pause, it crushed down on the worldly Taoist. The area around the worldly Taoist began to sink down as the ruins acted like sand, burying him and binding him in place. For the first time, the worldly Taoist's expression flickered. As he looked around at the ruins of the immortal world which were burying him, his eyes went blank. And it was in that moment of blankness that Bai Xiaochun used the last bit of energy he had to enter the Dantian region. As he did, the bloodline power within him surged, creating a dazzling light that all the cultivators down in the eternal immortal domains could see. Then, the ceiling strip that went from the mortal renegade's forehead all the way down to his Dantian began to glow. As its power built up, it became like a huge net that stretched out to cover the struggling sovereign and bind him tight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1267 Meteorites Bind the World. Chapter 1267 Meteorites Bind the World. The people of the eternally mortal domains had only recently watched the Saint Emperor's bloodline sealing strip shatter. But now, Bai Xiaochun had repaired the Archancestor's bloodline sealing strip. As of this moment, one sealing strip held strong, while the other two had been destroyed. The forehead represented divine sense, and the Dantian region represented the cultivation base. From that it could be seen that, years ago when the Eternal Sons had lived, the Archancestor was the strongest. That was why his bloodline sealing strip covered the most important areas. Only recently, the mortal renegade had been struggling to open his eyes and awaken, to the point where his entire body trembled. But now that Bai Xiaochun had repaired the bloodline sealing strip, struggle was not possible. The mortal renegade went still. At the same time, the bloodline sealing strip teleported Bai Xiaochun back out into the open, where he appeared in the sky, just outside the body of the enormous sovereign. Instantly, cheers rose up from the countless cultivators who lived in the eternally mortal domains. Archemperor! 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 Cheering could be heard in the Vile Emperor dynasty, the Saint Emperor dynasty, and of course the Archemperor dynasty. Although Bai Xiaochun had not spent a huge amount of time inside the sovereign's body, it was still a period in which all cultivators in the eternally mortal domains knew that their collective lives were on the line. If the legendary enemy from beyond woke up, everyone knew exactly what would happen as a result. At the moment, the Saint Emperor was breathing a huge sigh of relief, and looking at Bai Xiaochun with very mixed feelings. If it weren't for the enemy from beyond, he might have tried to take advantage of Bai Xiaochun's weakened state to take ultimate control of the eternally mortal domains. But now he could only chuckle bitterly and dismiss such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he shot toward Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun hovered there in the air, he could hear the cheering below, and could sense how grateful everyone was. However, he didn't take advantage of the situation to bask in his glory. He was simply feeling too much pressure for that kind of thing. After what he had experienced in the process of repairing the sealing strip, he had come to a much clearer understanding of how incredibly powerful the mortal renegade was. The three Eternal Sons had been incapable of killing him, and in the end had sacrificed themselves simply to seal him. Even the worldly Taoist could do little more than hate him. Thus, as Bai Xiaochun looked up at the enormous sovereign looming above, his heart was filled with unease. Everything seemed different now. For one thing, the mortal renegade was now covered in countless cracks and crevices, which were the result of his struggle. Those cracks and crevices didn't exist on his body, but rather, on the extensive dust and stone that had built up on him over the years. It was even as Bai Xiaochun looked up uneasily that the Saint Emperor approached. The Saint Emperor could tell what was on his mind, and after a moment passed, quietly said, "One sealing strip will keep the sovereign bound, but not for very long. At the most, it will last, for half of a 60-year cycle." Because the Saint Emperor possessed the complete legacy of his bloodline, he was able to calculate the number accurately. In all of the eternally mortal domains, he was the only person who knew the truth. His words caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to begin to pound even more. He knew that the Saint Emperor wouldn't lie at a moment like this. They were now faced with a countdown, which would end with the mortal renegade waking up. Once he began to struggle, he would destroy the sealing strip and open his eyes. His voice filled with bitterness, the Saint Emperor continued, "If we can become sovereigns in half of a 60-year cycle, then maybe we have a chance. But if we can't, then our fate is easy to imagine. And there's nowhere for us to escape to. I'm guessing that the reason you became an Archean has nothing to do with the approval of the Eternal Mother. You must have come across some good fortune in the outside world, perhaps from that treasured fan. You've seen the void out there, haven't you?" He sighed. Bai Xiaochun said nothing for a moment. Then, just as he was about to reply, and even as everyone in the eternal immortal domains was sighing in relief, something strange happened. A string of muffled booms could be heard as the shoulders of the sealed and unmoving mortal renegade began to crack and crumble, apparently due to the lack of the other two bloodline sealing strips. As the rubble fell downward, it became a cloud of meteorites, hurtling toward the surface of the eternal immortal domains. The smallest among them were the size of a person, while the largest were as big as mountains. All of them glowed with shocking black light that made them seem capable of piercing anything. Upon seeing them, the faces of both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor fell, and even as they prepared to go block the paths of the meteorites accelerated. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the meteorites smashed into the ground, causing blinding light to shine everywhere, seemingly preparing to bind the entire world. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 such world-binding meteorites landed within the territory of the three imperial dynasties. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, as the black light spread out, it began to absorb the life force from everything within its bounds. It was very similar to what had happened years ago in the Saint Emperor dynasty. Given the speed with which the black light spread, it wouldn't take very long before it covered all of the eternal immortal domains. And of course, all of the life force being absorbed would be sent into the body of the mortal renegade, giving him more strength to struggle against the ceiling strip. We have to do something, now. Nearly in a panic, the Saint Emperor immediately began transmitting orders to his subordinates. Bai Xiaochun did the same. In response, the Celestials and demigods from both the Arch-Emperor dynasty and the Saint Emperor dynasty began to rush in the direction of the world-binding light. Because the Vile Emperor had perished, it was Prince Ur Demon and the other Celestials who took the lead in the Vile Emperor dynasty. They didn't need any orders from Bai Xiaochun to mobilize the demigods and take action. Bai Xiaochun even went so far as to summon his 2 Archean slaves from the treasured fan, and sent them into the fray. All of the powers within the 3 great imperial dynasties were working together, joined by the 2 Archean slaves. As for Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, they found the most powerful areas of binding, and focused their efforts there. The Saint Emperor was shocked to see Bai Xiaochun's 2 Archean slaves, but at the same time, it suddenly bolstered his confidence in the eternal immortal domain's chances of surviving. He focused on a certain sprawling mountain peak that was under attack, whereas Bai Xiaochun headed toward the largest of the meteorites, which had fallen like an enormous island in the middle of the eternal sea. Bai Xiaochun was both anxious and exhausted. He had only just returned to the eternal immortal domains, only to be forced to rescue the giant Ghost King, fight the imposter Vile Emperor, and then learn about the bloodline ceiling strip on the mortal renegade being broken. After going through untold hardships to repair the ceiling strip connected to his bloodline, the entire world came under threat. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, but had no choice but to pull himself together and fly out over the eternal sea. He didn't hesitate at all to use his undying hex to pick up speed. Piercing into the black area which had already been bound, he found himself in a node world. Shocked, he looked around at an area with no seawater, and only black land. Off in the distance was a volcano, which had obviously been formed by the meteorite. The black smoke which belched out from that volcano was the very same darkness that was binding up the world. After sending out some divine sense, it was to his shock that he saw countless devilish specters lurking about. At the moment, it was impossible to say whether they were responsible for the spreading smoke, or whether the smoke was simply carrying them with it. As soon as the devilish specters saw Bai Xiaochun, they howled and began to charge toward him. These devilish specters were different from the shadowy specters in the body of the sovereign. It took only a moment for Bai Xiaochun to realize that they were actually vengeful souls. Bai Xiaochun had plenty of ways of dealing with souls. Breathing a sigh of relief, he waved his hand to produce a large quantity of soul convergence pills, which he then tossed out in front of him. If I had known that the mortal renegade had all these souls, then I wouldn't have gone out into the void. Flicking his sleeve, he proceeded onward into the desolate area ahead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1268, What a Drag. Chapter 1268, What a Drag. Back when the mortal renegade exterminated all of the peoples of the starry sky, the resulting vengeful souls were sullied by his aura, and became these devilish specters, which had once been the terror of anyone who faced them in battle. Because they were already dead, they didn't fear being cut down in battle, and actually could not be exterminated without the use of spectacularly powerful divine abilities or magical techniques. Most other methods were useless against them. Only a few groups out in the starry sky had possessed divine abilities that could target soul bodies. Those were people that the mortal renegade had dealt with personally. For the most part, his grand army of devilish specters was his most deadly and terrifying weapon. Back when the 3 eternal suns sacrificed themselves to seal the mortal renegade, his army had been pulled inside of him, where they slept for countless years along with him. Now that the mortal renegade was beginning to wake up, so was his army of devilish specters. As bits and chunks of his flesh and blood fell down in the form of meteorites, they began to bind the world, spreading out slowly to cover all of the eternal immortal domains. At the same time, anyone who entered that area would quickly be devoured. However, now they had run into Bai Xiaochun. It was impossible to say how many souls Bai Xiaochun had captured in his life, and how many he had used in his necromancy. The number probably exceeded the current population of the eternal immortal domains. Plus, when you added in his journeys through the void, his fear of ghosts had turned into the exact opposite. Of all the things he feared in life, he feared ghosts the least. When he saw a whole horde of snarling, vicious devilish specters speeding toward him, he smiled. With the wave of his right hand, he sent out a whole collection of soul convergence pills, which exploded into vortexes that dragged the nearby specters toward them. The specters struggled, but were powerless to fight the forces dragging them toward the convergence spots. Now, they seemed weak and powerless, and could only howl as they were dragged into several dozen soul spheres. Each of those spheres contained innumerable specters, all of them howling and snapping at each other, struggling to get free. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun felt his weariness transforming into relaxation, and even excitement. Blurring into motion, he began to collect soul spheres in one location after another. If only things had been this easy back in that energy passageway. Sighing, he collected up a whole set of soul spheres, and then looked around at the hordes of devilish specters still rushing in his direction. Eyes gleaming with the desire to do battle, he threw his head back and let loose a long cry. Bring it on! Today, you're all gonna find out exactly how awesome Lord Bai is. With that, he tossed out more soul convergence pills, becoming a streak of light that crushed everything in his path. In the end, the fearsome army of devilish specters was reduced to only a few wandering souls. Any of them that remained would flee as soon as Bai Xiaochun got near. Back when they had swept across the starry sky, they had encountered terrifying opponents, but none of them could match up to Bai Xiaochun, who was like the king of all devils. He had already collected about 30% as many souls as he had collected on his journey through the void. In fact, it was so easy that, in addition to collecting souls, he conjured some flames on the side. With the materials he had on hand, he was able to make all sorts of multicolored flame, sending glittering light out in all directions. Before long, the devilish specters feared Bai Xiaochun more than anyone other than the mortal renegade. They had no real consciousness, but they could sense how dangerous he was, and didn't dare to try to fight against him. They could only wish that they were faster than they were as they fled. On another occasion, Bai Xiaochun might not have been in the mood to go after them, but seeing how much of a fortune was at hand, he headed toward the volcano in the middle of this bound area. Nothing could get in his way, and thus, it was a short time later that he arrived at the volcano, which he immediately scanned with divine sense. Instantly, his eyes lit up with curiosity. Within the volcano was an ancient stone gate. It seemed to radiate a sensation of ancient time, and emanated muffled howls. Actually, it was less of a gate and more of a stone framework, within which was a chaotic, rippling membrane that resembled water. The membrane pulsed in and out, as though something inside of it were struggling to free itself, and enter the bound portion of the world. The sight of it caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. However, he soon sensed that whatever was on the other side was merely at the Archean level. Relaxing a bit, he shot toward the volcano. Although the volcano continued to belch black smoke, it didn't affect Bai Xiaochun at all, thanks to the fluctuations which rolled off of him and pushed the smoke away. Therefore, it was like a streak of lightning that he shot into the volcano and appeared right in front of the stone gate. As he did, the entity on the other side seemed to sense his presence, and emitted a howl that could shake heaven and earth. Suddenly, a huge arm stretched out from inside, pushing against the membrane as if to break it. Clearly, this entity was another devilish specter, although it was different from the others of its kind. It was far more powerful, being at the Archean level. Furthermore, its soul body was whole and complete, very different from the Archean soul Bai Xiaochun had acquired from the palace he had encountered out in the void. Apparently, this particular devilish specter was like some sort of general within the mortal renegade's army. Given enough time, it would break through the membrane and arrive to take control of this area of bound earth. At that point, it would take quite a bit of effort on Bai Xiaochun's part to drive it away. After all, an Archean devilish specter could exert a huge amount of control over the army. And although Bai Xiaochun's soul convergence pills would still work in a situation like that, they would definitely be less effective. Unfortunately for this unlucky Archean specter, not only had Bai Xiaochun arrived much sooner than anyone could have expected, but he also had methods for capturing soul bodies. Therefore, before the devilish specter could even get out into the open, he was there to block its path. Enraged, the devilish specter let out a howl, as well as an icy coldness, as it began to tear at the membrane. Another way that this devilish specter was different from its fellows was that it was conscious, and even had divine sense. You got lucky this time. The specter shouted in rage. If my true self were here, I would cut you down where you stand. However, there's no need for you to get cocky. Before long, my master's entire army will arrive, and my true self along with it. We'll fill the lands and take your people to become part of our army of devilish specters. With that, the hand began to sink back down into the membrane. Before it could disappear, however, Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times and then stepped forward. Reaching out, he grabbed the hand, which almost looked like it was gloved, considering how the membrane covered it. Hey, what's the rush? Since you're here, I can help you. There was no way that Bai Xiaochun was simply going to let an Archean devilish specter escape. It was too valuable. To the shock of the devilish specter, Bai Xiaochun drew upon both his fleshly body power and his cultivation base, unleashing incredible force as he began to drag the arm back out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1269, Go Home. Chapter 1269, Go Home. Bai Xiaochun was actually shockingly strong, especially when he went all out. He even drew upon the sovereign aura in his right arm, which enabled him to easily drag the devilish specter completely out through the stone gate. It happened so quickly that the specter almost couldn't believe what was happening, and didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was standing there right in front of Bai Xiaochun. He looked like a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, who now stood there, looking at Bai Xiaochun with a blank look in his eyes. Then he looked down at himself, and if he could have, would have begun to drip with cold sweat. He knew exactly how tough that membrane was. After all, he had been struggling with it in vain for quite some time earlier. Then, along came this skinny, fair-faced young man, who simply ripped it open. Even more importantly, now that he didn't have the stone gate and the membrane to stand between them, he realized that Bai Xiaochun's aura was enough to cause him to tremble physically. Hey, senior, he said, this is just a misunderstanding. Bai Xiaochun said curiously. You're a very special type of soul, aren't you? No, this is all just a misunderstanding. Calm down, senior. Well, I'll head back now. With that, he spun and lunged for the gate. However, despite the fact that he moved with incredible quickness, he quickly lurched to a halt as Bai Xiaochun grabbed his arm. Then he saw Bai Xiaochun's enigmatic smile, and his face fell. It was really a misunderstanding. He wailed. I was just shooting my mouth off, that's all. What are you in such a rush for? Bai Xiaochun interrupted. It seems to me that the two of us are connected by destiny. You actually talk like me. Clearing his throat, he dragged the devilish specter back. However, that was when the specter suddenly bared fangs and claws, and tried to pounce on Bai Xiaochun. The Archean power brimming within his attack would have been enough to give the Saint Emperor some serious problems. But Bai Xiaochun was different. He wasn't afraid at all of close-quarters fighting. Well, what have we here? Attacking me? Glaring, Bai Xiaochun pulled out a tongue of multicolored flame and smashed it into the devilish specter, who responded with an agonized shriek. Bai Xiaochun's methods were indeed profoundly harmful to soul bodies. After all, multicolored flame was conjured using souls, and was particularly effective in defeating them. Next, more screams could be heard as Bai Xiaochun continued to vent his anger on the crafty devilish specter. Before long, those screams became pleas for mercy. I'm sorry, senior, don't hit me. This was my mistake. Let me go. I just want to go home. The screaming specter was growing weaker by the moment. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun let up a bit, whereupon the specter struggled to crawl back to the stone gate. Halfway there, though, Bai Xiaochun grabbed his leg and dragged him back. You're not going anywhere. Take this. Glaring, he took another multicolored flame and slammed it into the ground, causing fire to blaze out in all directions. As the fire filled the bound portion of the world, the other devilish specters who were in hiding began to scream as they were destroyed. I beg of you. Let me go home. I can't take this any longer. Terrified, the devilish specter began to wail. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun lifted his foot up and slammed it down into the ground. Booms rang out as the entire bound area began to collapse. The ground was first, then the volcano, and then the stone gate. As the stone gate began to collapse, the Archean specter struggled frantically to reach it, until Bai Xiaochun grabbed him by the leg and dragged him back. Still trying to make a break for it? The devilish specter was so scared that he shivered and then passed out, much to Bai Xiaochun's shock. However, he was obviously a very good specimen, and therefore, he flicked his sleeve and threw him into his bag. Then he looked around at the burning sea of flames that was eating up the entire bound portion of the world. Before long, everything was shattering into fragments. After the largest of the bound world areas vanished, Bai Xiaochun flew up into the air and sent his divine sense out into the rest of the eternally mortal domains, immediately catching sight of the more than 100 smaller nodes rising up like bubbles in different areas. If you likened the eternal immortal domains to a person, then they were like malignant boils, terrifying in appearance, corroding everything within and around them. Expression unsightly, he blurred into motion toward the Archemperor dynasty. Obviously, the Archemperor dynasty was the first thing on his mind. He decimated each of the node worlds he came across with soul convergence pills and seas of flame. He moved without stopping, going from one to another, until almost all of the areas in the Archemperor dynasty were clear. Of course, a few areas were handled by the Grand Heaven Master, Gongsun Wanner, and other top experts. However, there was no time for rest. Next, they headed to the Vile Emperor dynasty, where they were soon joined by forces from the Saint Emperor. Before long, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor were working together, excising the malignant boils from the surface of the eternally mortal domains. The eternally mortal domains were now riddled with corroded craters, and had lost a significant amount of life force. At the same time, while the mortal renegade didn't look any different from before, close examination would reveal that a certain area on his forehead had begun to shine less brightly than before. The Saint Emperor looked up for a moment, sighed, and then turned to Bai Xiaochun, toward whom he clasped hands and bowed deeply. Arch-Emperor, I will return to the Saint Emperor dynasty to calm my people. Afterward, I will come to your capital city to discuss our next step. He spoke very politely, both in terms of his tone and his wording. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun bid him farewell, then hovered there in the air looking up at the mortal renegade. Considering everything that had happened, he now felt more pressure than ever. He felt like there was a sharp blade hanging right above his head, ready to fall at any moment, unstoppable and impossible to defend against. The Saint Emperor said that the sealing strip would last for half of a 60-year cycle. After what just happened, though, I doubt it will be that long. The fact that the mortal renegade could awaken at any moment filled Bai Xiaochun with an intense sensation of deadly crisis, something that left him feeling very agitated. However, he knew that he couldn't let that show. He needed to comfort and encourage the people of the Arch-Emperor dynasty, especially his friends and family. If that day truly comes, then I'll just have to use my fan to take away as many people as possible. Even that thought provoked a sigh. After all, putting people in the fan wouldn't make them any safer. The only reason the fan still existed was because the mortal renegade had been sealed. Once he woke up, it would be as easy for him to find and destroy it as turning over his own hand. Heart-sinking even more than before, Bai Xiaochun finally turned and flew toward the imperial palace in Arch-Emperor City. There, the Grand Heaven Master and the other celestials greeted him with formal bows. Although they didn't have as full of an understanding of the matter as Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, they knew more than the average cultivator. Furthermore, they also knew that the deadlier the crisis, the more they needed to rely on Bai Xiaochun. Therefore, the greetings they offered were those of complete allegiance, and also supplications for protection. The giant Ghost King had long since been returned, and was now awake. After he found out about everything that had occurred, and learned that the proverbial fuse had been lit with the enormous sovereign in the sky, he shook his head and sighed. Bai Xiaochun stood there quietly, and everyone looked on nervously. Nobody said anything. Zhou Zimo and Song Junwan were there, as was Hou Xiaomei, whose belly was now very large. All of them looked very anxious. After a moment, Bai Xiaochun looked up, and a faint smile could be seen on his face. Don't worry, everyone. Everything will be okay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1270 Family. Chapter 1270 Family. Everyone present was either very close to Bai Xiaochun, or was a celestial. Most knew what kind of person he was, and the others were the type who wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. After a moment of silence, everyone nodded bitterly. Eventually, they dispersed, wrapped up in confusion, fear, and helplessness. Even the Grand Heaven Master, who was a master of plots and schemes, was powerless to do anything in a situation like this, and seemed to age because of it. Bai Xiaochun merely watched them leave. He wanted to say something, but in the end, was unsure of how to console them, and simply maintained silence. Soon, the only people left in the palace hall were Zhou Zimo, Song Junwan, Hou Xiaomei, and Gongsun Wan'er. When it came to Gongsun Wan'er, the other three women had long since realized that she had some sort of special relationship with Bai Xiaochun. Although Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo had initially excluded her, Hou Xiaomei had struggled with the matter for a while, until she came to the conclusion that having her master in the group with them would benefit her. And now, in a moment of impending crisis, and facing an unknowable future, Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo exchanged a glance, sighed, and finally accepted Gongsun Wan'er. The time they had left was limited, and Bai Xiaochun knew that a catastrophe was coming that he couldn't easily resolve. Originally, he had assumed that the pressure would be terrifying. However, with all the women around him, he suddenly realized that he wasn't as frightened as he had thought he would be. Actually, he realized that he missed them, and in fact, was a bit guilty that most of his time in the eternal immortal domains had been spent on cultivation, and on establishing the Arch-Emperor dynasty. For a long time, he had worried that people would see through the fact that much of his supposed strength was a sham, which could lead to the downfall of the nation. Because of that, he had remained completely focused on cultivation. Whether it was for the purpose of resurrecting Bai Hao, or for reaching the Archean realm, he had worked so hard that he had forgotten the most important thing of all. Family. Forget that there had been a multitude of reasons. In the end, he had not paid enough attention to his family. He had not spent time with them. Perhaps without impending catastrophe, he would not have realized it. And maybe if he had realized it, he would never have been able to find the right balance between cultivation and family. Men often bear the responsibility to deal with such matters, and with a personality like Bai Xiaochun's, that became an even more difficult task. Now, disaster loomed, and time was very limited. And sadly, it was only in those circumstances that he became aware of his oversight. Sighing, he stepped forward to embrace all four of the women. Howard de Bao and Xiao Xiao. he asked softly. As a father, it felt strange to need to ask such a question, and only went to further reinforce how much his cultivation had taken him away, not only from his Taoist partners, but also his children. They're both in secluded meditation, Song Junwan replied quietly. Bai Xiaochun sent some divine sense out, and soon located the 2 private chambers where Dabao and Xiaoxiao were. It had been a few years since he had last seen them. During his journey in the void, he had occasionally returned, but had never been able to spend a lot of time with them. Both of them were still young, but in terms of their cultivation, they had access to the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the eternal immortal domains, as well as innumerable precious materials. On top of that, they were spectacularly talented to begin with. Although both of them were roughly in their 20s, Xiaoxiao was already attempting to break through into the celestial realm. She was very much the daughter of Bai Xiaochun and Song Junwan, and had inherited merits from both. She was incredibly beautiful, and also very quick-witted. A single glance at her, and anyone would realize she was both imaginative and calculating. Dabao was a bit behind his older sister, being in the great circle of the demigod realm. He looked very much like his father, but no one would describe him as being quick-witted like his sister. He took things slowly. From his chiseled good looks, it was possible to see how tenacious and persistent he was. In fact, one good way to describe him was a Bai Xiaochun who wasn't afraid of dying. Upon catching sight of his son and daughter with divine sense, Bai Xiaochun smiled. Then he focused his attention on his 4 Taoist partners, and his gaze eventually came to rest on Ho Xiaomei's swollen belly. Clearly, she was reaching her due date. He had long since come to sense the fluctuations of his own blood within Ho Xiaomei, and now that he was looking at her, she blushed slightly and wrapped her arms around her belly. Smiling, he stepped forward and embraced her. "I've already thought of a good name," he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ho Xiaomei became visibly nervous. Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo both blinked in consternation, and Gongsun Wanner's eyes widened into a glare. Voice as hard as iron, Gongsun Wanner said, "There's no need for you to worry about coming up with a name." In response, Ho Xiaomei sighed with relief. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat a few times, looked around at the women, and decided that now was not the time to discuss this sensitive matter. And thus, the days began to pass. For Bai Xiaochun, it reminded him of his early days in the Spirit Stream sect. He ignored cultivation, and everything else for that matter, choosing instead to be with his Taoist partners, and keep watch over Dabao and Xiaoxiao. He also spent time with Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends. Of course, he also spent time reminiscing with Li Qingho and some of the other members of the older generation. 3 months later, Ho Xiaomei went into labor. Although Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and even Gongsun Wanner had done everything they could to prevent Bai Xiaochun from proceeding with his naming plan, he was the Arch-Emperor, and could not easily be stopped. He had already secretly crafted an identity medallion for his new child, with the name engraved on its surface. And as soon as the child was born, he immediately had the name announced publicly. Because of how famous he was, the news immediately spread through the Arch-Emperor dynasty, and by the time the women heard, it was too late to do anything about it. "That's it, Bai Xiaochun. You're dead." "What kind of a name is that, Bai Xiaochun?" "Xiaobao." Why you're giving your son almost the same name as yourself." 1. Gongsun Wanner was enraged, and as for Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, when they thought about the names of their own children, they were similarly angered. "Hey," Bai Xiaochun said courageously, "isn't Xiaoxiao a good name? And so is Dabao. It all makes sense. My oldest son will be Dabao, and the youngest will be Xiaobao. See? They're both treasures." As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, he was the father, and therefore, he had the right to pick names for his children. And that was especially true considering how amazing his own name was. The arguments over the name, and the very birth of Bai Xiaobao, temporarily relieved some of the pressure weighing down on the Arch-Emperor dynasty. People began to smile and laugh again, even the Grand Heaven Master and other important officials. The giant Ghost King, Li Qingho, and the other Celestials all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw tensions in the nation being eased. Gongsun Wanner, Song Junwan, and Zhou Zimo all realized that what was done was done. Considering that Bai Xiaochun had announced the name publicly, it couldn't be changed. And Ho Xiaomei simply sighed. Stroking her child's cheek, she thought about it, and came to the conclusion that she could accept a name like that. Feeling very pleased with himself, Bai Xiaochun took Xiaobao in his arms and began to rock him back and forth. Xiaobao was a bit different from his siblings. He did not inherently possess the Undying Codex like Dabao, nor did he have the Live Forever Codex like Xiaoxiao. However, he did possess the aura of a Dao body. Most people would not be able to see that, but Bai Xiaochun noticed with a single glance. It was definitely a Dao body, just like the one the worldly Taoist had possessed. When it came to cultivation, possessing a Dao body meant that the cultivator could progress rapidly with almost no obstacles or bottlenecks. Although Bai Xiaochun was shocked by this development, he didn't mention it to anyone. Xiaobao's personality became evident almost as soon as he was born. From the way he looked around with his wide eyes, Bai Xiaochun realized that Xiaobao had most likely inherited his very dependable personality. 1. Xiaobao means little treasure. Don't forget that Debao means big treasure and Xiaoxiao is the character for little/small twice in a row. As for Xiaobao, this is the same name that one of Meng Hao's clones had back in ISSTH. It's a relatively common nickname for children. When used as a nickname, I usually translate it, but in this case it's an actual name. So if you translated the names of his 3 children, they would be Big Treasure, Little, and Little Treasure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1271, Something is Wrong. Chapter 1271, Something is Wrong. Xiaobao's birth eased much of the tension in the Archemperor dynasty. It was as if he represented a hope that, despite being intangible, was enough that the people of the 3 imperial dynasties could at least pray for a better future. Unfortunately, the mortal renegade still loomed in the sky above, and his weight caused everyone to slowly sink back towards panic. In many places in the eternally mortal domains, cultivators began to act in wild and erratic ways. Murders, looting, and other violence broke out, and many people gave up on any attempt to keep their evil side constrained. There were even some people who began to worship the mortal renegade, in the hopes that he would show them mercy if they served him. Such behavior grew more rampant, to the point where it became obvious that, if things continued, the eternally mortal domains would be cast into complete chaos before the mortal renegade even woke up. When Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor realized what was happening, they dispatched Celestials to take care of the situation. Although the Celestials were somewhat frustrated to be forced to handle such trifles, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor felt that it was important to keep the peace. Of course, Bai Xiaochun realized that forcibly suppressing such behavior would only work temporarily. Eventually, it would be impossible to do so. In the end, there was nothing else to do but sigh about it. Besides, he truly did not want to be distracted at the moment. There were 2 important things to him right now. The first was spending time with his family, and the second was crafting a body for Bai Hao. It was something he had long since promised himself that he would do. Therefore, in addition to spending time with his family, he ordered all of the possible resources in the Archemperor dynasty to be focused on finding various precious materials of heaven and earth, objects that, under normal circumstances, cultivators would fight to the death over. However, to Bai Xiaochun, they were merely subcomponents to a larger formula. The main medicinal ingredient came from the blood spike that the imposter Vile Emperor had used in the final moments of their battle. Bai Xiaochun had studied the spike in great detail, and had always been suspicious of it. He had even performed spirit enhancements on it to see if it was still connected to the mortal renegade. Afterward, he found no evidence that it was. However, to play it safe, he decided not to use the spike itself as the basis for Bai Hao's new body. Instead, he extracted the life force from it, which he then imbued into the precious materials he had collected. Then, he used the utmost care and precision to transform those materials into a body of plants and vegetation. To any other person, it would be a very difficult task, and something that would take a very long time. But Bai Xiaochun already had a bit of control over the essence of time, which aided him greatly. It took only 7 days for him to prepare all of the ingredients, and although he couldn't craft an actual Dao body, he was still able to create a vessel that would be very beneficial to any soul that inhabited it. It looked exactly like the old Bai Hao, and when Bai Hao's soul fused into it, and then opened his eyes, he wept with gratitude. Dropping to his knees, he kowtowed fervently. "Thank you, Master." Bai Xiaochun smiled. Although the pressure he felt because of the mortal renegade was nearly suffocating, as of this moment, he was very happy to see Bai Hao. At the moment, life was good. Bai Xiaochun had his family by his side, and Bai Hao was back and able to practice cultivation. Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends were there for him to reminiscence with. Sometimes, Bai Xiaochun would sigh and muse that, if only the mortal renegade weren't there, his life would be almost perfect. The only missing factor would be that he still couldn't live forever. It was at this point that Xiaoxiao made her breakthrough. Although Bai Xiaochun hadn't seen her in a long time, he was the first one in Archemperor City to sense her cultivation-based breakthrough. He had been in the middle of listening to the Grand Heaven Master provide an intelligence report, when suddenly he felt powerful fluctuations coming from his daughter's secluded meditation facilities. Worried about any potential problems, he didn't even provide an explanation to the Grand Heaven Master before vanishing from the palace hall. Before the Grand Heaven Master could react, Bai Xiaochun was inside Xiaoxiao's private chamber. Earlier, he had been worried about interrupting her cultivation session, but now that she had broken through, he took advantage of his Archean cultivation base to wave his hand, instantly intertwining his own fate with hers. Although he sensed that Xiaoxiao could surpass her tribulation on her own, he was still worried about the possibility of his daughter being hurt. It was at around this time that the Grand Heaven Master and other experts also sensed what was happening, much to their nervousness. Xiaochun was unique, and was the first of a new generation of celestials. Furthermore, considering the potential catastrophe to come, every additional celestial was of great importance in terms of overall power. Of course, Song Junwan was even more worried about Xiaochun than Xiaochun was, and immediately flew over to her meditation chamber. However, when Song Junwan realized that Xiaochun was already there, she relaxed a bit. As the moments ticked by, Ho Xiaomei, Zhou Zimo, and Gongsun Waner also arrived, as well as others. Slowly but surely, Xiaochun's aura grew stronger. After only an hour passed, rumbling sounds could be heard as celestial tribulation arrived. However, it seemed that the impending awakening of the mortal renegade had affected the Eternal Mother, as this tribulation actually contained something dark and evil. When Xiaochun sensed that evil energy, he frowned. Moments before, he had been wrestling about what to do, and had been worried that if he interfered, it would be taking away valuable experience from Xiaochun. But now, he didn't hesitate for even a moment. Before the tribulation could form up above, a supremely powerful, domineering aura rocketed up from Xiaochun's secluded meditation facilities. As it spread out to cover the entire sky, Xiaochun spoke. "Tribulation, be gone." Those short words were like a massive hand that swept through the sky and completely eradicated the celestial tribulation. The sky gradually went back to normal, and Xiaochun's aura stabilized. However, what was extremely strange was that, despite having broken through, she had no celestial aura. Even stranger, while it was normal for the Eternal Mother to speak upon the arrival of a new celestial, no such phenomenon occurred. An extremely unsightly expression appeared on Xiaochun's face when he realized what was happening. Meanwhile, Xiaochun opened her eyes, and while she was initially confused, when she realized that Xiaochun was there with her, she immediately shot to her feet, looking very delighted. "Dad, dot." Xiaochun smiled and tousled her hair. However, he was still concerned. Xiaochun had broken through, and yet had not received the approval of the Eternal Mother, and therefore had no celestial aura. The only thing he could think of to explain the situation was that there was something wrong with the Eternal Mother. That only served to cause more pressure to weigh down on him. As for Xiaochun, she hesitated for a moment as she probed her cultivation base. Noticing the contemplative expression on Xiaochun's face, she thought for a moment, and then quietly gave voice to her concerns. "Dad, did I break through?" "Don't worry, Xiaochun," he said with a firm nod, "you broke through." Swishing his sleeve, he opened the door of the private chamber, and then saw everyone standing outside, all of them looking confused and concerned. They too had noticed the lack of any response from the Eternal Mother, and were all wondering if they should say anything. Standing there, Xiaochun looked off in the direction of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Moments later, a beam of holy light appeared, speeding in his direction. Before long, the Saint Emperor appeared. He had an equally unsightly expression on his face, and was clearly unsettled. As soon as their gazes met, his voice echoed in Xiaochun's mind. "Archemperor, something is wrong with the Eternal Mother. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1272, Searching for the Eternal Mother. Chapter 1272, Searching for the Eternal Mother. Even as the Saint Emperor spoke the words, Xiaochun vanished and reappeared in front of him up in the sky. There, he waved his hand, causing an invisible barrier to spring up around them that would keep their words, and even their divine sense, masked and undetectable. What the Saint Emperor had said was what Xiaochun had already suspected to be the case, and both of them were completely shaken by the thought. If it were true, then it was likely that the mortal renegade wouldn't need even half of a 60-year cycle to break free from the sealing strip. After all, the sealing power of the strips didn't just come from their bloodlines, but also from the natural laws put in place by the Eternal Mother. For example, back when Xiaochun had unmasked the impostor Vile Emperor and exposed him to those natural laws, his clone form had instantly begun to wither away. In some ways, the natural laws of the eternally mortal domains were one of their greatest protections. But now, the fact that Xiaochun had not been approved of showed that something was definitely amiss. Looking at Xiaochun with clear unease, the Saint Emperor said, "There's definitely something wrong with the Eternal Mother, but that's the only explanation for why Xiaochun hasn't received her approval, even after the tribulation was dispelled. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Last month, I attempted to call out to the Eternal Mother. In the past, it always worked, and I could definitely sense her. But now, I can't sense her at all, no matter how many times I call out. It's almost as if the Eternal Mother's final act was to slip into an eternal sleep. I would imagine it had something to do with the impostor Vile Emperor, and the enemy from beyond. Perhaps it's even part of the enemy's plan." Xiaochun didn't respond. He looked down at the crowd gathered below in the imperial palace, all of them looking up at him anxiously. Sighing, he realized that it would be impossible to keep this matter a secret for very long. We now have the external threat of the great sovereign, and the internal threat of the eternal mother falling into slumber. Archemperor, I know we've had our differences in the past, but right now, we have to work together, without any reservations. If one of us can become a sovereign, then perhaps we'll have a chance at surviving the impending catastrophe. Perhaps we can ensure that at least a part of the eternal immortal domains survives. Whereby Xiaochun had been spending his time with his family and friends recently, the Saint Emperor had simply been sitting around stewing in his anxiety, until it had reached a near boiling point. Of course, Bai Xiaochun also understood that he needed to work with the Saint Emperor, and try to reach the sovereign realm. That was their only hope. Unfortunately, becoming a sovereign was a very, very difficult thing to do. One needed the approval of an entire world, in an ever greater way than when one became an Archean. If Archeans were like adopted progeny of a world, then sovereigns were like firstborn children. It was a huge difference, and required a major sacrifice by the will of the world itself. The truth was that both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor knew that the eternal immortal domains could not sustain the existence of a sovereign. In fact, the reason no other Archeans had appeared for so long was that the Eternal Mother was too weak, and did not have the will or the chi flow to support a third Archean. That was one reason why both the impostor Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor had been so shocked that Bai Xiaochun was an Archean. Without Bai Xiaochun's good fortune of acquiring the final scrap of chi flow from the immortal world, then he would not currently be an Archean. I've called out to the Eternal Mother on numerous occasions recently, and every attempt failed. And today, she didn't appear along with Xiaoxiao's breakthrough. Something has definitely gone wrong. In order to become a sovereign, one has to have the approval of the Eternal Mother. Archemperor, we have to find her. We have to wake her up. That is our only hope of becoming a sovereign. Where is she? Bai Xiaochun asked, something he had been wondering about for a while now. Unfortunately, the Archemperor dynasty didn't have very profound reserve powers, the Heavenspan realm had been destroyed, and the Gravekeeper was dead. Because of all that, much of the legacy-related information that should have been passed down remained a mystery to him. For example, details about the Eternal Mother. Matters were completely different with the Saint Emperor dynasty. The Saint Emperor knew all of the details, and had personally experienced many things that gave him a very deep understanding of the matter. Expression somber, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, I don't know her exact location. However, I do know that in terms of divine sense, only a sovereign could actually find her. According to the legends, there is an illusory river in the depths of the eternal flower, invisible and impossible to find. The Eternal River. No one can enter that river except for a sovereign. With one exception. It is possible to enter the Eternal River, and be led to the Eternal Mother, by the Eternal Turtle. The reason I was so interested in the Eternal Turtle was not only because of his auspicious nature, but because he is likely the only way to become a sovereign. The Saint Emperor was being completely sincere, and not holding anything back. There would be little point in that. Long ago, he might have, but in the face of imminent catastrophe, he would not. Bai Xiaochun was shaken upon hearing of this matter. However, after thinking about it, it made sense, and it didn't seem like the Saint Emperor was making any of it up. If anyone could find the spirit of the eternal flower within the eternal immortal domains, it made sense that it would be that flower's companion spirit, the little turtle. Without any further hesitation, Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense out to fill Archemperor City, and quickly found evidence of the little turtle. Moments later, the turtle appeared in his palm, right in the middle of munching down a certain type of fish. Hey, what are you doing? The turtle blurted. He had only just pulled out a heavenly dragonfish to eat, when a vortex sprang up and dragged him in, no matter how he struggled against it. Then, he found himself facing both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, something that had never happened before. Quickly swallowing the heavenly dragonfish, he said, that wasn't a heavenly dragonfish. Bai Xiaochun made me do it. Despite the fact that the Saint Emperor was profoundly anxious because of the matter of the enemy from beyond and the Eternal Mother, the sight of the heavenly dragonfish still caused his face to twitch. The truth was that back when the little turtle had initially gone missing, something else had vanished, 90% of the heavenly dragonfish. The Saint Emperor had assumed that the little turtle simply ate them all in one shot, but now he realized that he had apparently taken them away to raise on his own, and thus munch on whenever he wanted. It took a lot of work to raise heavenly dragonfish, and the Saint Emperor was fairly certain that the little turtle couldn't do it on his own, especially not with so many fish. Therefore, he must have had help from Bai Xiaochun. With that, he slowly looked over at Bai Xiaochun and gave him a long, steady look. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Bai Xiaochun glared at the little turtle. He had known all along about the little turtle absconding with a large group of heavenly dragonfish, but had taken it to be a good thing. And he had actually called upon the help of the giant Ghost King and other celestials to take care of them. Looking very serious, he cleared his throat and said, "Alright, little turtle, I'm not going to ask you to explain the heavenly dragonfish right now. I'll get straight to the point. Can you find the eternal river, and can you take us to the eternal mother?" The little turtle blinked a few times, already calming down a bit. Glancing at the Saint Emperor, he tried to suppress his feelings of guilt at having been caught in the act, and nodded vigorously. "The eternal mother? That flower, right? It won't be easy, but Lord Turtle can do anything. No problem at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1273, The Far Ends of the Eternal River. Chapter 1273, The Far Ends of the Eternal River. The Saint Emperor was right. The only way for any living being to find the Eternal Mother was with the help of the companion spirit of the Eternal Flower, the Eternal Turtle. To Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, and in fact, to all living beings in the eternal immortal domains, finding that legendary Eternal River was an impossible task. And thus, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor followed the little turtle as he looked for clues, a 3-month process that eventually led them to a ravine in the depths of the Eternal Sea. There were many such ravines on the seafloor, too many to count. Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor would never have found this spot without the Eternal Turtle, not even if they recruited a huge force of cultivators to help them. Not even thousands of years of searching would have proved fruitful. And even if they found it, it would have done little good. In the very depths of that ravine, when there was no more path to tread, the little turtle sighed and looked back begrudgingly at Bai Xiaochun. Then, he stuck his head out as far as it would go, reached around and snapped his jaws down on his own neck, severing his head. As his head flew off, massive amounts of blood sprayed out onto the wall in front of him. In response, the wall began to glow, and transform into something like a mirror. With that, the turtle's severed head began to babble. "Go inside, and you'll see the Eternal River. I sacrificed a lot to help the two of you, don't you agree? So the heavenly dragonfish are mine, got it? And you need to get me some Taoist partners, Bai Xiaochun. I want at least 1,000 pretty turtles. And as for you, Saint Emperor, the lotus seeds in your pond are almost ripe. I want 80%, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor quickly nodded in agreement to the turtle, and then stared at the mirror that was taking shape before them. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, the wall had completely transformed into what was clearly a passage leading to another part of the world. It was possible to hear water gurgling from that area, and they could even see some faint water vapor in the air. Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor exchanged a glance, and could both see the excitement in each other's eyes. Finding the Eternal Mother was their only hope in the current situation, and therefore, it was without the slightest hesitation that Bai Xiaochun flew into the mirror, followed directly by the Saint Emperor. As for the Eternal Turtle, after his head returned to his body, he followed them, muttering the entire time. After they entered, the mirror twisted and distorted, and slowly transformed back into a normal rock wall. Inside the mirror, Bai Xiaochun first heard the sound of rushing water, and then, as his vision became clear, he realized that he was floating above a majestic and boundless river. The water was crystal clear, and pulsed with spiritual energy. "The Eternal River," the Saint Emperor said excitedly. Reaching down, he touched the water, and then scooped up a handful to drink. As for the little turtle, he dove down into the water and started swimming around. Glancing sidelong at the excited Saint Emperor, he snorted coldly. "What are you so excited for? Do you know how many times I peed in this river over the years?" The Saint Emperor's face suddenly fell. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed the little turtle. Glaring at him in annoyance, he said, "Put a sock in it, little turtle. Come on, lead the way. And don't worry, I've already prepared a total of 100,000 Taoist partners for you. You can have all of the heavenly dragonfish, as well as all of the lotus seeds in the heavenly pond. The Saint Emperor definitely won't hold any back." Clearing his throat, he looked over at the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor was glaring at the little turtle. On any other occasion, he would have haggled a bit, but catastrophe was imminent, and the situation with the Eternal Mother was of the utmost importance. Therefore, he wasn't worried about trivial matters. "Take them all," he said. The little turtle seemed excited to have verbal assurances from both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor. Flying up out of the river, he let out a shout, causing countless magical symbols to begin streaming off of him, creating the shape of a huge turtle. From a distance, it almost looked like the little turtle himself had grown larger, to a height of 30 meters. In truth, it was something like a huge magical boat that now began to speed along through the Eternal River, carrying Bai Xiaochun, the Saint Emperor, and the Eternal Turtle with it. It was only at this point that Bai Xiaochun realized that the eternal river seemed to be pushing against them, almost as if it were attempting to prevent anything from moving through it. Even flying in the air above the river did the same thing. As they proceeded along, that force of resistance grew stronger and stronger. Eventually, when the little turtle had traveled a distance of several tens of thousands of meters, the force grew so intense that Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor were visibly shaken. The two of them exchanged a glance, and each could see how shocked the other was. Obviously, if they didn't have the little turtle on their side, then even if they found the ravine outside, and somehow managed to enter this area, they still wouldn't have been able to travel along the river. The eternal river twisted and bent randomly, and also had many branches, some larger than others. However, the area they were flying over was so wide that it was obviously the main branch. As they traveled along, the little turtle would stop at each area where the river forked, and would take time to cast his senses about before picking a path. And thus, they traveled through the huge maze that was the eternal river. Days passed, and thankfully, they didn't run into any dangerous situations or entities. Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor were even able to advance their cultivation to a degree. However, it was to Bai Xiaochun's profound frustration that the little turtle kept getting lost. Every time it happened, he would let out a surprised exclamation, and would scratch his head in confusion before going back to pick a new path. The first few times, Bai Xiaochun simply took it in stride, but after a few dozen times, he was starting to get very annoyed. "We went this way already, little turtle. Can you actually do this? Do you really know where you're going?" "Of course I can do it. Don't worry." It was hard to say how much time passed. Even the Saint Emperor was starting to get frustrated, and it reached the point where the little turtle was also getting visibly nervous. "No, this isn't right," he murmured. "How come I can't find the right path?" At a certain point, he got so anxious that he stuck his neck out and bit it again, using the power of his blood to aid his efforts. Afterward, he took a deep breath, inhaling some of the water vapor in the area. At that point, his bloodshot eyes lit up. "Got it!" he shouted. After his head reattached itself to his body, he led Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor down one particular branch of the river. Eventually, a fragrant aroma reached their noses, whereupon Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor sent their divine sense out to see what was ahead of them. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor both shot to their feet, shocked as, there within their divine sense, they saw a glowing sphere of light at the end of the river. The glittering light somehow seemed familiar to both of them, and they felt much the same way that a weary traveler would feel when unexpectedly seeing a family member. It was something in their blood, and even their souls, that filled them with indescribable warmth. Surrounding the light was a huge, semi-transparent bell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1274, The Bell Tolls for the Eternal. Chapter 1274, The Bell Tolls for the Eternal. The Eternal Mother. The Saint Emperor said with a gasp. Flying out of the turtle-shaped boat, he approached the semi-transparent bell, his expression that of complete excitement. Even as an Archean, he was deeply shaken to be able to personally lay eyes on the Eternal Mother, and the shock he felt immediately showed on his face. The Eternal Mother represented the will of all the eternal immortal domains. She was the eternal flower, the mother of all living beings, the entity which had created everything. The Saint Emperor wasn't the only one to be excited. Bai Xiaochun approached the bell, and for some reason, it almost felt like he was in the presence of his own mother. However, despite the fact that they could both see the brightly glittering light, they couldn't sense any life force. It was as if the light was simply naturally present, and didn't represent any form of thought or intelligence. Bai Xiaochun's heart sank a bit, and he looked over at the Saint Emperor, who was currently suppressing his excitement and sending divine sense out to examine the bell. Originally, he had assumed that doing so would be difficult, but as it turned out, nothing blocked his divine sense. It entered the bell with no problem, and touched the light, whereupon it issued a call. However, there was no reaction whatsoever. The Saint Emperor tried a variety of methods to call out to the Eternal Mother, and to wake her up, but none of them worked. Bai Xiaochun tried as well, with the same results. No matter what either of them did, absolutely nothing happened. The Saint Emperor's expression continued to grow more unsightly, and in his nervousness, the fluctuations of his divine sense grew more intense. Eternal Mother! Please, wake up! The little turtle watched their efforts as he swam lazily in the eternal river. Finally, when the Saint Emperor started calling out, he looked over at him and cleared his throat. There's no point in yelling. The Eternal Mother is sleeping. She's actually been asleep for years now. And whenever she wakes up, it's really just her sending out a bit of divine sense. You could yell until you lose your voices, and waste all your divine sense too, and it still wouldn't do anything. The only way to wake her up is to strike the bell. The toll of the bell connects to and represents all living beings. The little turtle was clearly very pleased in his knowledge about the matter. 1. Without any hesitation, the Saint Emperor stepped forward, performed an incantation gesture, and then struck out toward the bell. He used all the power he could muster, causing archean fluctuations to roll out, as well as an incomparably holy aura, like that of a saint. The energy formed into a multicolored hand, completely corporeal in nature, which flew forward along with the movement of his hand, to slam into the bell. A rumbling boom resulted, causing waves to roll out on the eternal river. In fact, the eternal immortal domains as a whole began to quake, and waves could even be seen on the eternal sea. The Saint Emperor really had gone all out in his strike, unleashing shocking energy and causing deafening booms. However, it seemed to have little effect on the bell. It tolled, but the Eternal Mother did not awaken. And to the Saint Emperor's shock, a backlash attack slammed into him with devastatingly destructive power. The mighty Saint Emperor staggered backward several paces, coughing up a massive mouthful of blood, and his face turning ashen. When he finally lurched to a halt, he seemed to be teetering on the verge of collapse. How is this even possible? He blurted. How could it not be possible? The little turtle said with a sigh. Looking at the bell with a bit of envy, he continued, You jumped the gun. Lord Turtle didn't even finish explaining. Striking the bell is the only option here, but succeeding is easier said than done. The bell has a very powerful backlash. You can hit it as much as you want, and it won't hurt the bell, but it will certainly hurt you. The Saint Emperor's expression was very grim as he ignored the little turtle and looked over anxiously at Xiaochun. Xiaochun was now feeling quite leery. It had been a bit of a startle to see that backlash slam into the Saint Emperor. Now, with the addition of the little turtle's further explanation, and seeing the Saint Emperor looking at him, Xiaochun hesitated for a moment. Whatever, he thought. I guess if there's no other way, then I'll just have to go for broke. Eyes flashing with determination, he gritted his teeth and began to stride forward. Obviously, he couldn't hold anything back. If he did, it would reduce the backlash, but would also reduce the overall effectiveness, and would be a waste of energy. My powers of regeneration should keep me going. Without any hesitation, he clenched his right hand into a fist, causing a shadowy emperor to appear. This was none other than the Undying Sovereign's fist. Heaven and earth shook as a massively domineering aura erupted. The shadowy emperor clenched his hand into a fist just like Xiaochun, fusing with him in the moment right before the fist landed onto the huge bell. Xiaochun was powering this fist strike with all of the energy possible, and when it hit, a boom rang out that vastly surpassed what the Saint Emperor had elicited. The eternal river in the area exploded into a haze of water droplets, and the shockwave even shoved the little turtle back by a few hundred meters. The Saint Emperor's face fell, and he staggered backward again, gasping at the sight of Xiaochun's attack. The eternal immortal domains as a whole trembled physically, and massive rumbling sounds echoed out, leading to widespread shock among all the living beings in the world. As for Xiaochun, he grunted, his face falling as the backlash hit him with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. However, his undying codex immediately went to work, and therefore, it was without a moment of pause that he unleashed a second fist strike, before the sound of the first one could even die away. The second toll of the bell was like heavenly thunder, causing the bell to shake violently, the little turtle to scream, and the Saint Emperor to stagger backward again, his face turning completely white. And yet, Xiaochun didn't stop there. Eyes bloodshot, he let loose third fist strike, then a fourth and a fifth. He seemed to have gone crazy, blood oozing out of his mouth as he continued to punch the bell, until he had reached 8 total fist strikes, but... Wake up, Eternal Mother! He roared, his undying codex unable to keep up with the backlash. Apparently, 9 fist strikes was his limit. The previous 8 bell tolls combined with the 9th, causing the sky to tremble and the world to shake. How could he be this strong? The Saint Emperor thought, blood oozing out of his mouth as he was shoved a full 3,000 meters away. As of this moment, he knew that Xiaochun was unimaginably stronger than himself. The eternal immortal domains had been shaken 9 times in a row, causing mountains to crumble and crevices to open up in the ground. However, with the 9th toll of the bell, the Eternal Mother finally showed signs of waking up. High in the sky above the eternal immortal domains, an illusory image appeared, an image which depicted Xiaochun striking the bell. At that point, all living beings in the lands gasped. The Arch-Emperor, It's the Arch-Emperor. And that ball of light. Why does it seem so familiar? It's like I'm looking at my own mother. The Arch-Emperor called it the Eternal Mother. Heavens! Is that really the legendary Eternal Mother? 1. There's a play on words here that is impossible to convey in translation. In Chinese, the sound of a bell or the toll of a bell is pronounced zhongsheng, whereas all living beings is pronounced zhongsheng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1275 Archean Fleshly Body. Chapter 1275 Archean Fleshly Body. All living beings in the eternal immortal domains heard the tolling of the bell, and saw the image of Xiaochun, who was at the end of the eternal river, being shaken by the enormous bell. He was shocked in a different way than the Saint Emperor. He had come to find that with each of the 9 backlashes from striking the bell, his fleshly body seemed to have been tempered in a strange and unusual way. He felt like he was a lump of iron, and the tolls of the bell were a hammer, striking at him with full force. After 9 tolls of the bell, he felt extremely weak, and yet, his undying codex was hard at work. As it healed him, the tempering which had been accomplished became more evident than ever. Striking the bell actually increased my fleshly body power? He thought, his breath coming in ragged pants. During his efforts to repair the ceiling strip, his undying codex had reached a higher level. He had also gained enlightenment of the magic of the 5 organs, which had caused more life force than ever to brim within him. This realization caused his eyes to sparkle. He might already be an Archean, but his fleshly body power had remained in the celestial level. Ever since then, Xiaochun had wondered what he could do to achieve a breakthrough, and now, he suddenly felt the light of understanding. Even as everyone in the eternal immortal domains looked on, and the Saint Emperor stared at him with jaw dropped, Xiaochun took a deep breath, then howled and unleashed a 10th fist strike. When the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering attack slammed into the semi-transparent bell that surrounded the glowing light of the Eternal Mother, a shockwave rolled out, and a massive backlash bashed into Xiaochun's arm. He shivered, grunting as his undying codex constantly worked to regenerate him. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and yet, his eyes shone more brightly than ever. Even as the Saint Emperor gasped, Xiaochun then went on to throw an 11th punch. "Wake up, Eternal Mother!" he roared. Everything in the area shook wildly as, eyes bloodshot, Xiaochun went on to throw 3 more fist strikes, but the 3rd punch was all he could manage, and when the backlash hit him like floodwaters, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood and staggered backwards several hundred meters. There, he continued to cough up more blood. However, his eyes shone brightly. Despite being incredibly weak at the moment, his 5 organs were burning with life force, seemingly like a volcano that was on the verge of erupting. "Bring it on!" he growled. He knew that if he struck the bell one more time, it would bring him profound good fortune, and would increase the level of his fleshly body. In contrast, if he gave up now, it would be a huge waste. The only option was to keep going. He had to hold on, until the life force in his 5 organs was unleashed. Throwing his head back, he roared, charging forward to unleash a 16th punch. The Saint Emperor was completely mind-blown by this point, and could only stare blankly as Xiaochun continued to punch at the bell over and over. How could he be so strong? The people in the eternal immortal domains were also completely bowled over, and were completely focused on the mad, raving Xiaochun. And Xiaochun was really going crazy in his efforts. With every punch he unleashed, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he sustained vicious injuries. However, it was with his 17th fist strike that, at long last, the glowing light that represented the Eternal Mother finally flickered. The Saint Emperor's eyes immediately widened. As for the little turtle, he was watching Xiaochun and thinking that he really had gone crazy. If he hadn't, why would he be striking the bell over and over again? What I said about striking the bell was actually just a guess. The Eternal Mother has been asleep for years now. Don't tell me that striking the bell really can wake her up? The little turtle felt a bit guilty, and also a bit taken aback by the fact that the light of the Eternal Mother was now flickering visibly. As for Xiaochun, his expression brightened visibly. Although he was in a lot of pain, he gritted his teeth, advanced, and struck out an 18th time. The toll of the bell was quieter this time, but the backlash still caused blood to spray out of Xiaochun's mouth, and weakened the flame of his life force. All onlookers, including the Saint Emperor, looked on with trembling hearts. "Bring it on!" Xiaochun shouted, his eyes completely bloodshot, but his 5 organs surging with power, and clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. By now, he wasn't even thinking about the potential dangers he was facing. After all, when compared to the possibility of the mortal renegade killing all living beings, any risk he took was worth it. Furthermore, he had the distinct premonition that if he didn't take advantage of this situation to experience a fleshly body breakthrough with this bell, he would never get another chance to do so. This is an Archean fleshly body we're talking about. Drawing on every scrap of energy he had left, he threw a 19th punch. As a result, his bones shattered, and his flesh and blood sank down on the verge of being destroyed. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his vision began to blur. It was hard to stand up, but at the same time, his eyes glittered. Coughing up more blood, he suddenly began to laugh loudly. It worked! Energy thrummed within him, the likes of which could shake the whole world. Bai Xiaochun, who had moments ago been like an oil lamp about to flicker out of existence, suddenly erupted with blood energy that caused the Saint Emperor to gasp, and the little turtle's eyes to go wide. As for all of the living beings in the eternal immortal domains, they erupted into cheering. His chi and blood were now matchlessly powerful, causing the eternal river to turn red, and the sky above the eternal river to shine crimson. In that moment, Bai Xiaochun could sense his fleshly body power breaking through a bottleneck, and at the same time, felt boundless life force flowing out of his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs. As that new life force flowed through him, his weary body began to return to its peak, bolstered by the powers of regeneration from the Undying Codex. The good fortune which had been bestowed upon him by the Arch-Ancestor in the ceiling strip now filled him, pushing his Undying Codex to the 6th level. This was the true and ultimate peak of the Undying Codex. As his injuries vanished and he felt immense power building up inside of him, a huge vortex sprang into being. It affected even the eternal river, a windstorm that swept violently across everything, with Bai Xiaochun at the center. Floating up off the ground, he extended his hands to either side, emitting fluctuations which were different from those of an Archean cultivation base. This was an Archean fleshly body. Acquiring an Archean cultivation base required the approval of a world, but an Archean fleshly body had no such requirements. That belonged only to oneself, and didn't require approval of any sort. With enough power and strength, it was possible for anyone to break through to the ultimate level of the fleshly body for Archeans. Rumbling sounds filled Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes shone with bright light. The two types of Archean fluctuations that he emitted overlapped, creating something like the energy of the Arch-Ancestor. Off to the side, the Saint Emperor trembled, and felt an instinctive reaction from his very soul, prompting him to drop to his knees to kowtow. The little turtle gasped, and of course, there was little need to mention all of the people watching this scene out in the eternal immortal domains. Archean cultivation base. Archean fleshly body. The Arch-Emperor has the aura of the founding ancestor. That's the ancestor realm. 1. Since many of you readers like to compare this book with Ergen's other books, I will point out that this ancestor realm contains the exact same Chinese characters as a cultivation realm mentioned in ISSTH. However, they are not the same. This point is made clear in the following chapter, but in order to forestall a bunch of incorrect speculation, I'm putting this note here. More information about what the ancestor realm is in AWE will be revealed in the next chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1276, Wake Up. Chapter 1276, Wake Up. Archean fleshly body. Archean cultivation base. When the power of Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body and cultivation base combined, he began to pulse with an energy akin to an ancestral awakening. The sky flashed with wild colors, wind screamed, and the eternal immortal domains quaked. All living beings were shaken to the core. As for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes glittered brightly. He had come under a lot of pressure in recent days, so while this dramatic rise in battle prowess didn't alleviate the brewing crisis of the mortal renegade, it at least relieved it a bit. As his fleshly body broke through, his powers of regeneration grew even more focused, causing his injuries to rapidly heal. Soon, he was back to normal, and even beyond that, to the point where the flame of his life force burned like an invisible sun. Eternal Mother. Looking up, he fixed his gaze on the bell, and began to walk forward. It took a single step, and he was there in front of it, or he reached out with his hand, not to attack with his fist, but to casually strike it with his palm. His movement seemed ordinary in nature, but contained massive, destructive force. The bell tolled, and the little turtle gasped. As for the Saint Emperor, he was yet again flabbergasted, and couldn't contain his shock. That palm strike. He could tell that the energy unleashed by the palm strike was formidable, but was not very focused, and allowed much of the energy behind it to disperse. That was what caused the strange phenomena. It was a result of simply not utilizing this divine ability to the fullest extent possible. The higher one's cultivation base was, and the greater one's command of magic, the more likely something like this was to occur. It was like a natural reaction. Bai Xiaochun's seemingly ordinary palm strike did not shake heaven and earth, and yet, revealed how tightly connected his cultivation base and fleshly body were. It was something that many people in the eternal immortal domains would call the aura of an ancestor, and was what the Saint Emperor had just called the ancestor realm. Of course, the ancestor realm was not a cultivation level, but rather, something that was described in ancient records when someone's cultivation base and fleshly body combined perfectly. And according to the ancient records, only the three ancestors themselves had ever done something like this. Perhaps people with lower cultivation bases could manage to achieve something similar, but their combination would not result in this sort of energy. Only someone in the Archean realm could do something so profoundly shocking. It was a state in which one could converge the energy of heaven and earth into one spot, and use it to crush anything in one's path. When Bai Xiaochun's palm strike landed, the bell emitted a sound that was vastly louder than anything from before. The entire semi-transparent bell began to twist and distort, almost as if it were about to break. Heaven-shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds could be heard, and a massive burst of backlash power flooded out toward Bai Xiaochun, like an invisible wave that instantly swept over him completely. Before, he might have been able to survive, but his powers of regeneration would not have been able to keep up with the effects. But now, things were different. Eyes shining, he didn't even take a step back. He kept his hand placed on the surface of the bell, almost as if he were absorbing the backlash. His expression was the same as ever as his 5 organs were quickly repaired, and sent out power that not only dispersed the effects of the backlash, but also healed him. The process takes a while to describe, but happened in only a single breath of time. After the terrifying backlash power was negated, Bai Xiaochun chuckled, and struck the bell again. This time, he didn't stop. It was as if he wouldn't give up until the Eternal Mother woke up. Without stopping, he let loose 8 more palm strikes. Counting the blows he had unleashed before, he had now struck the bell nearly 30 times. Booms filled heaven and earth, and the bell continued to distort. The backlash attacks continued, but Bai Xiaochun didn't stop. As his undying codex worked at full speed, he experienced something like a physically comfortable baptism. 31 palm strikes. 32. With each palm strike, he felt more comfortable than before, almost as though countless tiny hands were slowly massaging him inside and out. Even his soul was affected, filling him with a pleasurable sensation that pushed him to the point of forgetting about the Eternal Mother, and focusing completely on the feeling. And thus, he struck out 33 times. 34. 35. 40 times. With the 40th blow, the pleasurable sensation reached an incredible height, causing him to gasp and pant loudly, but only for a moment. When he realized what he was doing, he quickly closed his mouth. The more than 10 blows he had struck caused the eternal river to tremble everywhere, and struck the inhabitants of the lands with profound shock. Heavens! How many times is the Arch-Emperor going to strike that bell? For some reason, it almost seems like he's enjoying himself. Look at his facial expression. Meanwhile, the Saint Emperor and the little turtle were struck as mute as wooden chickens. Not only were they shocked that Bai Xiaochun was still going, they were flabbergasted by the look of pleasure on his face. And the truth was, although the people in the eternal immortal domains hadn't noticed how he had begun to pant earlier, the Saint Emperor and the little turtle had been right there, and had heard it clearly. He's enjoying it? The Saint Emperor thought, a strange expression appearing on his face. He simply didn't understand why Bai Xiaochun would look like this. It was really a very odd facial expression. And from the way he was striking the bell, it seemed like he didn't want to ever stop. And that was the truth. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining as he was baptized by the backlashes, prompting him to strike the bell over and over without cease. 50. 60. 70. The tolling of the bell shook the entire world, and caused huge waves to surge on the eternal sea and the eternal river. As for the light that represented the Eternal Mother, it was flickering even more brightly, and seemed to be just on the verge of waking up. Eventually, to the shock and excitement of the little turtle and the Saint Emperor, and to the astonishment of the other inhabitants of the lands, that light suddenly began to shrink in on itself, transforming into an enormous eye. It was closed, but almost immediately began to tremble. Then, with Bai Xiaochun's final strike on the bell, it slowly opened. The Eternal Mother was waking up. As the eye opened, the eternal immortal domains were bathed with radiant light. All of the plants and vegetation, all of the mountains and rivers, all of the various people, began to shine brightly. From a position far out in the void, it was as if the eternal immortal domains were a spectacularly glowing flower, right in the middle of the process of blooming. At the same time, an indescribable warmth embraced all living things, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, something intimate, like the touch of a mother upon her child. Eternal Mother! The Saint Emperor breathed, trembling with excitement. He quickly clasped hands and bowed. The little turtle looked on with wide eyes, feeling a little guilty as he backed up. Hiding behind the Saint Emperor, he peeked around to look at the Eternal Mother, incarnated in the form of an eye. Bai Xiaochun was also overwhelmed by that motherly sensation, and bowed deeply. Greetings, Eternal Mother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1277, The Opposite Can Too. Chapter 1277, The Opposite Can Too. Everyone in the eternal immortal domains was looking up at the image in the sky, their eyes wide, their souls stirring, their blood pumping with an intimate, warm feeling. This was the mother of them all, the source of all their bloodlines. The Eternal Mother. Neither the Saint Emperor nor Bai Xiaochun could control the reactions coming from their own blood. To them, the eye inside the bell was like a blooming flower that they instinctively felt intimately close to. Suddenly, all of the eternal immortal domains smelled like a fragrant flower. Even the void around the world was affected as dazzling light shone out in all directions. Only the hulking mortal renegade remained completely still and unmoving, his powerful aura of murder and death suppressing the life force and the fragrant aroma. In all of the eternal immortal domains, the only one to react differently was the little turtle. He seemed to take it all in stride, and actually hid behind the Saint Emperor, not willing to show his face. As everyone was shaken, the eye of the Eternal Mother looked around, seemingly confused. She had been asleep for a long time, and apparently, was having trouble reconciling the dreams she had experienced with reality. After a long moment passed, she spoke to the still bowed by Xiaochun and Saint Emperor, her voice slow and halting. "Why did you wake me?" Her voice was not awe-inspiring, but rather, warm. She truly seemed like a mother who had been woken up by her children, and was both smiling and sighing at the same time. The warm feeling in by Xiaochun's heart caused him to feel more than ever like he was in front of his own mother. It was the same with the Saint Emperor. The two of them took a deep breath, and then the Saint Emperor took a step forward and began to speak in a very respectful voice. "The enemy from beyond is on the verge of waking up, and we have no way to resist him. Thus, we woke you up. Eternal Mother, please give us your approval to become sovereigns, so that we can fight the enemy from beyond." The Saint Emperor spoke with the utmost politeness, almost as if it were instinct for him to do so, and his expression was one of complete reverence. The Eternal Mother was quiet for a long moment. Finally, she murmured, "The mortal renegade is going to break free." Then, she sent out some divine sense, which rose up and swirled around the mortal renegade for a moment before fading away. At that point, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor heard another sigh. When it is time to live, live. When it is time to die, die. There was once no reincarnation. Only after hope came to exist did reincarnation come to be. There was once no eternal. However, after hope came to exist, the eternal came to be. Long ago, I was not conscious. But in a moment of deadly crisis, I instinctively developed consciousness and sent forth 3 seeds, which became 3 children. It seems I only managed to delay things. I have no way to end the catastrophe of nirvanic extermination. What a pity. Sealing the mortal renegade sent me into a deep sleep, and despite having been awoken, I'm not back at my peak state. I have no more power of approval left. At the most, I can approve of one of you to become a half-sovereign. Although the Eternal Mother's voice was warm, upon listening to it more closely, it did not seem to contain much emotion. However, it was sincere. Clearly, it was just as she had said, upon awakening, she did not possess the power she once had in the past. One might think that it was a simple thing to offer approval for an Archean to rise to a higher level. But the truth was that it required the Eternal Mother to call upon the power of essence, which would become a branding mark that would be placed onto the Archean. Her response caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to flicker, and then darken a bit. As for the Saint Emperor, he sagged in place, his face ashen. Before, all of his hope had been placed on the Eternal Mother, but now that she was awake, that hope was turning into despair. "Half-sovereign," he muttered bitterly. From the Eternal Mother's words, he could tell that the path to becoming a sovereign had truly been severed. "I can't remain awake for long. To remain awake for longer than 10 breaths of time requires that I take a day of life away from all living beings in the world, my children. Hurry and make your decision." Her voice was weak, and the glowing light that represented her began to darken as the eye slowly started to close. In his bitterness, the Saint Emperor looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stood there silently. The truth was that he did not feel bitter like the Saint Emperor. He didn't want to become a half-sovereign, that was pointless, and would not secure a victory against the mortal renegade. Taking a deep breath, he clasped hands, bowed to the Eternal Mother, and then quietly said, "Eternal Mother, I would like to ask a question. Is it really required to get your approval to become a sovereign? Isn't there another way?" The ball of light that was the Eternal Mother flickered, and the slowly closing eye suddenly snapped open, and focused on the child of hers that stood in front of her. A moment later, her soft voice could once again be heard. "So, it was you who woke me. I can sense the fluctuations of your blood. In some respects, you have already surpassed my other 3 children. And I can sense that you have acquired a chi flow that doesn't belong to me. Unfortunately, the natural laws in this starry sky dictate that sovereigns can only be born along with the approval of the will of a world. There is no other way." The Eternal Mother's reply caused Bai Xiaochun to sink into silence. He still didn't understand. Although it was true that the approval of a world could give birth to a sovereign, he knew that many years ago, one person had become a sovereign without the will of a world. In fact, that person had destroyed worlds. The Mortal Renegade. Bai Xiaochun had witnessed that personally via the memories of the worldly Taoist. He also knew that the mortal renegade's rise to the sovereign level had something to do with his Tao. That much he had learned with the help of the worldly Taoist himself, in the Valley of the Clouds. It was possible to understand the mortal renegade's Tao by looking at the state of the surrounding void. It was populated by nothing but ruins, with all life force having been eradicated. All heaven and earth had been extinguished, casting everything into darkness. The mortal renegade's Tao was to exterminate everything, and that was how he had become a sovereign. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered, and he looked over at the glowing light of the Eternal Mother. The mortal renegade's sovereign path did not require the approval of a world. So how did he do it? If he could succeed, then why does becoming a sovereign require the approval of a world? Yet again, the Eternal Mother's eye snapped open, and this time, it shone with unrivaled splendor. It was as if Bai Xiaochun's words had been filled with a bizarre power that caused the eternal river to tremble, and the eternal immortal domains to shake physically. To the Eternal Mother, it was as if his words had somehow stirred the foundation of some natural law. Even the Saint Emperor and the little turtle could tell that the Eternal Mother's eye had opened wider than before, as though she were now completely and utterly focused on Bai Xiaochun alone. It almost seemed as if she were inspecting him on the deepest of all levels. Shaken, Bai Xiaochun stood there, looking at the Eternal Mother. After a long moment, she retracted her divine sense. Sounding weaker than ever, she said one last thing to Bai Xiaochun. If nirvanic extermination can birth a sovereign, perhaps, the opposite can too. 1. The instant Bai Xiaochun heard her words, his previously grim eyes began to shine brightly. 1. Important, the term that I'm translating as nirvanic here is actually different from the term I translated as nirvanic in ISSTH. The basic meaning of both of those terms is the same, and they are synonyms of each other, but the Chinese characters are different. In the case of the term here, it implies both calmness and extinction, and thus is a nirvana of complete death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1278 Another Encounter with Heavenspan. Chapter 1278 Another Encounter with Heavenspan. If nirvanic extermination can birth a sovereign, Bai Xiaochun murmured, perhaps, the opposite can too. The words struck his mind and heart like heavenly thunder, completely rocking his world, and at the same time, opening up a new door for him. Although he had already begun to suspect that this was the case, he had no hard evidence to rely on to prove it true. But the Eternal Mother had confirmed his speculations. Considering what had been proved by the mortal renegade's Tao, he now had a direction to move in. It was impossible to say whether he would succeed. However, he knew that becoming a half-sovereign was not what he wanted. He wanted something that would give more hope than a half-sovereign could. That was the only way he could really go for broke when the mortal renegade woke up. Bai Xiaochun had truly changed on a deep level. By now, he was nearly the complete antithesis of that carefree youngster who had once stood atop Mount Hood. Over the years, he had turned into the type of person who bore incredible weight on his shoulders, weight that forced the youngster he had once been to grow up. Eventually, he left the Eternal River, parting ways with the Eternal Mother and taking the relieved little turtle with him. The Saint Emperor stayed behind. Considering that there were no other options, he chose to become a half-sovereign. It wasn't a selfish choice. He could see that Bai Xiaochun had already picked a new direction, and in order to offer as much assistance as possible in fighting the coming catastrophe, he chose to sacrifice some of his own potential to at least have a measure of power. As Bai Xiaochun made his way off, the Saint Emperor took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged in front of the bell. Slowly, the light of the Eternal Mother wrapped him up. As of this moment, the two most powerful individuals in the eternal immortal domains were doing what they could to protect their homes, their friends, and their families. Bai Xiaochun returned to Archemperor City and went into secluded meditation, although not for long. 7 days later, he emerged from this private chamber, where he issued an official Dharmic decree as the Archemperor. Everyone in the eternal immortal domains, whether you are in the celestial realm, the demigod realm, the Deva realm, or the nascent soul stage, I need your help to quarantine the enemy from beyond. Before long, a windstorm of activity overtook the eternal immortal domains. If the Saint Emperor had issued such a proclamation, it would also have resulted in activity. However, it would not have had the same result as Bai Xiaochun speaking the words. All living beings in the eternal immortal domains had witnessed him sealing the enemy from beyond, defeating his attempt to bind the world, and awakening the Eternal Mother. He was now the true hope of the eternal immortal domains. In some respects, his words carried almost the same weight as the Eternal Mother's. And to many people, he had actually surpassed her. He was the true ruler of the eternal immortal domains. A multitude of cultivators began to converge on Archemperor City. nascent soul cultivators, devas, demigods, and even celestials all came. Before long, more details came to light about Xiaochun's plan to quarantine the enemy. For one thing, he was worried that the sealing strip which currently restrained the mortal renegade would not last long enough. And unfortunately, he had no idea how long it would take him to break out of the Archean realm. Perhaps he could do it quickly, perhaps not. Maybe he would fail. Regardless, the only way he could confidently make his attempt was if he had enough time to work with. He needed to make sure that, even if the sealing strip was destroyed, there was a second sealing magic in place to buy more time. The 7 days he had spent in secluded meditation upon returning had been for the purpose of collecting his thoughts and planning how to create the perfect spell formation for the situation. When everyone was gathered, Xiaochun explained the details of his plan. The foundation of this sealing formation will be the energy of the eternal immortal domains as a whole. And I will guide it with my magic of the essence of time, gravitational extermination. I will create something like the area outside of a world I once visited, a place I call the Hourglass World. It will be a grand time formation. It will distort time and space and seal everything surrounding the mortal renegade. It will have millions and millions of formation nodes, each one of which will be connected to someone in the eternal immortal domains. In other words, the formation will be powered by the people of our lands. If it works, then when the mortal renegade awakens, it will at least delay him for a bit longer and buy us some extra time. To a people who were in the grips of despair, this plan truly seemed like the only chance for survival. No one opposed it. Without hesitation, all of the cultivators in the eternal immortal domains agreed to go along with the plan, but in the following days, Xiaochun led the effort to set up the huge spell formation around the mortal renegade. Furthermore, he began to work with his essence of time, breaking it up into innumerable gravitational seeds, which he then delivered into the hands of the cultivators under his command. The vast group of cultivators absorbed the gravitational seeds, which linked them to the spell formation. Eventually, even the plants, trees, mountains, rivers, and other physical aspects of the lands were imbued with gravitational seeds from Xiaochun. Slowly but surely, the spell formation was reaching a state of completion. It did not require any specific materials to create, only the people and physical aspects of the eternal immortal domains. Everyone joined in the effort, including Xiaochun's family. Xiaochun also linked himself to the spell formation. After all the preparations were complete, he flew up into the sky, and under the watchful eyes of everyone in the lands, waved his hand, activating his gravitational extermination formation around the mortal renegade. Looking down, the people, plants, and major terrain features in the eternal immortal domains glowed like stars, and sent streaming starlight up into the sky to power the gravitational extermination formation. Slowly but surely, the majestic formation began to activate. From the look of it, it would take several hours for the entire process to complete. But then, even as Xiaochun performed double-handed incantation gestures to spread the effects of gravitational extermination, and even as the starlight rose up from the countless locations below, the mortal renegade seemed to instinctively sense what was happening, and shivered. Then, Xiaochun's face fell as, all of a sudden, a vortex appeared on the mortal renegade's forehead. As it spun, a figure slowly took shape inside it. He wore a Taoist robe, and was completely expressionless, except for the cruel glint in his eyes. As he walked out, his facial features became clear, causing Xiaochun to gasp, and his eyes to glitter brightly. Taoist Heavenspan. It truly was none other than Taoist Heavenspan. Truth be told, Xiaochun was not very surprised. He had never been able to track down Taoist Heavenspan in the Vile Emperor dynasty, and had speculated that something like this might have happened. And considering everything that had happened in the Heavenspan realm, and what Xiaochun knew of the man, he really did resemble the mortal renegade in many ways. The fact that the Vile Emperor had been a clone of the mortal renegade led Xiaochun to certain speculations about what had happened to Taoist Heavenspan. Seeing him now made everything clear. The mortal renegade couldn't personally do anything about the spell formation being set up around him, and therefore, had no choice other than to send Taoist Heavenspan in his stead. Well, that's fine. It's time to settle matters between us anyway. Eyes flashing, Xiaochun flew directly toward Taoist Heavenspan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1279 Apprentice of the Mortal Renegade. Chapter 1279 Apprentice of the Mortal Renegade. Taoist Heavenspan hovered there right in front of the mortal renegade's forehead, his eyes cold but flickering with mixed emotions as he looked out at Xiaochun approaching. Things had happened just as Xiaochun had suspected. However, not even Taoist Heavenspan could have guessed what would happen after he became a follower of the Vile Emperor. Everything had changed because of a single black stone. Because of that stone, he didn't need the approval of the Eternal Mother to achieve the breakthrough he had long sought. From the moment he acquired it, he knew that there was something inside of the black stone, a will, someone who somehow enabled him to fool the will of the Eternal Mother and become a celestial. His rapid cultivation-based progress in subsequent days had also been because of that black stone. And every so often, the vile emperor would give him another stone. Eventually, he realized that he was not himself anymore. And that was when, with the help of the vile emperor, he became aware of the true might of the mortal renegade, who hung above in the heavens. It wasn't a difficult decision for him. He did not hesitate to betray the eternal immortal domains and become a subordinate of the mortal renegade. He was different from the vile emperor, who was only a clone. Daoist Heavenspan became the apprentice of the mortal renegade. He knew that in many ways, he was like the mortal renegade. In all the years that had passed, he was the only person from the eternal immortal domains who had chosen to truly submit to the mortal renegade, and had thus received his approval. Therefore, he left Vile Emperor's city and appeared within the body of the mortal renegade, where his cultivation advanced with unprecedented quickness. After emulating the Tao of the mortal renegade, he gained access to divine abilities and magical techniques that he could never have grasped before. It was in that manner that he became an Archean, and an even stronger one than the Vile Emperor had been. Everything he possessed came from the mortal renegade. After all, in some ways, the mortal renegade was a world unto himself, with a will that could give approval. Just like the Eternal Mother, he could produce powerful experts of his own. During this process, Daoist Heavenspan lost himself, and knew it. To achieve his goals, he had become completely ruthless, and selfish to the extreme. And yet, he still remembered a time in the past when he had not been like that. Occasionally, he would reminisce, and although the memories seemed like those of a stranger, he still remembered that he had a daughter. Perhaps that's just the price I have to pay. Sighing inwardly, he severed such thoughts, and his eyes glinted with icy coldness. Up to now, he had been in meditation. But then, the will of the mortal renegade had reached out to him, explaining that his mission was to defend against all outside threats. The now-dead clone had been tasked with the same mission. And if things had gone according to plan, matters would have proceeded smoothly until the mortal renegade awoke. But then Xiaochun returned, cut down the impostor Vile Emperor, and forced the mortal renegade to advance his plans. Then, as the moment of awakening drew near, Xiaochun began to set up a spell formation backed by the essence of time, which the mortal renegade sensed was a major threat. Therefore, Daoist Heavenspan appeared to act as Tao protector, and eliminate the threat. Xiaochun! He growled, his eyes flashing. Striding out toward the incoming Xiaochun, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing 9 sealing marks to appear. Immediately, they began to grow larger, becoming 9 gigantic lanterns. A moment later, one of the 9 lanterns was extinguished, causing black smoke to belch out, which became a huge hand that shot toward Xiaochun. The energy radiating off of the hand was comparable to the peak of the Archean realm, a force that far surpassed what the Vile Emperor had been capable of. And yet, now that Xiaochun's fleshly body had been tempered by striking the bell of the Eternal Mother, it was so weak that he didn't even need to think about it. As the hand approached, Xiaochun's eyes glittered with hatred for Daoist Heavenspan. Performing a quick incantation gesture, he waved his right hand, causing numerous beams of Archean luminescence to shoot out. And thus, a battle of divine abilities began. Booms rang out as a second lantern was extinguished, then a third and a fourth, sending one black hand after another toward Xiaochun. Xiaochun performed more incantation gestures, causing the power of both his fleshly body and cultivation base to skyrocket. Then, he unleashed his undying sovereign's fist, smashing all of the black hands into pieces. Frowning, Daoist Heavenspan extinguished all of his remaining lanterns, and again formed several black hands. Then, the smoke from the previously shattered hands swept toward them, and all of the hands and smoke merged to create a huge giant that charged toward Xiaochun, howling. All this took only a few breaths of time. Divine abilities slammed into each other, sending shockwaves out in all directions. As for all of the cultivators down below in the eternal immortal domains, they looked on in complete shock. Daoist Heavenspan! So, he's with the enemy from beyond. Damn it! If I'd known it would end up like this, I would have killed him years ago. The Celestials belonging to the former Vile Emperor dynasty all looked on with cold, murderous gazes. However, they all knew that this version of Daoist Heavenspan was someone none of them were qualified to fight against. They could only hope that Xiaochun would prevail. Up above, Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture, causing everything around him to distort as he called on the essence of time. Instantly, the huge giant slowed down, allowing Xiaochun to pierce directly through it. As his undying codex regenerated him, he became like a sharp sword stabbing toward Daoist Heavenspan. Eyes flashing, Daoist Heavenspan waved his hands out and said, "Starry sky, nirvanic extermination." In response, an image of a starry sky appeared around him. It featured innumerable glittering stars, each of which represented worlds filled with people. But then, in a short moment, the entire image began to turn dark. As it did, the sky of the eternal immortal domains also began to turn completely black. Meanwhile, Taoist Heavenspan's voice seemed to contain a will of nirvanic extermination, which turned the dark sky into a huge face that lunged down to consume by Xiaochun. Strangely, although the face resembled Taoist Heavenspan, if one looked closely, it actually looked more like the mortal renegade, that. The face seemed capable of inflicting nirvanic extermination on anything it touched, even the sky began to wither. This divine ability surpassed anything the vile emperor had used. This came from the Tao of the mortal renegade. It was being wielded by Taoist Heavenspan, but it was still a magic of nirvanic extermination. As it spread, the spell formation, which had not yet been completely formed, began to show signs of being corroded. Clearly, it would only be a short time before it was completely destroyed. It wasn't a matter of the spell formation being weak, but rather, the fact that it was incomplete. Had it been complete, Taoist Heavenspan would have had a very difficult time doing anything to it. I have to end this fight quickly. Bai Xiaochun thought. Without any hesitation, he shot forward, waving his hand. Water swamp! He shouted. Intense rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as water vapor roiled out, creating a huge swamp. It was almost like an ocean, and as it formed, a beastly roar rose up from inside of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1280, 1 Byte. Chapter 1280, 1 Byte. It was none other than Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit. Apparently, the creature had learned from its previous mistake, and instead of reaching out with its claws first, its head appeared, crocodilian and fierce to the extreme, with rows of sharp teeth as large as mountains. Filling nearly half the sky, it lunged toward the face of nirvanic extermination. It was so huge that just its head filled half the sky, and thus, it could only be imagined how large its body was. Clearly, the eternal immortal domains couldn't even sustain such a large entity. Mortals usually think that things which are large in size are particularly powerful. But cultivators view things differently, and are impressed by large things only when they reach a certain, completely exaggerated level. And right now, all the cultivators who could see this head were shivering in terror. Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit was just ridiculously massive. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom had grown with him as his cultivation base advanced. Earlier, he had used the technique inside the body of the mortal renegade, where no one could see it. But right now, numerous gasps could be heard as people finally caught sight of it with their own eyes. That was especially true of the disciples from the former Spirit Stream sect. Li Qingho's jaw dropped, and Patriarch Spirit Stream stared in shock. After all, even though the water swamp kingdom was difficult to cultivate, there had been people who had succeeded with it throughout history. And yet, compared to Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom, all of those previous versions seemed like knockoffs. In fact, the people from the Spirit Stream sect even began to wonder if the divine ability from their sect had been the real thing. That's the water swamp kingdom? Even Bai Xiaochun's family was shocked. Song Junwan gasped, and both Dabao and Xiaoxiao were visibly stunned by the enormous, vicious crocodilian head. As everyone looked on, stunned, Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit snapped up the face of nirvanic extermination. But then, apparently not satisfied, it unhesitatingly shot toward the mortal renegade. Not even Taoist Heavenspan could keep himself from feeling shocked by what he was seeing. Eyes nearly popping out of his skull, he blurted, "What is that thing?" Taoist Heavenspan's scalp was tingling on the verge of exploding. This was the first time since he became an apprentice of the mortal renegade that he had felt so shaken. In fact, a sensation of deadly crisis had already gripped his heart. Not daring to hesitate, he backed up as if he planned to go back into the mortal renegade's forehead. Unfortunately for him, Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit was too fast, and blocked his path. Defiance rose up in Taoist Heavenspan as a feeling of impending death overtook him. To him, it felt like he had been involved in a sword fight, only to have his opponent throw down his sword and then pull out a mountain to crush him with. The life essence spirit was like heaven and earth, and Taoist Heavenspan was like an ant. The mortal renegade's head was actually much larger than the life essence spirit, and yet, it ravenously opened its jaws as if to take a bite. The people of the eternally mortal domains were as stunned as wooden chickens, and even Bai Xiaochun was sweating nervously. He was almost considering calling his life essence spirit back, but it was too late. Before he could do anything, the creature bit down onto the mortal renegade. A crunching sound rang out, which was like an explosion that caused all heaven and earth to distort. Then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit, and a few of its mountain-like teeth fell out. However, the life essence spirit apparently did get a chunk of rock-like flesh, whereupon it lunged back into the swamp and disappeared. The people of the eternal immortal domains looked on in shock, and Taoist Heavenspan glanced around, apparently surprised to still be alive. Sweat dripping down his face, he shot into the mortal renegade's forehead, not even looking over his shoulder. As for the mortal renegade, two enormous teeth were still stuck into his face, surrounded by numerous cracks and crevices. It was a really odd sight. Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Even in a somber and dramatic fight like this, he was still able to do what he usually did, and make things amusing. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't happy the Taoist heavenspan had escaped, the look of stupefaction on his face had been worth it. He ran too quickly this time, that's all. Snorting coldly, he waved his right hand, and the spell formation of the essence of time began to form together again. As for the shocked cultivators down below, they all went back to their work from moments before. This time, Taoist heavenspan didn't interfere. As starlight streamed up from below, the huge spell formation formed around the mortal renegade. As it completed, the essence of time swirled, forming something like an enormous vortex. It was a vortex of innumerable stars, each of which was part of the spell formation. Within it was the power of essence, which caused all of the time in the area to slow down. And that was the main purpose of the formation. Not only would it slow down time to prevent the seal from unraveling too soon, but it would buy them time in general. Now that the spell formation was operational, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. At that point, he looked at the mortal renegade's forehead, and then, the teeth sticking into his face. It was a strange thing. Why did the teeth remain after the life essence spirit vanished? Contemplating the matter, he headed back down to the eternal immortal domains. Upon arriving in Arch-Emperor's city, some of his subordinates delivered the teeth that had fallen from his life essence spirit. Ignoring the strange looks on the faces of his subordinates, he studied the teeth for a while before putting them into his bag of holding. After all, if his life essence spirit showed up next time missing a bunch of teeth, it would look really ugly. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun once again wondered why things always got strange around him. It was obviously a very serious situation. Scratching his head, he put the matter aside and went to find his Taoist partners. After all, his water swamp kingdom had eased some of the tension, but that didn't change the potential for impending destruction of a cataclysmic nature. The Saint Emperor becoming a half-sovereign wasn't the answer to the problem. Everything would come down to Bai Xiaochun, and whether or not he could succeed. Right now, he needed to go into secluded meditation, and for how long, no one knew. When he came out, it could be right into a deadly situation. It was impossible to say what things would be like. Therefore, the only thing he could think to do now was send his friends and family to the treasured fan, where they could hopefully remain safe. However, whether it was Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, or Hou Xiaomei, none of them agreed. Neither did Debao or Xiao Xiao. The giant ghost king, Li Qingho, and everyone else all felt the same. What would be the point of that? Song Junwan said softly. If the eternal immortal domains go away, do you really think that we can just live on some fan? Like you said, the mortal renegade seeks to exterminate all of the starry sky. All people. Maybe we could escape one disaster, but it would only be delaying the inevitable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1281, The Past. Chapter 1281, The Past. Bai Xiaochun had nothing to say in response to Song Junwan. He knew that she was right. If the eternal immortal domains were destroyed, then considering how powerful the mortal renegade was, he would have no problem finding the treasured fan out in the void. And given that his Tao was to destroy everything and leave nothing behind, the people on the fan would surely not be allowed to escape. If the mortal renegade had not been sealed in place outside of the eternal immortal domains, then the damaged version of the fan would not have continued to exist. Even the hourglass world would have been destroyed. The only thing we can do, Zhou Zimo said, is spend time with each other before the final moment arrives. Bai Xiaochun, there's a place we'd like to take you to. Both she and Hou Xiaomei were smiling as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Warmth bubbled up in his heart as he looked back at his Taoist partners. He would treasure these moments, as he knew that time was of the essence. At the most, he could spend a few days with the people he loved. After that, he would have to go into secluded meditation to work on his breakthrough. What place? He asked, smiling. Unbeknownst to him, Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, Hou Xiaomei and Gongsun Wanner had prepared a place especially for the people from the Heavenspan realm. Unable to contain his curiosity, Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense out, and found that there were others present. The giant ghost king, the grand heaven master, Li Qingho, patriarch spirit stream, big fatty Zhang, Subaokai, master god diviner, and even Bruiser were there. The smiles on their faces only stoked Bai Xiaochun's curiosity. Together, they left Arch-Emperor's city and traveled to a location on the border of the nation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Bai Xiaochun kept his divine sense sweeping out in front of him. Eventually, it locked onto something that caused him to shiver and his heart to pound. Eyes widening, he looked over at everyone who had come to accompany him. You guys? He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was something that completely surpassed anything he could have imagined. There, off in the distance, was a prefecture that was roughly the size of the former Heavenspan realm. Before, it had been empty, but now, it contained 4 rivers. The rivers spread out from a central location, which was filled with seawater. Although it was little more than a lake, it was actually about the same size as the Heavenspan Sea of the past. Sex covered the banks of the rivers, and there was also a great wall, beyond which was the former Archemperor's city. Shockingly, he was looking at the Heavenspan realm. Clearly, much work and effort had gone into transforming this prefecture and making every aspect of it the same as the Heavenspan realm. Xiaochun was already feeling deeply shaken. Of course, his divine sense had long since reached the point of being able to fill the entire eternal immortal domains. But his attention had not been focused, and he had not noticed this prefecture. And there had been many momentous events since his return. Therefore, it was only at this moment that he realized what his people had been up to in recent times. When the Grand Heaven Master saw Xiaochun's shock, he chuckled. Your Majesty, you were in secluded meditation for many years, and your empresses came to miss their home. So did I. Therefore, I took it upon myself to gather as many people of Heavenspan as possible. Together, we scoured our memories, and built this place based on them. I had hoped that it would be a beacon of hope for those of us from the Heavenspan realm. No longer would we feel like strangers in a strange land. Here, we could feel like we were home, and could reminisce about past times. Sadly, after the construction was complete, a whole string of unexpected events occurred, and we never had time to report the matter to you, Your Majesty. Therefore, we never opened it up to the public. Clasping hands, the Grand Heaven Master bowed to Xiaochun. Xiaochun's emotions were astir as he thought back to past times. All of a sudden, it was like a door to the past had been opened right in front of him. Great! Excellent! Laughing heartily, he flew forward and entered the prefecture, followed by all of his people, whose eyes flickered with reminiscence and emotion. As Xiaochun traveled through the new Heavenspan realm, his heart surged with excitement. Before long, he was in the eastern Heavenspan region, and the first place he visited was Mount Hood. It looked more or less how he remembered it. There was even a little village at the foot of the mountain, with a house just like his own. On the peak of Mount Hood, he closed his eyes and sank into his memories, flanked by all of his friends and family. Eventually, he opened his eyes, and the same smile appeared on his face that had often appeared there when he was younger. I'm not sure if all of you know, he began softly, but this was actually where I joined the Spirit Stream sect. My father gave me a stick of incense and told me that if I lit it, an immortal would come take me away. The only thing is that, whenever I lit the incense, lightning would fall, which scared me so much that I would instantly give up. It was only on the 13th time that I gritted my teeth, lit the incense, and braved the lightning. And that was when I met Uncle Li. With that, he looked over at Li Qingho, much the same way he would have looked at his own father. Li Qingho was old now, with white hair and wrinkles on his face. When he looked at Xiaochun, he smiled, and yet, in his heart, he sighed emotionally. That's right, you little punk, he said. You lit that incense over and over again, and I was never able to get more than halfway there before you gave up. Eventually, I decided that when I found you, I would give you a good thrashing. Xiaochun cleared his throat in embarrassment. There's no need to bring up that part, Uncle Li. Song Junwan, Ho Xiaomei, and everyone else smiled when they heard the dialogue. After all, this mountain had been constructed based on Li Qingho's personal memories. From here, Uncle Li took me to the Spirit Stream sect. Turning his head, he looked off into the distance for a moment. Then, he used the extraordinary powers of his cultivation base to take a step forward, and bring everyone with him to the Spirit Stream sect. It looked almost exactly as he remembered it. There was even a gravel path that he walked down, whereupon he found himself in the ovens. This was where I met eldest brother. There were 8 fatties back then, but eldest brother was the one who jumped out first and scared the living daylights out of me. Back then, he was like a mountain of flesh. Big Fatty Zhang rubbed his nose awkwardly, but still chuckled a bit. I remember thinking about how skinny you were, Big Fatty Zhang said, and that I needed to fatten you up a bit. Who would have thought that your arrival would open up a new door to us ovens people? That was when we really learned how to pilfer delicacies. For many of the people present, it was their first time hearing of such things, especially Gong Sunwaner and Zhou Zimo. When Big Fatty Zhang saw how curious they were, he launched into a whole account of what he and Xiaochun had done together in those years. At a certain point, he brought up the chicken-thieving fiend, which was when Ho Xiaomei let out a strangled shout. I can't believe that you were the chicken-thieving fiend. Looking even more embarrassed, Bai Xiaochun pointed at one little hut off to the side. See that? That's where Su Baokai delivered his blood notice to me. He was really pissed about losing his place in the ovens, so he threw the blood notice down and challenged me to a fight. Su Baokai chuckled, but didn't say anything. At this point, he realized that people weren't paying attention to him and seemed more interested in Big Fatty Zhang's stories about the chicken-thieving fiend. At this point, Bai Xiaochun decided to take everyone to the trial platform staircase. At the top, he smiled. This is the exact spot where I met Xiaomei. Ho Xiaomei looked at the steps, and a sweet smile broke out on her face. For her, it was almost like going back in time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1282, A Legendary Life. Chapter 1282, A Legendary Life. That year, a young man and his two enormously fat friends blocked the path and extorted their fellow disciples. That year, a young woman stomped up, looking like a hot chili pepper. As soon as she saw the young man, her heart started to pound. Bai Xiaochun looked over at Ho Xiaomei, and she looked back at him. Both seemed to be transported back in time to that day. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun headed to the north bank of the Spirit Stream sect. At the Beast Conservatory, he saw the residence he and Bruiser had once occupied, and couldn't help but think back to the moment Bruiser had been born. "Bruiser," he said softly. Bruiser trotted over and shrank down to the size he had been back then, and his charming appearance caused warmth to fill Bai Xiaochun's heart. "This is where Bruiser was born," he explained. Bruiser's eyes also seemed to flicker with emotion as he thought back to old times. And thus, Bai Xiaochun visited all the familiar places he remembered in the Spirit Stream sect. As he recounted his past experiences and activities, everyone seemed to sink with him into their memories. Eventually, he left the Spirit Stream sect and went to the Bloodstream sect. On Middle Peak, he looked over at Song Junwan. She smiled back at him, looking more beautiful than ever. "You know, back when I came to the Bloodstream sect, I used a mask to disguise myself as Nightcrypt. My plan wasn't to snag a Taoist partner, I just needed to get into Junwan's bedchamber to steal some treasure." Chuckling, he rubbed his nose, and then pulled out the little turtle. Before the little turtle could complain, he held him out and said, "This thing. See? He was what I came to steal. Who would have thought that I would end up stealing the heart of my future Taoist partner too?" Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt quite pleased with himself. As for Song Junwan, the smile faded from her face, and her eyes widened into a glare. At that point, Bai Xiaochun chuckled and looked over at Master God Diviner. "This is where I met you too, Master Snort Snort. I'll never forget how shifty you looked back then. Who would have thought that you would end up as a genius of having children?" Of course, Bai Xiaochun had a much different status nowadays. His Taoist partners might dare to talk back to him, and maybe even Big Fatty Zhang, but not Master God Diviner. He could only smile wryly. Inside, he sighed, musing that life really was a strange thing. After all, if he hadn't met Bai Xiaochun all those years ago, he would not be in his current position. After touring the Heavenspan region, Bai Xiaochun went to the Great Wall, and beyond it, to the Wildlands, which was even more well-created than the Heavenspan region. With the exception of its lack of vengeful souls, it was exactly as he remembered it. The Wildlands was where he and Zhou Zimo had fought in the labyrinth, which had also been carefully recreated. Inside the labyrinth, Bai Xiaochun laughed. There was no need to even ask whether or not this place had been constructed based on Zhou Zimo's memories. After all, he and she were the only two that had reached the final level of the place. Smiling, he looked over at her and said, "Zimo, this is where you very nearly killed me. Do you realize how close to death I came?" Glaring back at him, she snorted. "It would have been a lot better if I did kill you." Bai Xiaochun smiled wryly and cleared his throat. Meanwhile, everyone else was laughing as though he had just cracked a joke. "I'm serious," he added. "I nearly died here. And all for a measly Deva soul." Surprisingly, Zhou Zimo was blushing a bit. Back in those days, she had viewed Deva souls as extremely precious, only to eventually reach a point where she could have as many as she wanted. And then she thought about how unlucky Bai Xiaochun had been to end up fighting her, and considered how things would have ended up if she did kill him. Suddenly, she started laughing. Bai Xiaochun left the labyrinth and headed to Giant Ghost City. There, the Giant Ghost King looked around wistfully, clearly reminiscing about past times. When he looked at the huge statue of himself, and at the royal palace, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. He simply sighed. "Giant Ghost, old pal," Bai Xiaochun said loudly, "why didn't you reconstruct Devil Penitentiary? You call me father-in-law, you hear?" Laughing, Bai Xiaochun nodded vigorously. "Of course, father-in-law. That's better. Anyway, just forget about Devil Penitentiary. It's not here. The giant Ghost King knew Bai Xiaochun very well, and had long since guessed that if the Heavenspan realm were rebuilt, he would want to come here and boast about his past shenanigans. Therefore, to play things safe, he had intentionally left out Devil Penitentiary. I really miss Devil Penitentiary, Bai Xiaochun said. Hey everyone, did you know that the giant Ghost King was locked in there once? He was in very bad shape. Then I came along, a dark inquisitor. I happened to notice an old man in one of the cells, which was when I... Ignoring the grim look on the giant Ghost King's face, Bai Xiaochun went on to tell the story of how the two of them had met. Eyes widened as Bai Xiaochun spoke of smacking the giant Ghost King on the side of the head, of using him as a shield to break out of Devil Penitentiary, and of dragging him around the city and using him as a weapon to kill numerous enemies. Many a sympathetic look was cast in the giant Ghost King's direction. You know what? All these giant Ghost King stories have jogged my memory. I seem to remember that there was also a certain pretty widow. All of a sudden, the giant Ghost King started to get nervous, but Bai Xiaochun simply cast him a mischievous glance, and didn't tell any more of that story. At this point, the Grand Heaven Master chuckled dryly, looked up at the sky to check the time of day, and then said, Your Majesty, it's starting to get late. Why don't we head back now, What's the hurry, Grand Heaven Master? I still haven't gotten to your part of the story yet. The Grand Heaven Master was actually turning to leave, but there was no way Bai Xiaochun would let him. Grabbing him by the arm, he vanished, along with the rest of the group, to appear in the Heavenspan Realms version of Archemperor City. Specifically, they were in Heaven Master Hall in the Imperial Palace. See everyone? This is where the enigmatic Grand Heaven Master of years past would order me around. Eyebrows dancing up and down, he looked at the Grand Heaven Master and then proceeded to tell all the pertinent stories. Eventually, the Grand Heaven Master's eyes widened into a glare. You really have the cheek to pretend that you didn't come up with that vicious plan to pass off a Foundation establishment soul as a Deva soul? And by the way, the proclamation of universal grace was your idea, Slowly but surely, everyone was coming to realize that wherever Bai Xiaochun went, he always caused a huge storm. And as far as his ability to cause disasters went, it was nothing short of legendary. All of a sudden, the Grand Heaven Master and everyone else present suddenly had the feeling that the impending catastrophe of the mortal renegade might not be a very big deal. With Bai Xiaochun on their side, the situation was sure to be resolved eventually. The sudden confidence improved their mood, and as Bai Xiaochun finished his tour of the new Heavenspan realm, everyone joined in on telling stories about past times. Eventually, it began to grow dark, and they returned to Archemperor City. For the following few days, Bai Xiaochun refrained from any practice of cultivation. He spent all of his time with his family and friends, especially Song Junwan, Ho Xiaomei, Zhou Zimo, and Gongsun Waner. And most especially, De Bao, Xiao and Xiaobao. He was a husband and a father now, and as such, wished that times like this would last for all eternity. But unfortunately, they had to come to an end. He needed to go into seclusion, and however much he would miss them, he had no choice but to enter his private meditation chamber. He had no idea if he would succeed or not, and no way to tell what the future would hold. He could only do everything in his power to achieve the breakthrough he sought. I have to break through and earn a chance at life. If I don't, then going into seclusion will be my final act of farewell. He stopped for a moment at the door of the chamber, looking over his shoulder at all his friends and family. And then, he slowly closed the door, cutting himself off completely from their sight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1283, Bai Xiaochun's Tao. Chapter 1283, Bai Xiaochun's Tao. The door to his private chamber became like a door closing him off from the entire world. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and settled his emotions. It took some time, but he pushed aside all extraneous thoughts, and when he opened his eyes again, they shone with utter determination. He was now in a state that he rarely entered. His cultivation base had steadily climbed over the years, and considering all of the things he had experienced, and all the twists and turns that had come in his life, at some point, Bai Xiaochun realized that he had grown up. After visiting the reconstructed Heavenspan realm, and looking back on the path he had walked, his heart had steadily grown more and more calm. At the same time, he had begun to formulate the very thoughts that the Eternal Mother had alluded to. The mortal renegade's Tao is one of complete extermination of everything. It takes the starry sky and snuffs it out like a candle, casting everything into darkness, and turning all life into death. The reverse of his Tao would do the opposite. It would cause the extinguished starry sky to spark with new life. If the mortal renegade represents nirvanic extermination, then my Tao must be one of radiance and light. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he contemplated the subject. This was actually the entire goal of this session of secluded meditation. As for how to go about it, Bai Xiaochun already had an idea. In fact, it had something to do with a plant he had acquired long ago. Closing his eyes, he issued a soft call in his heart, a call that caused his private chamber to tremble. In fact, the entire imperial palace shook physically, and eventually, all of Archemperor's city. The inhabitants looked around in bewilderment, although not for long. Moments later, a crevice opened up within the city, from which emerged a huge, vine-like plant. Moments later, a second vine appeared, then a third and a fourth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of them had risen up, and were dancing in the breeze. What are those things? Heavens! I can't believe a plant like that exists beneath Archemperor's city. That aura, it surpasses the demigod realm. It's more like the celestial realm. Amidst the uproar, the plants responded to Bai Xiaochun's call, and as they danced, they began to shine with moonlight that rose into the air and swirled above the city. As everyone watched in awe, the moonlight converged, creating a shining moon whose light shook the hearts of everyone present. It was almost as if an actual moon were now present, hanging directly above Archemperor's city, shining brightly. Then, the moon began to fall. Before anyone could react, it shot toward Bai Xiaochun's private chamber. The Grand Heaven Master and other top experts initially attempted to interfere, but were then instructed by Bai Xiaochun's divine sense to back away. As they did, they watched the shining moon slowly disappear into Bai Xiaochun's meditation chamber. Inside the chamber, Bai Xiaochun reached out with his right hand to grasp the shining light, which flickered and jumped with pleasure, as if he were its lord and master. A smile broke out on Bai Xiaochun's face as he sent some divine sense out, causing the light in his hand to glitter, and then revealing a seed made of moonlight, the glow of which sent soft radiance into every corner of the private chamber. It was none other than his moonflower. He had planted the moonflower beneath the city years ago, when he initially went into seclusion, leaving it as a secret weapon to be used in the defense of the city. However, it had never been necessary to defend the city in such a way. Now, as he formulated his plan for how to achieve a breakthrough, he realized that the moonflower was actually key. More precisely, he remembered that, back in the original Heavenspan realm, the moonflower had eventually reached a point in its growth where it transformed into countless dandelion seeds, which spread out into all heaven and earth. He had witnessed that event with his own eyes. It had been a very profound moment, and was something he could never forget, not even after all the things he had experienced afterward. 1. If I want to walk the opposite path as the mortal renegade, he murmured, then I need to reignite all of the extinguished flames that filled the starry sky of the past. To do that, I need the strength of the moonflower. He had come up with this idea some time ago, and now that the time had come to put it into action, his eyes shone with determination. Other methods might work as well, but there isn't enough time. The fastest way will be to fuse with the moonflower, and borrow its ability to multiply and spread, thus sending seeds of my own divine sense out into the void. Certain that this was the best idea, he unhesitatingly covered the moonflower seed with divine sense. Having accomplished this, he closed his hand over the seed, which vanished. When it reappeared in his mind, it immediately began to sprout, sending tendrils throughout his body. Before long, he had fused with the moonflower, a process which did not harm either of them. In fact, if his plan succeeded, and he brought light to the dark void outside, then the moonflower would be his companion plant, and in some respects, would be another eternal flower. The moonflower understood that, and in its excitement, did nothing to oppose the process. As it fused with Bai Xiaochun, it slowly fell into a state of slumber, handing control of itself over to him. It was hard to say how much time passed. Bai Xiaochun was so involved with his work that he forgot everything else. Soon, he had become the moonflower itself, whereupon soft moonlight radiated off of him, which floated out of his meditation chamber and up into the sky. At first, there were only about 10 motes of light, which entered the void and began to drift away from the eternally mortal domains. However, those motes of light soon began to multiply. Eventually there were 100, then 1,000, then 10,000. Eventually the numbers climbed higher. 1 million, 10 million. 100 million. Soon, the number was too high to count, an endless stream of light which rose up from Bai Xiaochun and sailed out into the sky, and the void beyond. They looked like glowing dandelion seeds made of moonlight, and they were very eye-catching, drawing the attention of all the living beings in the eternal immortal domains. Although no one knew exactly what they were, or what their purpose was, they could sense the powerful flame of life force they contained. After all, they weren't just a manifestation of Bai Xiaochun's divine sense. They also contained his life force, his Tao, and everything else that made him up. Within the meditation chamber, his body slowly withered, growing older and older until all that was left behind was an empty husk. His soul, his Tao, his cultivation base, and all other aspects of him had entered the dandelion seeds, and were spreading out through the void. They did not move about aimlessly. They all had specific destinations, those being the destroyed ruins that filled the void, the places where light had once burned, but was later extinguished. Every time such a location was found, a dandelion seed would settle down and sprout. Days began to slip by. Although everyone in the eternally mortal domains was still nervous about the impending catastrophe, they knew that both the Saint Emperor and Bai Xiaochun were both working hard to provide hope. And the only thing that everyone else could do was wait and work on their cultivation. Although advancing their cultivation bases would do little good in the end, no one was willing to abandon any possible advantage. And of course, it served to calm their hearts. There were still people who abandoned themselves to despair. But the celestials of the two great imperial dynasties did their best to quell such trends, and dispose of any individuals who had lost their humanity. And thus, life went on in the eternally mortal domains, and affairs mostly stabilized. Eventually, 10 years had gone by. Xiaoba was now 10 years old, and his personality was very much like his father's. Whenever Ho Xiaomei and the rest of his family saw him acting mischievous and fearing death, they couldn't help but look over wistfully at Bai Xiaochun's meditation chamber. Inside the chamber, Bai Xiaochun sat there cross-legged, unmoving for an entire decade. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1284, Single Sparks. Chapter 1284, Single Sparks. Over the 10-year period, countless dandelion seeds spread out into the void, all of which contained Bai Xiaochun's life force and divine sense. They moved with speed that defied the comprehension of cultivators, piercing through the void even faster than Bai Xiaochun could have moved on his own. Some landed on various ruins, while others continued on, reaching places far, far away from the eternally mortal domains. And as the dandelion seeds landed and took root, changes began to take place. In one particular location was a stretch of ruins completely devoid of any signs of life. It was desolate, withered, and rife with death. There was even a misty haze that hung over the area, almost like a sludge. A dandelion seed dropped into the haze and vanished. A few years later, the mist began to fade away, along with the feeling of death. Another 3 years passed, and the mist and aura of death were gone, which was when a delicate sprout rose up from the mud below. Although it was only a tiny sprout, it still represented life. It seemed to have broken through some sort of seal, a curse of sorts, which allowed it to spread life force, completely changing the ruins around it. Another 3 years passed, and the sprout bloomed, giving birth to a flower that looked exactly like a moon. It was none other than a moonflower. When the moonflower bloomed, it emitted a faint, glittering light. It wasn't particularly dazzling, but in the darkness of the void, it was still breathtaking. The light grew stronger, slowly driving away the darkness, growing more stable. Gradually, that portion of the dark void was becoming bright. And that was only one set of ruins among many. Before long, a second light blazed to life, and then another, and another. One by one, sparks were appearing. Although they were single sparks now, that didn't mean they couldn't combine into a raging fire. As the dandelion seeds found more and more ruins, and as the years passed, more light appeared. By now, Bai Xiaochun had been in secluded meditation for more than 20 years. Xiaoba was a young man now, whose main impression of his father was that he remained sealed behind a door. However, based on the things that his older brother and sister had told him, he knew that his father was a grand and mighty individual, but Dabeo had taken over the responsibilities of running the Archemperor dynasty as the heir apparent, and with the help of the Grand Heavenmaster and other powerful experts, assimilated the former Vile Emperor dynasty. Xiao had risen to the level of a celestial, but had not gained the approval of the Eternal Mother. However, she had Bai Xiaochun's approval, and as he transformed into a host of dandelion seeds that spread through the void, the karma between them caused her cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. In the short 20 years that passed, she reached the mid-celestial realm. It was at that time that strange signs occurred. The mortal renegade hadn't moved for 20 years, but now, he suddenly trembled. Instantly, the people of the eternally mortal domains descended into vigilant anxiety. Both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor were still in seclusion, leaving the eternally mortal domains without a single archon. Thankfully, no meteorites fell. Unfortunately, a vortex sprang up on the mortal renegade's forehead. As it did, Taoist Heavenspan appeared. He had been scared off years ago by Bai Xiaochun, but now he was back, an unsightly expression on his face as he looked first at the spell formation which bound the mortal renegade, and then down at the eternally mortal domains. If he could have his way, he would not see the eternally mortal domains destroyed. However, the sleeping mortal renegade had sensed some dangerous crisis brewing, and had given him a very specific mission. Break through the spell formation. End Bai Xiaochun's session of meditation. Taoist Heavenspan had mixed feelings regarding Bai Xiaochun, feelings that he had not been able to sort out even after all the years that had passed. Taoist Heavenspan knew that he had no choice in the matter. Although he was an apprentice, the truth was that most of his actions were controlled by his own Tao. And the origin of that Tao, that of nirvanic extermination, was the mortal renegade. Sometimes Taoist Heavenspan asked himself if it was all worth it. And he wondered if he could go back to the very beginning, if he might have made different choices. But there was no real way to answer that question. He could only suppress his melancholy, and look out with sharply cold eyes. As of this moment, he waved his arm, causing the vortex in the mortal renegade's forehead to swirl. Then, howls and roars could be heard as a vast horde of devilish specters emerged. There were too many of them to count, a massive army that was now at the command of Taoist Heavenspan. Without any hesitation, the army charged toward the spell formation that Bai Xiaochun had set up using the essence of time. Rumbling sounds echoed out into the void, and quickly caught the attention of the cultivators down below in the eternally mortal domains. Shocked, they began to rotate their cultivation bases to fight back. This was one of the marvelous aspects of the spell formation. Every single formation node in the entire spell formation was linked to a cultivator, which made it nearly invincible. However, if enough of the nodes were broken, then it would eventually fall. All that would be required was enough time. The assault on the spell formation lasted for 3 years. During that time, rumbling sounds filled the sky above the eternally mortal domains both day and night. Taoist Heavenspan wasn't concerned at all with how much time it was taking. There were too many devilish specters inside of the mortal renegade to even count, and even if they were all killed, Taoist Heavenspan wouldn't care. Despite the heavy losses that the army of devilish specters sustained during the 3 years, Taoist Heavenspan did not call off the offensive. Furthermore, the constant assault was pushing the spell formation to the brink of detonation. Black marks could be seen spreading across its surface, staining the essence of time, and causing the spell formation to slowly grow weaker. "It won't be long now," Taoist Heavenspan murmured. Waving his hand, he sent even more devilish specters charging forth in attack. It was a difficult time for the cultivators in the eternally mortal domains. Virtually none of them were able to focus on cultivation. They were forced to sit there cross-legged and focus their energy on the spell formation, powering it with their cultivation bases to resist the advance of the devilish specters. Although the two parties were separated by the formation, they were involved in a very strange and unique showdown. Meanwhile, the dandelion seeds that contained Bai Xiaochun's life force and divine sense had thoroughly disseminated throughout the void. They descended onto the ruins everywhere, even into that floating field of coffins that he had once encountered. With each year that passed, more light flared to life. As of now, if one looked out into the void, there was dazzling starlight everywhere. As of now, it could truly be called a starry sky again. The changes caused the sleeping mortal renegade to grow even more restless, and Taoist Heavenspan was likewise gripped by anxiety. He could sense the fury of the mortal renegade, and when he looked out at the rapidly deteriorating spell formation, it was with completely bloodshot eyes. "It's about time to end things. Bai Xiaochun is in seclusion, and thanks to the help of the mortal renegade, I'm now a half-sovereign. As of this moment, nobody can stop me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1285, The Saint Emperor Emerges. Chapter 1285, The Saint Emperor Emerges. In this moment, Taoist Heavenspan closely resembled the mortal renegade. In fact, a vortex appeared on his own forehead, within which a face could be seen, which was none other than the face of the mortal renegade. His aura was different as well. There was an air to it that suggested nirvanic extermination, as though he wished any area he saw to be filled with death. "The ultimate expression of my Tao is to bring nirvanic extermination to everything. In the end, only I shall be eternal." He strode forward, flanked by hordes of burning devilish specters. Then he extended his hand, causing numerous specters to clump together in front of him, forming a huge blazing fire of darkness. It was none other than a black flower of flame. "Nirvanic extermination," he said calmly. The black flame flower began to grow larger, spinning, rumbling, becoming a sea of flames that shot directly toward the crumbling spell formation. The sky turned black as the flames spread out, and the spell formation that had stood for many years finally began to collapse. When that happened, all of the cultivators connected to the formation nodes, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, began to cough up mouthfuls of blood. Trembling, and faces ashen, they looked up, despair flickering in their eyes. As they did, countless chunks of the spell formation began to fall down toward the ground. Without anything to stand in its way, the black sea of flames rushed out, followed by a huge army of devilish specters. Howling, they shot toward the eternal immortal domains, followed by Taoist Heavenspan, whose shocking aura seemed like that of a sovereign. He was wreathed in black flames, almost like a cloak of darkness, and as his hair floated around him, he emanated the icy coldness of nirvanic extermination. Further back, the mortal renegade remained in place, the same as ever, and yet, seemed to be struggling to open his eyes. To the further despair of the cultivators below, the ceiling strip that Bai Xiaochun had repaired was now beginning to collapse, starting from the portion near the Dantian region, and moving slowly upward toward his forehead. Once that strip vanished completely, the mortal renegade would wake up. The true moment of deadly crisis for the eternal immortal domains was nigh. From a distance, a sea of flames and an army of countless devilish specters descended on the eternal immortal domains, led by Taoist Heavenspan. And their target was Archemperor City. That was their ultimate goal, because that was the location of Bai Xiaochun, Song Junwan, Ho Xiaomei, Zhou Zimo, Gong Sunwaner, the Grand Heaven Master, Li Qingho, the Giant Ghost King. There were many powerful experts in Archemperor City, and all of them were gathered around Bai Xiaochun's meditation chamber, staring with ashen faces and despairing eyes at the fire and the specters, and most especially, at Taoist Heavenspan. Many a bitter sigh could be heard. In the end, there just wasn't enough time. Perhaps when he went into meditation, it really was the final farewell. As Xiao stood there, she looked over her shoulder at Bai Xiaochun's private chamber, and whispered, "Dad." Her voice was filled with sorrow and love, and at the same time, a tone of farewell. The Grand Heaven Master chuckled bitterly, and the Giant Ghost King sighed. The other Celestials all exchanged glances with bloodshot eyes. They knew that there was nowhere to run, and therefore, they began to power up their cultivation bases and prepare for a fight to the death, However, that was when the eternal immortal domains began to tremble violently, as an explosive aura suddenly appeared. Much to the shock of everyone, it surpassed the Archean realm, and caused Taoist Heavenspan to look with flickering eyes in the direction of the Eternal Sea. Although it seemed to fill all of the eternal immortal domains, Taoist Heavenspan knew exactly where it was coming from. In a deep crevice in the Eternal Sea was the entrance to the Eternal River. And in the depths of the Eternal River, sitting in front of the bell that represented the Eternal Mother, was the Saint Emperor, who had just opened his eyes. As he did, a sigil appeared on his forehead, depicting the Eternal Flower. Taoist Heavenspan had a similar mark on his own forehead, a sigil which represented a sovereign. Both of these individuals were half-sovereigns, and therefore, those marks indicated that their true power came from other sources, but unfortunately, the Saint Emperor had not finished the process of elevating his cultivation base and becoming a half-sovereign. He was not yet stable, and yet, had no choice but to end his session of cultivation. He was the Saint Emperor. This was his home. And his Tao came from the Eternal Mother. Rising to his feet, he spoke in a voice that surpassed heavenly thunder, filling all of the eternal immortal domains with a roar of rage. The Archemperor is not here, Taoist Heavenspan. Therefore, I, the Saint Emperor, will defend these lands. Stepping forward, he vanished, to reappear in the air above Archemperor City. As he did, a tempest rose up in the eternal immortal domains, a windstorm that converged on Archemperor City and immediately began to resist the Black Sea of Flames. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as the two forces met, nearly deafening the living beings in the eternal immortal domains, As the Saint Emperor strode forth, he reached out toward Saint Emperor City and made a grasping gesture, causing the enormous lotus within the heavenly pond to shudder for a moment, then vanish. When it reappeared, it was beneath the Saint Emperor, shining with soft light. As that glow spread out, it covered Archemperor City, making it impossible for the Black Sea of Flames or the devilish specters to enter the city. Having resolved that small crisis, the Saint Emperor looked up, the sigil on his forehead shining as he shot toward Taoist Heavenspan. "How amusing," Taoist Heavenspan said, chuckling as he looked with cold eyes at the Saint Emperor. "Unfortunately, your Tao comes from the paltry eternal flower. My Tao comes from the mortal renegade, a powerful sovereign. That puts me on another level altogether. Furthermore, you haven't stabilized yourself as a half-sovereign. You simply don't qualify to stand in my way, Laughing madly, Taoist Heavenspan vanished, then reappeared directly in front of the Saint Emperor in a black blur of light. The Saint Emperor's face fell as that black light slammed into him, causing blood to spray out of his mouth as he tumbled backward. The black light didn't seem fazed at all by the interchange, and immediately shot toward him again. The light destroyed the air around it, and dissipated any nearby life force, replacing it with a powerful aura of death. As it closed in, the Saint Emperor roared and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, instantly causing a huge moon to appear around him. This was one of his most powerful divine abilities, and now that his cultivation base was higher, it was no longer a crescent moon, but rather, a full moon. And yet, despite the powerful pressure it radiated, Taoist Heavenspan simply chuckled, reached out, and pushed against the moon, instantly, cracks spread out across it, and the moon shattered into countless pieces. More blood sprayed out of the Saint Emperor's mouth, and he fell back again, a defiant gleam in his eyes. If only I could have had a few more years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1286 Song K. Chapter 1286 Song K. Noifs, came Taoist Heavenspan's cold voice from within the black light, as he shot directly toward the Saint Emperor. In the final moment, just before Taoist Heavenspan was about to hit him, the Saint Emperor's eyes flashed with madness. The truth was that he could have held back and not come to fight, and in fact, the moment he had opened his eyes earlier, he had known that he was not a match for Taoist Heavenspan. But this was his home, and he was the Saint Emperor, whose Tao came from the Eternal Mother. And an even more important factor in his decision was Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had chosen a different path from him, something that he didn't understand early on. However, now he was enlightened. Having received the approval of the Eternal Mother, he knew that Bai Xiaochun was choosing a path of incomprehensible difficulty. His Tao had nothing to do with anyone else. His Tao was his own, and thus, if he achieved it, would exist on a different level, similar to the mortal renegades. The Saint Emperor knew he couldn't defeat Taoist Heavenspan, and yet, came to fight anyway. He would rather self-detonate, killing himself in body and soul, if the result was causing even a slight delay for Taoist Heavenspan. However, before the Saint Emperor could do anything else, and even as the black beam of light that was Taoist Heavenspan was about to hit him, a beam of Archean luminescence suddenly shot through the air. Then came a second, a third, and a fourth. In the blink of an eye, 300 beams of Archean luminescence were shooting toward Taoist Heavenspan, all of them bursting with Archean levels of power. Although one such beam might not be very frightening to Taoist Heavenspan, the power of so many of them combined instantly stopped him in his tracks. Even more importantly, whether it was the Saint Emperor or Taoist Heavenspan, and in fact, to all cultivators of the eternal immortal domains, Archean luminescence represented one thing. Bai Xiaochun. The Saint Emperor breathed, looking up into the sky. Bai Xiaochun. A very serious expression appeared on Taoist Heavenspan's face, and he also looked up into the sky, toward a shocking burst of energy that was approaching from beyond the heavens. They weren't the only ones to react in such a way. In Archemperor City, Song Junwan, Ho Xiaomei, Zhou Zimo, and Gongsun Wan all looked up with wide, disbelieving eyes. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao, Dabao and Xiaoxiao looked over at Bai Xiaochun's secluded meditation facilities, as did the Grand Heaven Master and other powerful experts. All of them were unsure of what was happening. However, considering that so many of them recognized Bai Xiaochun's Archean luminescence, they all began to get excited. It's the Archemperor. The Archemperor is out of seclusion. As the cheering rose up, Taoist Heavenspan frowned. After all, the incoming energy was incredibly powerful, but at the same time, didn't seem to be what he remembered Bai Xiaochun's energy feeling like. The Saint Emperor could also sense that something strange was going on. That was when they both caught sight of an enormous fan moving toward the eternal immortal domains at top speed, causing rumbling sounds to fill the air. It was none other than Bai Xiaochun's treasured fan. Visible in the fan face, within the tower that housed the essence left behind by the worldly Taoist, was Song K's corpse, sitting there cross-legged. His face was pale, and he looked dead. However, in addition to the aura of death that radiated out from him, there was also a powerful life force. Furthermore, the Tao essence of life and death which had once permeated the tower was gone, and existed instead inside of Song K. A sigil could be seen on his forehead, which was none other than the face of the worldly Taoist. Close examination would reveal that it resembled Song K's face to a large degree, the reason being that the worldly Taoist had already perished, and Song K had absorbed his Tao. Although he now possessed the worldly Taoist's mark, it was his own, and he could control it. As the fan neared, Taoist Heavenspan's eyes narrowed, and the crowds cheered. And that was when Song K's eyes opened. One of them was black, the other was white, and neither had pupils. At the same time, the sigil on his forehead radiated glittering light, and he erupted with a sovereign aura. He rose to his feet, two tempests raging around him as he stepped forward off of the fan. He vanished, reappearing in the eternal immortal domains, right in front of Taoist Heavenspan. "You shall not pass," he said, his voice grim. The sight of his black and white eyes caused Taoist Heavenspan's pupils to constrict. As for the Saint Emperor, he didn't recognize Song K, and yet, could hear Song Juan crying out from within Archemperor City. "K-er." Song K heard her call, and looked down at her, a smile playing out on his grim face. In that moment, Taoist Heavenspan turned into a black blur that shot directly toward him. "The Tao of Nirvanic extermination?" Song K said. "I see the calmness of Nirvana here, but no extermination." With that, he waved his hand, causing a black light to spring up that deeply resembled the black light being used by Taoist Heavenspan. Then, without any hesitation, he began to fight. A boom rang out as Taoist Heavenspan's form of black light shuddered for the first time, and he appeared in bodily form, staggering backward a few paces, staring at Song K with a look of shock in his eyes. Eyes flashing, Song Ke said, the essence of life and death was prepared by the worldly Taoist, both to resurrect the object of his love, and also to resist the mortal renegade. I'm not sure whether it's strong enough to fight the mortal renegade, but it's more than strong enough to fight you. With that, he blurred into motion as he shot toward Taoist Heavenspan. Expression brightening, the Saint Emperor flew forward and joined forces with Song Quebec. Two half-sovereigns were now a flurry of attacks, crushing Taoist Heavenspan over and over again. In only a few breaths' worth of time, a string of massive booms rang out to shake heaven and earth. Then, the three of them began to rise higher and higher into the air, until they were in the starry sky outside of the eternal immortal domains, where they continued to fight. Taoist Heavenspan was the strongest of them all. However, he was having trouble dealing with Song Ke's essence magic, and was sustaining injuries. If he had been fighting with Song Ke alone, then it might not have been a big problem, but he also had the Saint Emperor to deal with. He was fighting two half-sovereigns, one of whom was using tactics specifically designed to fight against him. It was impossible for him to regain the upper hand. After all, when half-sovereigns fought, even the slightest slip-up could lead to drastic consequences. Blood sprayed out of Taoist Heavenspan's mouth as he fell back over and over again. Sometimes, he managed to dodge out of the way of Song Ke's Tao essence of life and death, only to slam into the divine abilities of the eternal flower, wielded by the Saint Emperor. Taoist Heavenspan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and prepared to flee, only to see Song Ke wave his hand, and summon the fan, which shot toward him and shrank down for him to grab it. Because Song Ke possessed the Tao essence of life and death, he could use the most orthodox legacy techniques of the worldly Taoist. Even the spirit automaton by Xiaochun would follow his orders, which was something that Bai Xiaochun could never have imagined would happen. Unless Bai Xiaochun specifically interfered and prohibited it, Bai Xiaochun would do anything that Song Ke asked him to do. The shrunken fan appeared in front of Song Ke, who grabbed it and waved it out in front of him. Instantly, a huge river swept forth, filling the starry sky so quickly that Taoist Heavenspan was overwhelmed, and found it impossible to escape. Next, a lonely boat appeared, shining with Archean luminescence. The two Archean slaves on the boat immediately leaped forth to attack, and yet, things weren't over yet. Much to the consternation of Taoist Heavenspan, the Taoist pagoda of life and death appeared in the starry sky, along with the mountain that housed it. They were joined by an enormous sovereign's arm. This was the true might of this magical item. The river that flowed through the starry sky seemed to contain sealing power that perfectly conformed to Song Ke's Tao essence of life and death. Although it was not at the level that the worldly Taoist could have utilized, it was close. And no matter how Taoist Heavenspan screamed and fought, he couldn't escape. And that was when the mountain and the sovereign's arm began to crush down toward him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1287, Ambitious and Ruthless. Chapter 1287, Ambitious and Ruthless. Taoist Heavenspan had inherited the Tao of the mortal renegade, and become his personal apprentice. With the requisite approval, he had become a half-sovereign, and yet, as of this moment, he was nearly overwhelmed with a sensation of deadly crisis. Of the two enemies he faced, both were half-sovereigns like himself. Although the Saint Emperor wasn't enough on his own, Song Ke had already died in the past. Later, Bai Xiaochun placed him in the tower with the Tao essence of life and death, with which he conformed perfectly. After absorbing it, something which was foul and rotten was turned into something rare and magical, and he was able to live again within death. But the moment he opened his eyes, he became the apprentice of the worldly Taoist. And in fact, had the worldly Taoist not already perished, then when Song Ke awoke, he wouldn't have been a half-sovereign, but a true sovereign. In this respect, he was somewhat similar to Taoist Heavenspan. However, the main difference between the two was that the mortal renegade still existed, whereas the worldly Taoist was no more. Unfortunately for Taoist Heavenspan, the mortal renegade was still asleep, and therefore, despite having his approval, it wasn't possible for him to become a sovereign. He was only able to take half a step into that level. When the mortal renegade awoke, Taoist Heavenspan could use his power to completely step into the sovereign realm. Although he would still pale in comparison to the mortal renegade, he would still be a sovereign. But now, it seemed unlikely that Taoist Heavenspan would survive until the mortal renegade woke up. The fight between him and Song Ke seemed almost like a continuation of the feud between the mortal renegade and the worldly Taoist. And unluckily for Taoist Heavenspan, he was actually facing two opponents who, as of this moment, had the clear advantage over him. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bright red as he began to fight anxiously. He now had no choice but to do everything he could to gain an advantage. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out 7 mouthfuls of blood, each one causing his hair to turn whiter, and his body to shrivel. By the end, he looked like a crazed old man. "Sovereign!" he shouted, his voice thrumming with what seemed like the power of natural law. As the ripples of his voice spread out, a vortex sprang up on the forehead of the enormous mortal renegade, who loomed behind him there in the starry sky. Then, a stream of divine sense shot out from the vortex. The heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine sense contained a powerful aura of both nirvanic extermination and ultimate death, which covered everything, creating an attack that Song Ke and the Saint Emperor had no hope of defending against. Rumbling sounds could be heard as they coughed up blood, then staggered backward, out of control, blood oozing out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. The divine sense was just too strong. It didn't matter that they were half-sovereigns, they simply couldn't stand up to it. Thankfully, it was only one quick blast of divine sense, otherwise, Taoist Heavenspan wouldn't have needed to expend any more effort to seriously injure them. It was divine sense straight from the mortal renegade, which Taoist Heavenspan had paid a huge price to unleash as a trump card. It wasn't that he didn't wish to unleash more of it. Unfortunately for him, the mortal renegade was asleep, and could therefore only release a small portion of his divine sense. Although it quickly faded away, the Saint Emperor and Song Ke were shaken all the way down to their souls, and were temporarily stunned, to the point where they had nothing separating themselves from Taoist Heavenspan. And that brief opening was all that Taoist Heavenspan had hoped for. Without any hesitation, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing balls of 300-meter-tall black smoke to appear, one in each hand. Then, he launched the 2 balls of smoke at Song Ke and the Saint Emperor. Die! Taoist Heavenspan said in a cold voice. The 2 balls of smoke pulsed with a voracious power that seemed to want to consume anything it touched. Upon seeing that, the eyes of both Song Ke and the Saint Emperor widened. The smoke almost seemed to be alive, especially considering the howls which erupted from inside them. In fact, looking closely at them would reveal that red light glowed inside of them. Taoist Heavenspan was clearly putting everything on the line. Those 2 balls of smoke were not ordinary in nature, and Taoist Heavenspan himself was severely withered from the effort of unleashing them. In order to unleash the power of essence here, he had drawn heavily upon his own life force and his soul. We can't let it touch us. That was what both Song Ke and the Saint Emperor were thinking. Even as they fell back at top speed, the smoke balls locked onto them, piercing through the void toward them at top speed. Glaring, Song Ke struck the top of his own head, injuring himself and shaking his own divine soul to gain a moment of added clarity. Without any hesitation, he sent out a stream of divine sense to summon the 2 Archean slaves. An instant later, they appeared in front of him and the Saint Emperor, standing in for them to take the blow of the 2 spheres of smoke. Everything was happening so quickly that Taoist Heavenspan had no time to change the course of the smoke spheres, which instantly slammed into the Archean slaves. When Taoist Heavenspan saw that his tactic was about to be defeated by Song Ke, his eyes burned with killing intent. He was a decisive person, and therefore, it was without any hesitation that he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and spoke in a devilish, demonic voice. Devil Sun, Demon Moon. A howl erupted out that seemed to originate from the most ancient of times, causing heaven and earth to tremble, and the eternally mortal domains to be cast into darkness. It contained indescribable power, and as it spread out, the 2 balls of smoke consumed the Archean slaves, corroding their bodies and sucking away at their life force. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Archean slaves' souls were extracted, and their flesh and blood were completely assimilated. They had been sealed and left behind by the worldly Taoist, but now, the worldly Taoist was dead. And thanks to this bizarre magical technique unleashed by Taoist Heavenspan, they could not defend against the smoke. As that happened, the 2 balls of smoke began to transform, growing larger and more shockingly powerful, until they resembled a shining sun and a full moon. When that happened, the cultivators of the eternally mortal domains suddenly felt so much pressure weighing down on them that they couldn't breathe. Although many of them couldn't see what was happening, the Grand Heavenmaster and other celestials could. And they knew that if Taoist Heavenspan could turn the tables here, it would be devastating. Taoist Heavenspan. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't have been so many deaths when the Heavenspan realm entered the eternally mortal domains. He's the one that made us pay the steepest of prices. Everyone had various feelings about Taoist Heavenspan, but for the most part, all of them hated him as much as by Xiaochun. And yet, they all had to admit that he really was a spectacular cultivator. He had incredible natural talents, and had built up enough power in the original Heavenspan realm that he nearly brought an end to the bloodline of the Arch-Ancestor. To leave that realm, he had ignored family love, and had been willing to sacrifice anything and everything to destroy the body of the Arch-Ancestor. He could only be described as ambitious and ruthless. And that had led him to a position of cultivation base power that few people could challenge. Therefore, although many people hated him, all of them had to admit that he was incredibly strong. Furthermore, it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than to find someone who could react as decisively as he had just now, in a moment of profoundly deadly crisis. As Taoist Heavenspan was turning the tables in his fight, the last dandelion seeds that contained by Xiaochun's life force and divine sense were landing in the most distant regions of the void. In roughly a third of the regions that had been reached, moonflowers had already bloomed, and were shining with bright light. As of this moment, it was almost a visible contest between the forces of light and the forces of darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1288 Eternal Eye. Chapter 1288 Eternal Eye. Beneath the starry sky that now covered the eternal immortal domains, Taoist Heavenspan had almost completely turned the tables in the fight. His hair and clothes whipped about as he manipulated his devil sun and demon moon, and from a distance, he pulsed with such shocking energy that he seemed completely invincible. However, he was still not completely out of danger. The enormous river Song Ke had summoned still threatened him, as did the huge go board from the lonely boat. There was also the mountain of Tao Essence, and the enormous sovereign's arm. Both Song Ke and the Saint Emperor were now out of sorts, especially Song Ke, whose divine soul had been nearly ripped apart because of the loss of the Archean slaves. Although he wanted to continue to control the various aspects of the fan, his divine soul was in too poor of a state, and therefore, he had to rely on Bai Xiaoqi. Although Bai Xiaoqi couldn't control things at the same level that he could, there was no other choice. Sending some divine sense into the fan in his hand, Song Ke passed a message to Bai Xiaoqi. A moment later, he sat down cross-legged, panting as he tried to recover from his injuries. Looking over at the Saint Emperor, he said, "I need 30 breaths of time." Then he closed his eyes. Sensing the bad state Song Ke was in, the Saint Emperor immediately began to stand as Dharma protector for him. Meanwhile, Taoist Heavenspan was in the middle of that vast river, his head thrown back, unleashing a howl that surpassed heavenly thunder. Thrusting his hands forward, he held the sun and the moon out in front of him as he shot through the river, seemingly just on the verge of destroying it. The devil sun and the demon moon radiated dazzling light as Taoist Heavenspan became like a sharp arrow, slicing through the river. He knew that time was of the essence. If Song Ke recovered in time, then he would be in great danger, and therefore, he held nothing back in his attempt to gain complete control of the flow of battle. "Be destroyed!" he shouted, his eyes flashing. However, even as his devil sun and demon moon flashed with bright light, and the huge river began to vibrate, a shout could be heard from Bai Xiaoqi in the fan, as he took control of the go board. The go board immediately vanished, then reappeared a moment later in front of Taoist Heavenspan, shining with blinding light. It was the light of 361 shots of Archean luminescence, which shot out from the various go pieces on the game board. Each and every one of them thrummed with the power of the great circle of the Archean realm. Although they did not match up individually to Taoist Heavenspan, who was a half-sovereign, their combined force was enough to light his eyes up with shock. The 361 beams of Archean luminescence slammed into Taoist Heavenspan's devil sun and demon moon, causing a deafening boom to echo out, as well as a shockwave that spread out through the starry sky. The mighty devil sun and demon moon began to collapse, and Taoist Heavenspan knew that if that process completed, he would be out of options, and his bid to regain control of the battle would end. Mouth of Nirvanic extermination. Eyes bloodshot, he struck the top of his head, causing a stream of blood to spray out of his mouth. At the same time, he performed another double-handed incantation gesture, seemingly stopping time, causing the collapse of the devil sun and demon moon to stop. At the same time, a vortex sprang into being in front of him. The vortex was even larger than the sun and moon, and when it appeared, was little more than a swathe of pitch black. It pulsed with a feeling of death, as well as nirvanic extermination, and at the same time, began to drag everything in the area toward it. It almost looked like an enormous mouth, and it was so powerful that not even the go pieces on the game board could resist its power, and they began to inch toward it. The entire go board itself also began to vibrate, whereupon Taoist Heavenspan let out a powerful shout, causing it to shatter, but in the blink of an eye, Taoist Heavenspan suddenly turned into what seemed like the most paragon entity in all creation. Although his aura had been severely weakened, his devil sun and demon moon could consume anything they touched, and were not growing any weaker. Their fluctuations were as terrifying as ever as Taoist Heavenspan used them to batter the river once again. Inside the fan, Bai Xiaoqi's eyes went bloodshot at the sight of the go board being destroyed. Shrieking at the top of his lungs, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, unleashing the power of his divine sense to exercise control over the lonely boat. Instantly, the boat floating in the river began to shine with astonishing silver light, something almost like a flying sword that pierced through the river toward Taoist Heavenspan. It was so bright that everyone down in the eternal immortal domains could see it clearly. It was not a real flying sword. However, as the light shot out from the lonely boat, cracking sounds could be heard, followed by a massive self-detonation. Bai Xiaoqi understood that his best option was to use the boat to stop Taoist Heavenspan. And he also knew that he couldn't hold back. Detonating the boat, he used its power to attack Taoist Heavenspan, not to block him indefinitely, but at least for a dozen or so breaths of time. As of this moment, only 10 breaths of time had passed since Song Ke began to repair his divine soul. To ordinary cultivators, 10 breaths of time was not a long time. But to Taoist Heavenspan and Song Ke, many things could happen in that amount of time, and many types of deadly situations could be completely reversed. You have no chance of succeeding. Taoist Heavenspan roared, his hands flashing in an incantation gesture. Suddenly, the devil sun, demon moon, and the enormous mouth twisted and distorted as the outline of a face became visible. It was as if the devil sun and demon moon had become eyes, right below which was that enormous mouth. Intense rumbling filled heaven and earth as the power of the self-detonation of the boat slammed into it like a flying sword. Deafening booms echoed out. The power of the self-detonation caused blood to spray wildly out of Taoist Heavenspan's mouth, and yet, couldn't do anything to the outline of the face. In fact, the face crushed the countless chunks of the lonely boat, and proceeded onward unhindered. It was almost impossible to describe how quickly it moved, and before Bai Xiaoqi could do anything to the river, the face slammed into it. The face caused the river to stretch and distort, to the point where its water almost seemed like skin of the surface of the face. As its facial features became visible, it was possible for the people in the eternal immortal domains to see it, and they quickly recognized who it was. The enemy from beyond. The sovereign giant. It most definitely was the face of the mortal renegade. And it caused the flowering waters of the river to slowly drain away, which in turn caused Taoist Heavenspan's eyes to light up with joy. And that was when the tolling of a bell could suddenly be heard from the depths of the eternal lands. The will of the Eternal Mother appeared, rushing out into the eternal immortal domains, causing the Saint Emperor to shiver and to shine with glittering light. Her glowing sigil appeared on his forehead, a flower that seemed to be blooming and bearing fruit, a fruit that resembled an open eye. The Eternal Mother was waking up of her own accord. She was not using her power to wake up and fight the mortal renegade. Instead, she was focusing all her energy on stopping Taoist Heavenspan and protecting Bai Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1289, A Bitter Fight. Chapter 1289, A Bitter Fight. Perhaps the Eternal Mother had sensed that Bai Xiaochun's pursuit of his own Tao was the only hope for her and the eternal immortal domains. If he failed, then the eternal immortal domains would be doomed, and no one would be able to save them. After all, even when she was in her prime, the eternal immortal domains could only delay the inevitable catastrophe, not prevent it completely. But if Bai Xiaochun could succeed in his search for his own Tao, then although there would still be many variables at play, there would at least be hope for the future. Therefore, how could she possibly allow someone to disturb him in a critical moment of cultivation? Years had passed since she was originally injured, and left with only a bit of godly power, most of which she had given out to approve of celestials, or to help the Saint Emperor. However, she still had a bit left to make a move in this critical moment. Without any hesitation whatsoever, she sent her will out into the eternal immortal domains, shaking all living beings, and causing the mark on the Saint Emperor's forehead to shine with dazzling light. Dazzling light spread out in all directions as the eternal flower on the Saint Emperor's forehead became the eye of the Eternal Mother, which then opened. Instantly, the Saint Emperor's aura rose with explosive speed. Before, his cultivation base had been somewhat unstable, but now, it stabilized, and actually stepped all the way into the sovereign realm. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as an aura that represented natural laws of heaven and earth erupted out, causing the heavens to grow dim, and the starry sky to distort. Clearly, this newfound power of the Saint Emperor came from the Eternal Mother, and would not last for long. However, it was still enough to cause Taoist Heavenspan's face to fall. The Eternal Mother had chosen to act in the most critical of moments. Damn it! He growled, his face twisted with madness as he charged through the enormous river. All he needed was a few breaths worth of time, and yet, how could the Eternal Mother possibly give him that? As the Saint Emperor's aura grew more powerful, his eyes flashed, and he shot through the river to appear in front of the projected face of the mortal renegade. Reaching out, he then thrust his palm at the face. Back off! He roared. That simple gesture was backed by the power of a sovereign, and caused the waters of the river to roil violently and sweep away in the opposite direction. At the same time, the face of the mortal renegade twisted and distorted, and was shoved backward, powerless to resist. I refuse to accept this. Taoist Heavenspan shouted, blood pouring out of his mouth. He had paid a heavy price, and unleashed his most powerful trump cards, even damaging his life force and his soul, all in an attempt to turn the tables in this critical moment. But then the Eternal Mother came, and casually destroyed his chance. How could he not feel defiant? Slapping his palm onto his chest, he caused black flames to erupt all over him. Those flames represented nirvanic extermination and ultimate death. They represented a darkness that burned, not the enemy, but Taoist Heavenspan himself. Shockingly, he didn't hesitate for even a moment to light himself on fire, to make himself even stronger than before. he had no other alternatives. Worse, he had the intense premonition that if he didn't do this, he would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. However, if he could somehow manage to get back to the mortal renegade's forehead, then perhaps he could borrow some power to heal himself. 3,000 Das of Nirvanic Extermination. Hands flying through double-handed incantation gestures, he caused something like a thread to appear, seemingly formed from natural law itself. It almost looked like a hair attached to the face of the mortal renegade. That hair was indeed a natural law, thrumming with the power of essence, one of many which existed in the starry sky. This was not something Taoist Heavenspan had gained enlightenment from, but rather, something from the mortal renegade. As the mortal renegade had exterminated one flourishing civilization after another, he had taken everything which made them up and transformed it into essence power. Normally speaking, Taoist Heavenspan should not have been able to use the mortal renegade's magics of Nirvanic extermination. However, by burning his own body, he managed to do it. Moments later, a second hair appeared, then a third, and a fourth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of hairs had appeared, and then, over 1,000. As they did, the power of natural law and essence caused the sky to tremble, and shook all of the living beings present. The river began to evaporate, until the point when the 3,000th great Tao appeared. 3,000 hairs could be seen, which then turned blurry as they transformed into dozens of smaller hairs that almost seemed like clones of the originals. These were the countless lesser Das that existed within the Great Essence Das, all of them originating with the mortal renegade. 3,000 great Das and countless lesser Das formed together into an all-destructive power. The devil sun and demon moon eyes within the projected face of the mortal renegade then began to glow bright red, almost as if they were alive. Nobody can stop me. Taoist Heavenspan howled from within the flames. Surrounded by the illusory face of the mortal renegade with its countless hairs of natural law, he continued to charge through the river. He was now vastly stronger than before, and as such, almost instantly shot through the river to appear in front of the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor had nothing else to do. The symbol of the Eternal Mother on his forehead glittered, emitting an explosive aura as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. As a result, the Eternal Flower appeared behind him, which then fought with full force against the projected face of the mortal renegade. A rumbling boom echoed out when they made contact, causing the lands of the eternal immortal domains to tremble, and the sky to sink in. Blood sprayed out of Taoist Heavenspan's mouth, and his body withered even further. By now, the flame of his life force was very dark. Obviously, the Eternal Mother's move had drained him to the point where he was about to flicker out of existence. However, the divine abilities he was unleashing came from the mortal renegade. So in some ways, even if he died, they would continue on. Therefore, even though the Eternal Mother's power rebuffed the face of the mortal renegade, sending it tumbling back into the river, the Saint Emperor was deeply shaken, and staggered backwards several paces. At the same time, the eye of the Eternal Mother went dark and closed. Something like a sigh of regret echoed through heaven and earth. Back in the Eternal Mother's prime, she might not have been able to stand up to the mortal renegade, but she could have easily sealed an apprentice of his like Taoist Heavenspan. But now, all she was capable of was 2 counterattacks before she was so weak that she had to return to slumber. The moment that the Eternal Mother's eye closed, the Saint Emperor's aura grew weaker. Coughing up blood, he staggered backward several steps, face turning ashen. As of this moment, Taoist Heavenspan's immense strength had caused despair to rise up in his heart. If the apprentice is this strong, then exactly how powerful is the mortal renegade himself? As the Saint Emperor backed up, racked with bitterness, Taoist Heavenspan looked over, aware that his life force was draining away, and thus descending into madness. Surrounded by the projected face with its 3,000 hairs, he once again prepared to charge through the river. As of this moment, there was no one to stop him. Clearly, he would make it through without any problems. But then, Song Ke opened his eyes, and they shone with dazzling brightness. Hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture, he said, "Mountain of Tao Essence, crush him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1290, was it worth it? Chapter 1290, was it worth it? This world technically did contain a bit of chi flow, in much the same way that the immortal world had contained just a scrap, which by Xiaochun took away and used to reach the Archean realm. But now, none of that chi flow was available for Taoist Heavenspan. As soon as Song Ke awoke, he performed an incantation gesture, sending the mountain of Tao Essence rumbling through the river with crushing force toward Taoist Heavenspan. Taoist Heavenspan had just been about to start another charge, only to find the mountain now barreling toward him. Furthermore, Song Ke took control of the river, causing it to seemingly come to life. Instantly, the flow of the river reversed, simultaneously shifting to encircle Taoist Heavenspan. At the same time, the mountain of Tao Essence expanded, growing tremendously large and radiating the power of essence as it descended. Damn it! Although the projected face of the mortal renegade could withstand the force, Taoist Heavenspan, who was already in bad shape, could only look on in despair, blood oozing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He struggled, but in vain. The mountain of Tao essence continued to fall, causing deafening rumbling sounds to echo through the air. Trapped by the river, Taoist Heavenspan let loose a piercing cry of defiance. He still had many unfinished plans, and had not yet become a true sovereign. He even had a more far-reaching plot in the works, and therefore, simply could not believe that he would die in this moment. Even worse, he wasn't even fighting by Xiaochun. He might have been able to accept a loss in that scenario, but instead, he was fighting a nameless nobody, which was a humiliation worse than death. Finally, he chuckled bitterly and lowered his head. He was now wreathed in such intense flames that his face wasn't even visible, making him seem like nothing more than a conglomeration of fire. By Xiaochun! He growled, his eyes flashing, almost as if his vision could pierce all the way down to the eternal immortal domains, and into a certain private chamber in the imperial palace of Archemperor City. It was almost as if he could see Bai Xiaochun there, meditating. Even as Bai Xiaochun's name escaped his lips, he threw his arms wide, causing more shocking flames to erupt out from inside of him. Obviously, he had been holding just a little bit back earlier, and had only burned his flesh and blood and life force. However, he had not burned his soul or the Tao that he had acquired from the mortal renegade. But now, he didn't care. He burned soul and Tao alike, causing a raging sea of flames to spread out in all directions, accompanied by a howl of pain. Nirvanic extermination projection. As flames rippled off of him, they connected to the projection of the mortal renegade's face, forming together into the projection of a body. As of this moment, there was a full, bodily version of the mortal renegade right there. Taoist Heavenspan was using a divine ability to burn himself into nothing, all in exchange for a trump card from within the Tao of Nirvanic extermination. He had to pay an extremely heavy price, but in exchange, gained stupefying levels of power. As the mountain of Tao essence arrived, he howled in a deafening voice that shook the starry sky, and caused the entire world to shake. Get the hell out of here! As a projected incarnation of the mortal renegade, Taoist Heavenspan threw his arms out, sending out force that slammed into the mountain, causing cracks to spread out on its surface, and then destroying it. Even as the fragments of the mountain continued to explode out in all directions, he clenched his fiery hand into a fist and unleashed a punch. Indescribably powerful fluctuations spread out, causing the river to tremble, and sending innumerable water droplets flying out into the starry sky. As all creation shook, Taoist Heavenspan guided his projected incarnation to flee directly toward the true form of the mortal renegade. His ultimate goal was simply to live. He had ignited his soul and Tao, and it would take a long, long time to recover from that. But in the end, he still wanted to continue living. Inside of the fan was Bai Xiaoqi, whose vital energy had been badly damaged. When he saw what was happening, he let out a miserable cry. As for Song Ke, his eyes flashed with anger, and powerful fluctuations rolled off of him. In response to the fluctuations, the sovereign's arms suddenly blazed with shining light like that of a sun. Immense power shot out, sweeping through the starry sky to the point where it bent under the force. And its target was none other than Taoist Heavenspan. The projection of the mortal renegade's body immediately began to shake and twist, causing Taoist Heavenspan to go completely mad. Taoist Heavenspan's life was already teetering unstably, and yet, things weren't over yet. After bashing him with the sovereign's arm, Song Ke looked over with bloodshot eyes and sent forth more powerful fluctuations. Shockingly, he also began to burn himself. I'm not dead yet, Heavenspan, you schmuck. Fire blazed as he rose to his feet, using his life force, his Tao essence, and everything else that made him up to summon an enormous, illusory giant around him. It was a figure wearing a Taoist robe, who was immensely handsome, and had eyes like starlight. If Bai Xiaochun were here, he would recognize this person immediately. The form Song Ke had summoned was none other than the worldly Taoist. Reaching out, he pulled all of the water droplets from the huge river back to him, causing them to form the flesh and blood of the huge giant. As of this moment, the worldly Taoist looked completely lifelike. Next, he reached out with his other hand, causing the fragments of the mountain of Tao essence to pull back together and hover to his right. Inside of the treasured fan, Bai Xiaoqi looked on with excitement as he sent the fan flying over to the worldly Taoist's left side. Despite the time it takes to describe all of these things, they happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Even as Taoist Heavenspan made his break, Song Ke unleashed this divine ability and stepped forward to block his path. Song Ke was almost like the living incarnation of the worldly Taoist, causing the sky to tremble as he shot toward Taoist Heavenspan. Die! He howled, his eyes blazing with madness. After all, Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one to hate Taoist Heavenspan. Song Ke was also from the Heavenspan realm, and hated the man all the way down to his bones. As the incarnation of the worldly Taoist closed in, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out toward Taoist Heavenspan. It contained everything that made up Song Ke, and caused the worldly Taoist's image to become a dazzling shooting star as he blazed through the starry sky. Taoist Heavenspan's face fell. If the sovereign's arm hadn't bent space in the area, he might have been able to make it to his destination. But now there was no time. In this moment of deadly crisis, he laughed bitterly, spun in place, and threw both hands out in an incantation gesture. Instantly, a black vortex appeared between the two hands of the mortal renegade's incarnation. Without any hesitation, he shoved that vortex toward the incoming worldly Taoist. Rumbling sounds echoed out that surpassed anything in the battle up to this point, shaking the surrounding void until it shattered. It almost seemed like the entire starry sky would collapse. Down in the eternally mortal domains, mountains toppled over, and the eternal sea spilled into the surrounding lands. It was like a terrifying black hole had been created right between Song Ke and Taoist Heavenspan, right between the projected incarnations of the worldly Taoist and the mortal renegade. Eventually, Taoist Heavenspan's projection couldn't last any longer, and the black flames collapsed. At the same time, the image of the worldly Taoist around Song Ke also fell to pieces. Song Ke tumbled back, blood spraying wildly out of his mouth. He had done everything he could, and was now like a candle in the wind, just on the verge of perishing. Thankfully, the Saint Emperor was there, and despite the injuries he had sustained, managed to grab Song Ke, and then fall back. As for Taoist Heavenspan, as soon as the projection of the mortal renegade faded away, he appeared there in the starry sky, hair disheveled, face pale. Although no more flames were visible on his person, they were there inside of him, eating away at the last bits of life force he had left. He suddenly felt very calm. He was no longer thinking about Song Ke, the Saint Emperor, or the countless living beings of the eternally mortal domains. Nor was he thinking about Xiaochun. Instead, he was looking at a certain location in the eternal immortal domains. Daddy, is it worth it? I'm your daughter. I beg you, Daddy. I beg you. He heard Du Lingfei's words from years ago, back in the moment that he had attempted to force her and Xiaochun to fuse together on Heavenspan Island. Was it? He murmured to himself. Was it worth it? All of a sudden, he felt a twinge of pain on the back of his hand, and looked down to see a drop of liquid there. It was a tear, and at the moment, he had no idea how it got there. But as soon as it had touched his searing flesh, it caused pain to wash through him. And then, as he looked, his hand faded away into ash. Then his arm. And the effects continued to spread. I wasn't always like this, was I? He thought. He closed his eyes, bitter and confused. Gradually, his head turned to ash along with the rest of his body. As it did, his memories vanished, as did those final words that his daughter had spoken to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1291, The Mortal Renegade Awakens. Chapter 1291, The Mortal Renegade Awakens. Taoist Heavenspan had perished. Back in the Heavenspan realm, his spectacular talent, his immense power, and his profound scheming had brought ruin to Archemperor City. He very nearly ended the succession of the Archemperors, and brought about the existence of the Wildlands. In the end, he personally destroyed the Heavenspan realm. Now, his life was nothing but a thing of the past. He was now ash drifting in the starry sky, his soul gone forever. No one had heard his final words, and no one would ever know whether he thought it had all been worth it, or not. No one would ever know what would have happened if the Gravekeeper had violated the ancient stipulations, and actually allowed Taoist Heavenspan to lead the Archemperor dynasty. The Gravekeeper had adhered to the Archancestors' wishes, and did not allow someone who lacked the Taoist magics of the Archemperors to lead the exodus from the Heavenspan realm. Taoist Heavenspan had lived a thrilling life, but all of his ruthless ambitions had now come to an end. Mixed emotions could be seen in the eyes of both Song Ke and the Saint Emperor as they watched the ash that was all that remained of Taoist Heavenspan drifting out into the void. As for all the other living beings in the eternal immortal domains, especially the cultivators of the Archemperor dynasty, they were completely stunned by the battle which had just taken place. Although they couldn't see everything clearly, they could sense that Taoist Heavenspan was dead, and after a short moment of silence, they broke out into cheering. They all hated Taoist Heavenspan with a passion, and as their cheers filled the air, Song Ke and the Saint Emperor prepared to return to the eternal immortal domains. But then, both of their expressions flickered. A boundless, majestic aura suddenly appeared, something that could fill the entire starry sky and cause pressure to weigh down on all living beings. Both within and without the starry sky, it was the ultimate expression of existence, and it came from none other than the enormous, statue-like mortal renegade. The sky trembled, and the eternal immortal domains shook, causing crevices to open up everywhere. Even the eternal sea was affected, and began to sink down due to the invisible force. Everyone in the eternal immortal domains felt struck to the core, and began to shiver, all the way down to their souls. It was as if their thoughts and minds had been wiped away, leaving them capable of feeling only instinctual terror and confusion. It was as if they were suddenly in the presence of the most deadly and vicious enemy possible. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. But strangely, the aura seemed to contain the power of natural law, some sort of force of attraction which caused the previously sinking waters of the eternal sea to suddenly begin to rise up into the air. But it wasn't just the eternal sea. Mountains were ripped out of the ground and began to float up, and even people. Regardless of the level of their cultivation base, they all began to rise into the air, their bodies completely beyond their own control. Cities, palaces, plants, vegetation, animals. Everything in the eternal immortal domains seemed to be affected. It was a completely shocking scene. Even Xiaochun began to rise up into the air, along with his private chamber. No protective spell formations had any effect. Shockingly, even the door of his chamber was affected, and shattered, with the resulting fragments slowly floating up. Now it was possible to see Xiaochun, sitting there cross-legged, withered and brittle. It was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. He was being affected like everything else in the eternal immortal domains, except for the fact that he sat there cross-legged and unmoving. Xiaochun was the only one to react in such a way. Even the Saint Emperor and Song Ke were trembling, as though fetters had suddenly wrapped around them. With immense difficulty, they turned and looked behind them to see the mortal renegade, moving. As he hovered there in the starry sky, his hands twitched, and then cracking sounds rang out from his head. At the same time, the dirt and rock that had built up on him over the many years began to crack. First there were dozens of cracks, then hundreds, and soon thousands. Within moments, there were tens of thousands, and with each new one that appeared, his aura grew more shocking. The living beings in the eternal immortal domains could hardly think, and in fact, the lands also seemed to be moving upward, albeit very slowly. As for the Saint Emperor and Song Ke, they were completely overwhelmed by waves of shock. The Saint Emperor said shakily, terror shining in his eyes as he watched the cracks spreading out over the surface of the mortal renegade. Song Ke's face was ashen. Both he and the Saint Emperor had gone all out in their fight with Taoist Heavenspan, and although they had killed him in the end, their battle had only served to reinforce how unimaginably powerful the mortal renegade was. He's waking up, ahead of schedule. In that moment, the mortal renegade's eyelids twitched, causing massive rumbling sounds to echo out. From the dirt and rocks that were now falling down, it was obvious that the mortal renegade was trying to open his eyes. As for the sealing strip on him that represented the Arch-Emperor, it only took a few short breaths of time for it to vanish completely. It sounded like a zither string snapping, a sound which filled all of the eternal immortal domains. And then, for the first time since he had been sealed, the mortal renegade's eyelids cracked open, revealing something like two suns. When those suns appeared in the dark starry sky, they did not shine with blinding light. No, these suns were black, and actually resembled black holes. And those black holes were none other than the eyes of the mortal renegade. The mortal renegade was waking up. In that moment, the sound of a sigh could be heard, seemingly originating from the most ancient of times. It echoed out to fill all creation, filling the starry sky, and even the ruins that were all that remained of the countless living beings that had once existed. In response to that sigh, the minds of all living beings in the eternal immortal domains reeled, and they immediately snapped out of their reveries. Not even paying attention to how they were now floating up into the air, they all looked up into the sky, at the mortal renegade's eyes. There were no cries of alarm, but there were innumerable gasps, as a sense of profound terror and helplessness filled them all. Then, a voice spoke, profoundly ancient, thrumming as if with the essence of time, causing everything it reached to age. I have awakened for one reason. Extermination. In that instant, the eternal immortal domains suddenly began to turn gray. By now, the mortal renegade was completely covered with innumerable cracks. Then, rumbling sounds echoed out as he began his first attempt to move. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1292 Dao Clones. Chapter 1292 Dao Clones. As the mortal renegade woke up, causing rocks and rubble to rain down off of him, Xiaochun remained cross-legged, seemingly unaffected. He was withered, his aura apparently dispersed, his eyes closed and his hair floating around him. It was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead, although there was something profoundly mysterious about him. For some reason, it seemed that what was sitting there cross-legged was not a human body, but some sort of god. Out in the starry sky, the ruins where the dandelion seeds had settled were all undergoing shocking transformations. The glow rising up from them grew stronger, driving away the darkness, and causing life force to flourish, as well as radiance and light. Spots of light filled the void, seemingly awakening it, causing it to be reborn out of nirvanic extermination. Before, there had been a pitch-black void, but that was changing. Now, an astounding will seemed to thrum everywhere. That will caused the darkness to tremble, to begin fighting an epic battle with the radiance and light. If one could look at that starry sky from high above, it would actually look like an ordinary night sky. Countless points of light glittered, letting off glows that, while weak, grew powerful as they joined together. The darkness within the starry sky did not seem willing to be driven away, and tried to inundate the ruins with more darkness. However, that resistance was apparently instinctual, and was not driven by intelligence. Nirvanic extermination fought with life force in every nook and cranny of the starry sky. Even stranger, as the light in all of the ruins grew stronger, Xiaochun seemed to become more and more abstruse, and seem more and more like a shocking god. Although the mortal renegade was waking up ahead of schedule, Xiaochun had been at work for years, and had already built a very solid foundation. By now, more than half of the ruins in the starry sky were shining with bright light. Unfortunately, he had only accomplished that because the mortal renegade had been asleep, and unable to oppose him. Now, the mortal renegade was waking up, and while the darkness had only fought back instinctually before, it now seemed to come to life. The starry sky trembled as though it were aware, and the darkness began to resist Xiaochun, and at the same time, attempt to overwhelm the ruins that were already shining with light. The ruins which had not already been lit up were now under assault, and were already teetering on the verge of failure. As for those which had been lit up already, they were now being battered at madly by the darkness, but still managed to hold their own. It almost seemed like a stalemate, with Xiaochun preventing the darkness from taking over again, but unable to light up more ruins. No one could see what was happening, not even Xiaochun. At the moment, he didn't possess his senses, and was acting on instinct alone. Unfortunately, he was now stuck, and couldn't continue his work. Meanwhile, in the ruins closest to the immortal world, there existed a shining dandelion seed. Gradually, the light shining out of that dandelion seed twisted and distorted, transforming into the shape of a person. It was someone seated cross-legged in meditation, and soon, his facial features became clear. It was Xiaochun. It looked like a clone, but at the same time, not a clone. He contained a Tao, and life force, and even essence power. No one could see him, but if anyone could, they would have no way to tell whether or not he was the real Xiaochun. And the truth was that he was actually a Tao clone. It was something Xiaochun was doing instinctively as he identified his Tao. Even as that happened, the mortal renegade woke up, making it impossible for Xiaochun to continue illuminating the starry sky. Therefore, he shifted to a different tactic. Instead of spreading further, he would use the 50% control that he had to become a sovereign. As soon as his Tao clone appeared, the light shining from that set of ruins grew vastly more intense. The darkness in the area was driven away, provoking a howl of rage. However, there was nothing the darkness could do. In the same moment that Xiaochun's first Tao clone appeared, the mortal renegade's eyes began to shine brightly, and his body trembled more violently. Vast swaths of rock and dirt fell off of him, becoming meteorites that rained down onto the eternally mortal domains. Even the people in the eternally mortal domains could sense how anxious the mortal renegade was in his moment. "He's nervous?" Song Ke said. The Saint Emperor could sense the same thing. They exchanged an excited glance, and then looked down at the only person in the eternally mortal domains who was calm and sitting there cross-legged. Xiaochun. As Xiaochun's Tao clone formed, the mysterious aura surrounding his true self expanded to fill the entire 300-meter area surrounding him. Within that area, the shattered lands began to form back together, and brim with life force. Even more shocking to Song Ke and the Saint Emperor was the fact that Xiaochun was now radiating the sensation of essence. Before long, the dandelions in a second set of nearby ruins, and then a third, began to shine brightly as two more Tao clones formed. As they did, they shone with such bright light that the starry sky was transformed, causing all the living beings in the eternally mortal domains to look up. In that moment when the light blazed, the enormous mortal renegade looked up, and then spoke in a voice that shook the souls of everyone alive. "Well, isn't this interesting?" It was a cold, ancient voice, and as it spoke, his entire body suddenly moved. As a result, the heavens shook, and endless streams of rock and dirt exploded off of him. As of this moment, the mortal renegade was completely and utterly free from any sealing magics. He was a giant, floating in the starry sky, with the eternally mortal domains in front of him, like a toy ball that a child might play with. As for the people upon it, they were nothing more than insects. Everyone in the eternally mortal domains trembled in anxiety, their minds struck with fear and terror. Before, some of them had hoped that they would somehow be able to escape after the mortal renegade awoke. But now that he was actually awake, they all knew that escape was impossible. All confidence left them as they stared up blankly at the mortal renegade, whose right hand was already moving toward the eternally mortal domains as if to grab them. His hand alone was roughly as big as all of the eternally mortal domains, and its mere movement seemed capable of collapsing the sky. I brought nirvanic extermination to all 180,000 worlds, and thus gave birth to the eternal flower. And today, I will take that flower, and become eternal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1293, Eyes Open. Chapter 1293, Eyes Open. The mortal renegade's voice shook the starry sky. Apparently, it also contained his Tao, which was to exterminate anything and everything in existence. The areas of the starry sky that Bai Xiaochun had occupied were also shaken, and at the same time, darkness spread out like floodwaters. The mortal renegade's hand seemed to fill the sky as it neared the seemingly doomed eternally mortal domains. It was a critical moment in which all living beings could only look on in shock, trembling. Song Ke and the Saint Emperor were panting. Although they were half-sovereigns who weren't as badly affected as everyone else, they were still struggling simply to react. Blue veins bulged out on Song Ke's face and neck as he looked up at the enormous, pitch-black hand that already threatened to destroy the sky. As the lands below shook, and as the eternally mortal domains hovered on the verge of collapse, he let out a roar of rage. Throwing all caution to the wind, and ignoring the fact that the pressure was already threatening to destroy him, he once again ignited himself and shot up to meet the gigantic hand. As for the Saint Emperor, he chuckled bitterly, then ignited himself as well, and shot after Song Ke with just as much determination. They seemed like nothing when compared to the enormous hand, and yet, they still chose to fight back. This tragic and moving scene was not visible to the living beings below. However, the eternally mortal domains had a spirit, that being the Eternal Mother, and although she was weak, she could still see what was happening. A sensation of grief spread out from all living things, even the plants and vegetation, as Song Ke and the Saint Emperor closed in on the hand of the mortal renegade. Both of them were roaring at the tops of their lungs, dazzling light shining off of them in all directions. Unfortunately, even after igniting themselves, they still could not stop that hand. They could attack with all the might they could muster, and yet, it would do nothing to delay the moment in which the mortal renegade's hand arrived. Rumbling booms could be heard as blood sprayed out of Song Ke's mouth. He tumbled down, body on the verge of collapsing. It was the same with the Saint Emperor, who was now covered with bloody wounds, half of his body crushed to a pulp, and barely conscious. Thankfully, the aura of the Eternal Mother had already extended a measure of protection to them, otherwise, they would have been killed instantly. Song Ke was still aware of what was happening, and he chuckled bitterly. He glanced up despairingly at the mortal renegade, and then over at Bai Xiaochun, who was still sitting there cross-legged. Unfortunately, Song Ke was too weak to do anything other than stand by as the enormous hand grew larger and larger in the sky. He could well imagine what would happen if the mortal renegade's hand was not stopped. The people of the eternally mortal domains would die, and then the lands would be shattered. In the end, the mortal renegade would absorb the ruins of the eternally mortal domains, and then reach his goal of becoming eternal. Is this the end of it all? Song Ke murmured, grief welling up inside of him. At that point, he simply closed his eyes. And yet, it was in that exact moment that Bai Xiaochun's eyelids twitched, and a shocking aura erupted out from inside of him. His aura had only spread out for 300 meters before, but now it extended to 30,000 meters. And without even a slight pause, it reached 300,000 meters, and then 300,000. Bai Xiaochun's aura, as well as his essence power, rippled out, joined by the fluctuations of a sovereign. That sovereign aura was like a drop of water flung into a vat of boiling oil. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out, and even as the mortal renegade's hand approached, Bai Xiaochun's aura became like a glowing shield that spread out in the sky. It covered the living people, the Arch-Emperor dynasty, the 5 immortal domains, and all creation. And then, it made contact with the mortal renegade's hand. As the deafening sound of the impact filled all creation, Song Ke's eyes snapped open. He had sensed how Bai Xiaochun had placed a protective covering over the living beings in the eternal immortal domains, and could now see the bright light shining off of him. It's the Arch-Emperor. The Arch-Emperor is out of seclusion. Xiaochun. Daddy. Countless cries of shock and joy filled the lands. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun slowly rose to his feet, his withered state rapidly fading away. Then, he lifted his head, and opened his eyes. As he did, a droning sound filled the eternal immortal domains and the starry sky, a sound that everyone could hear, but whose nature they could not determine. All of the ruins out in the starry sky also thrummed with it, almost as if they contained countless natural and magical laws. The 50% of the ruins in the starry sky that Bai Xiaochun controlled shone with blinding light that soon combined, driving the darkness away from those areas. Even the Tao clones began to thrum with the same sound. However, the origin of the sound was none other than Bai Xiaochun's true self, standing there in the eternal immortal domains. His eyes no longer contained irises and pupils, but rather shone with a brightness that could look down on anything and everything in existence. The aura of a sovereign swirled around him, causing winds to scream and shaking half of the starry sky. The mortal renegade's Tao was one of ultimate destruction, of nirvanic extermination. He wished to extinguish all light in the starry sky and cast everything into complete darkness. A Tao like that did not require the approval of any world. And in fact, no world even qualified to approve of it. It was a Tao which could propel someone into being the most powerful type of sovereign. It was the same with Xiaochun. His Tao woke life. He had scattered Tao seeds throughout the lifeless void, and then formed Tao clones whose light slowly illuminated the starry sky. His Tao did not require the approval of any world, and in fact, there was no world that could qualify to offer approval. This was the most powerful type of Tao. When he broke out of the Archean realm and entered the sovereign realm, he was destined to become just like the mortal renegade, the most powerful type of sovereign. Mortal renegade. Xiaochun did not focus his gaze on the enormous hand being blocked by the shield he had created. Instead, he looked further out into the starry sky, at the mortal renegade himself, who was looking down on him with a strange gleam in his eyes. Their gazes locked for a moment as Xiaochun finished rising to his feet. Then, he erupted with explosive energy and a shocking, powerful aura. At that point, the mortal renegade's hand, which was still touching the shield he had created, was struck and forced backward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1294, Fighting the Mortal Renegade. Chapter 1294, Fighting the Mortal Renegade. The Tao of Radiance and Light? The mortal renegade growled. Although his eyes were like black holes, they still managed to flicker as cold as ice. After his hand was shoved back by the backlash attack, it began to glow with a darkness reminiscent of midnight, and then descended once again. It now pulsed with even greater power than before, causing everything around it to collapse. The living creatures in the eternal immortal domains all coughed up blood, and many of the mountains which had been floating up into the air shattered. Terrifying fluctuations rolled out that seemed capable of destroying anything and everything, and seemed just on the verge of completely overwhelming the eternal immortal domains. However, after Xiaochun rose to his feet, he began to fly upward in a blur. At that point, the terrifying fluctuations finally seemed to meet their match, and were incapable of advancing any further. They even began to shrink back a bit. Moments later, Xiaochun appeared high in the sky, right beneath the mortal renegade's hand. He was so small compared to the hand that he almost wasn't visible, and yet, his aura could shake heaven and earth. Although he was tiny, to everyone present, he definitely seemed powerful enough to dominate that enormous hand. The instant Xiaochun appeared, he clenched his right hand into a fist and focused his aura. Right now, his thoughts were completely clear. He was a sovereign now, although that brought him no joy. He was only focused on one thing. No matter what it takes, I will defeat you. A sovereign aura erupted out from his fist, and at the same time, a shadowy figure appeared behind him. Xiaochun was utilizing his undying sovereign's fist. In the past, it had always been something of a misnomer to call it the undying sovereign's fist. But now, he was a sovereign, and therefore, this fist strike was so much more powerful than before that not even he was sure how to calculate it. All he knew was that it could stop the mortal renegade's hand from descending. It was a confidence that seemed to be born from the fact that he was now a sovereign. As the fist struck, the figure behind Xiaochun, which was large enough to prop up heaven and earth, also struck out. The resulting fist strike was roughly the same size as the mortal renegade's palm. One above, one below, flying forth, to strike each other. Strictly speaking, this was actually the first blow to be struck between Xiaochun and the mortal renegade. A massive boom rang out, and the starry sky seemed to crack and split. A massive shockwave rolled out, distorting the air, and causing everything to tremble. The eternal immortal domains were shaken, but Xiaochun was there to protect them, and bore the brunt of the force. Despite being a sovereign, and despite having the powers of regeneration from the Undying Codex, he still coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. As for the eternal immortal domains, they shook, and many mountains crumbled, but they were kept safe overall. Furthermore, the force of the impact actually caused them to start floating away from the battle. That was exactly the result Xiaochun had hoped for. As for the mortal renegade, his hand trembled from the impact, and his eyes flickered. Ignoring the eternal immortal domains as they drifted away, he focused all of his divine sense directly onto Xiaochun. Xiaochun stared right back at him, completely unfazed by his enormous size. Now that Xiaochun was a sovereign, he knew that if he wanted to, he could also grow to a similar size. Unfortunately, he also knew that he was not a match for the mortal renegade right now. Although he controlled 50% of the starry sky, so did the mortal renegade. And the mortal renegade had existed for too many years to count. Therefore, there was only one option for him in this fight. I need to take control of more of the starry sky. I need more ruins to shine with light, and I need more Dao clones. Bai Xiaochun knew that this was the only viable tactic. As soon as he had become a sovereign, he had sensed that there was something very mysterious and even unfathomable about this starry sky. Whatever it was the foundation of everything here, and although he could sense it, he couldn't touch it. However, with every Dao clone he added, and the brighter the ruin shone, the clearer it became. After the sovereign realm is the eternal realm. Whatever mysterious and unfathomable thing I can sense everywhere, could it possibly be the path leading to the eternal? There was one thing he was certain of: consuming the eternal immortal domains to become eternal was only one path, and he would not choose that one. At this point, the mortal renegade spoke. It's been a long time since I've met someone who could stand up to my palm strike. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter that the eternal immortal domains were slipping away. He could catch up to them whenever he wanted. However, Bai Xiaochun's presence put him in a state of unease that he did his best to keep hidden. After all, the way Bai Xiaochun had become a sovereign, fundamentally plundered from the mortal renegade, driving away the darkness of his will. Obviously, that was a major threat to him. My battleship is missing its main banner. Once I bless you with nirvanic extermination, I'll use your soul to craft the missing piece. With that, the mortal renegade extended his hand, not to perform an incantation gesture, but to point at Bai Xiaochun. World entombment, he said, his ancient voice echoing out into the starry sky. All of a sudden, the void in front of Bai Xiaochun distorted, and 9 statues materialized. Each was 30,000 meters tall, and radiated an indescribable aura of death and nirvanic extermination. In fact, as Bai Xiaochun looked at them, he realized that they weren't really 9 statues, but rather 9 enormous worlds, just like the eternal lands. Apparently, these were 9 enormous worlds that had once existed within the starry sky. Yet again, the mortal renegade spoke. The eternal world, or should I call it the eternal domain, was once the center of 9 starry skies, the 9 great worlds. Once upon a time, I wiped those 9 worlds out of existence. Only then did I come to bring nirvanic extermination to this place. Although the mortal renegade did not speak in a loud voice, it was still powerful enough to shake the entire starry sky. Even as the words left his mouth, those 9 huge statues began to shine with black light, creating 9 enormous vortexes that then shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Within the vortexes were countless devilish specters, howling madly as they tried to climb out to devour Bai Xiaochun. Each of the statues radiated pressure equivalent to a sovereign, or perhaps even beyond that level, a force that caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to flicker. So, Bai Xiaochun thought, in addition to the eternal world, there used to be 9 other great worlds. It was a fact Bai Xiaochun had never been made aware of, not even in the memories of the worldly Taoist. These 9 statues, each one containing destructive powers similar to the eternal world, were a divine ability that Bai Xiaochun had never heard of before. He had just become a sovereign, and although he had fought other sovereigns in the past, those foes had always been weak soul projections. As such, he had never been too sure of what type of divine abilities sovereigns could use. Not even the memories of the worldly Taoist had helped much in that regard. However, despite being shocked, he didn't retreat. After all, if he avoided this attack, the 9 vortexes would surely go after the fleeing eternal immortal domains. Eyes bloodshot, he thought, I only have one option: fight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1295 Hourglass Precious Treasure. Chapter 1295 Hourglass Precious Treasure. In the past, Bai Xiaochun feared death, because he wanted to live forever. In the past, he didn't understand why there had to be things like fighting and killing. But that was the past. Although he still retained some of that past innocence in his heart, he had grown up. He was a sovereign now, and he knew that if he wanted to live forever, he could not allow himself to fear death. He knew that if he wanted to put an end to fighting and killing, then he had to be completely invincible. Eyes bloodshot, he faced the 9 vortexes and threw his hands out in front of him, causing his sovereign aura to blaze. Then, he performed a quick incantation gesture, and spoke in a low voice. Former. Instantly, his sutra of former reincarnation appeared. The 9 vortexes, which contained power so destructive it could end the starry sky, suddenly shuddered as magical symbols began to pour out from them. The 9 vortexes really did come from sprawling worlds that the mortal renegade had brought nirvanic extermination to, worlds that had their own starry skies. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun's use of the Sutra of Former Reincarnation did not just dredge up the memories of living beings, but of entire starry skies. Although those starry skies of the past had been destroyed and transformed into statues, their memories still existed. The magical symbols became countless images of living things. There were men and women, old and young, even animals and other strange entities. They were howling in rage and resentment as they flew, not toward Xiaochun, but toward the vortex from which they had come forth. The mortal renegade was visibly surprised, and yet, things weren't over yet. Xiaochun could sense the sovereign power within himself ebbing, and yet, he still performed another incantation gesture. Present. The Sutra of Present Life and Death. Now that Xiaochun was a sovereign, this divine ability was even more extraordinary. As soon as it appeared, the starry sky trembled, and an enormous, ancient gate appeared behind him. This time, it was not the gate of death, which was how he had used the technique in the past, but rather, the gate of life. And behind the vortexes appeared 9 gates, each of which was a gate of death. The Sutra of Present Life and Death could reverse life and death, but this time, instead of traveling from life into death, it was the opposite. Death to life. Darkness to light. As the 9 vortex were attacked by the magical symbols, causing their very foundations to be deeply shaken, the auras of death that surrounded them began to dissipate. Even more shocking was that, as the auras of death disappeared, the air of nirvanic extermination faded, and it seemed as though life force would soon appear. It was as if they were reverting into the 9 great worlds they had once been in the past. At this point, the mortal renegade no longer looked surprised. Snorting coldly, he extended his right hand and performed an incantation gesture. Be destroyed, he said coolly. The 9 vortexes instantly destabilized and began to fall apart. Obviously, the mortal renegade realized how dangerous things could get if he let things proceed. After all, he wanted to kill Xiaochun as quickly as possible. However, before the 9 vortexes could actually be destroyed, Xiaochun looked at them with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Future, ut." Suddenly, a soul connection snapped into place, and something like an aura of karma could be sensed. And the target was the mortal renegade. Instantly, the 9 vortexes shattered, and the power of nirvanic extermination within them hurtled toward Xiaochun with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. That power seemed unstoppable, and was more than enough to slaughter a sovereign. However, Xiaochun had already used his Sutra of the former to weaken the vortexes. And the power of the gates of life and death had sapped their energy even further. Therefore, although they were still terrifyingly powerful, they were not enough to kill Xiaochun. The magical symbols of the Sutra of the former shattered, and the gates of life and death fell to pieces. Then, blood sprayed out of Xiaochun's mouth as he was sent tumbling backward. At the same time, the power of the Sutra of the future sent the same blow to the mortal renegade. Howling, the mortal renegade ignored the backlash injuries, sweeping his left hand out as if to grab Xiaochun. As his hand passed through the void, the starry sky around it shattered. In that moment of crisis, Xiaochun backed up, hands blurring with an incantation gesture that sent the essence of time out as gravitational extermination. This was Xiaochun's first time using gravitational extermination as a sovereign. After taking control of 50% of the starry sky, and forming numerous Tao clones, his control over the essence of time had improved, and therefore, his gravitational extermination was far more powerful. Reaching out toward one particular direction of the starry sky, he made a grasping gesture. Time hourglass. In response, the hourglass region that he had discovered years ago suddenly trembled, and a Tao clone appeared there. Xiaochun had prepared long ago to use the precious treasure if needed. Therefore, as soon as he called out to it, and his essence of time built up, the entire area trembled, and the region of countless hourglasses vanished. When it reappeared, it was in the exact location the eternal immortal domains had previously occupied in the starry sky. Now, a gigantic hourglass suddenly existed there. Xiaochun had control over the essence of time, but did not have complete control over this hourglass. After all, he did not own it. Given enough time, he would have been able to refine it and make it his own, but there was no time for that now. Instead of using the full extent of its powers, he would use it, like a club, to beat his enemy. He would attack the mortal renegade with a magical item that had once belonged to the man's master. The instant the hourglass appeared, the mortal renegade's expression flickered. He recognized that hourglass, and knew that it was a precious treasure left behind by his master. Back when his master had perished, that hourglass had vanished without a trace. The mortal renegade had searched for it, but in vain. Eventually, he had assumed it lost for good. Therefore, to see Xiaochun summon it right here in this fight was profoundly shocking. As the hourglass appeared, a vast array of hourglasses came into being around the mortal renegade, changing the flow of time and creating a sealing power. Clearly, Xiaochun wanted to seal the mortal renegade. The mortal renegade closed his eyes briefly, then opened them and threw his hands wide, causing boundless black smoke to pour off of him. Within that smoke was death and nirvanic extermination, which immediately rushed toward the hourglasses. The hourglass had once belonged to his master, and had many extraordinary aspects. Although the mortal renegade was strong, he was not a master of the essence of time, and therefore, the smoke he unleashed was having a hard time suppressing the hourglasses. However, the power of the hourglasses was limited. Although they could keep the mortal renegade locked down temporarily, eventually, he would be able to break free. Bai Xiaochun had been aware of that from the beginning. Ignoring the mortal renegade, he closed his eyes and sent his divine sense out to touch the Dao clones that existed in the 50% of the starry sky that he controlled. Instantly, the Dao clones in hundreds of thousands of various ruins opened their eyes. Each of those clones was Bai Xiaochun, and could be controlled by him just like his true self. In fact, in many ways, they didn't even seem like clones. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1296, The Starry Sky is the Furnace. Chapter 1296, The Starry Sky is the Furnace. Hundreds of thousands of Dao clones rose up, radiating bright light. It was with shocking speed that they flew out, in the direction of the other parts of the starry sky where there was no light, only darkness. This was Bai Xiaochun's plan. He knew that he wasn't a match for the mortal renegade, and therefore, he would temporarily seal him, and use the bought time to try to struggle for an advantage. 60%. If I can control just 60% of the starry sky, then I would be on the same power level as the mortal renegade. Under Bai Xiaochun's control, his numerous Dao clones spread through the starry sky. As for the mortal renegade, although he was under massive pressure, he could sense what was happening. Looking over at Bai Xiaochun, he smiled. First you used divine abilities backed by the essence of time. And then you used my master's precious treasure. And now you want to gain the upper hand in terms of the battlefield. You're not a bad opponent. At that point, his aura suddenly shifted, and his eyes flashed. Then, countless streams of black smoke suddenly shot out from him. There were hundreds of thousands of them, too many to count, and it was without hesitation that they shot out into the starry sky. As they did, the mortal renegade slowly shrank down smaller and smaller, until he was the size of an ordinary human. Soon, the streams of black smoke appeared in the dark half of the starry sky, where they sank down into the hundreds of thousands of ruins, almost like seeds. Then, they began to absorb the death and nirvanic extermination around them, slowly becoming Dao clones of the mortal renegade. They looked exactly like him, and as they opened their cold eyes, they flew out at top speed to meet Bai Xiaochun's Dao clones. Their intention, to slaughter them all. From the moment Bai Xiaochun enacted his plan until the mortal renegade responded, only a short bit of time passed. Then, the two groups of Dao clones met out in the starry sky, and a massive battle unfolded. As more than 1 million Dao clones clashed, the eternal world shook, and massive rumbling sounds filled the starry sky. It was a shocking sight, and at the same time, was very bizarre. There were more than 1 million Dao clones, but only two versions. It was a type of war the likes of which had never been fought before, and which surpassed the imaginations of countless cultivators. Meanwhile, back where the eternally mortal domains had once been positioned, the mortal renegade was now normal size again. Breaking out of the crushing power of the hourglasses, he then blurred into motion, appearing in front of Bai Xiaochun and unleashing a fist strike. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun defended himself, then tumbled backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Shaking his head, the mortal renegade then launched another punch. Booms rang out as, in a short period of time, the mortal renegade unleashed more than 100 fist strikes onto Bai Xiaochun. At a certain point, Bai Xiaochun howled, smacking his bag of holding to produce a huge collection of medicinal pills. He was starting to get very anxious, as it was more than obvious that his fleshly body was not on the same level as the mortal renegade's. Although he had been aware of that fact earlier, after experiencing it firsthand in this exchange, it was even more obvious. In fact, he could tell that not even the Undying Codex's powers of regeneration were enough to heal him. Worse, the mortal renegade's powers of regeneration were also extraordinary. I don't have any other option than to use medicinal pills. Feeling very anxious, he began throwing out pills. Many of them were mystery pills that he had never dared to experiment with himself. There were also aphrodisiac pills, soul convergence pills, fantasy pills, and others that he was familiar with. In that moment of crisis, he didn't really pay attention to what sort of pills they were. Without hesitation, he began to toss out his entire stock. Detonate! 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 Soon, a multicolored haze of smoke began to fill the area as one pill after another exploded. Even the immensely powerful mortal renegade couldn't avoid being affected. Expression flickering, he fell back. What is all this stuff? He immediately sent out waves of energy to defend himself and drive away the smoke. For some reason, he already felt a strange heat building up inside of him. Frowning, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Earlier, before being sealed, he had viewed him as simply a tough opponent. In fact, his desire to do battle had even been piqued. But now, he suddenly realized that he might have misjudged things. When Bai Xiaochun saw the mortal renegade backing up, he breathed a sigh of relief, and similarly fell back. Of course, he didn't dare to come into contact with that medicinal cloud himself either. At the same time, he knew that the key to attaining victory in this fight was sealing the mortal renegade to buy time. And if he didn't seize the upper hand, and his opponent started fighting with deadly techniques again, then he would be in a bad position. Live forever, lamp! He shouted, quickly performing a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, countless live forever lamps appeared in the starry sky, surrounding the mortal renegade. Without hesitating for even a moment, he then shouted, "Be destroyed!" Instantly, the live forever lamps exploded, causing massive shockwaves to batter at the mortal renegade, giving rise to numerous vortexes. And then the essence of time appeared. Shockingly, Bai Xiaochun was again trying to trap the mortal renegade. Throwing his arms out, he said, "The starry sky is the furnace." Bai Xiaochun was drawing fully on his sovereign powers to transform the starry sky in the area into a huge pill furnace, and the mortal renegade was right in the middle of it. This was his second idea of how to seal the mortal renegade, to refine him using pill concocting techniques. However, even as the starry sky furnace appeared, the mortal renegade frowned, and took a step toward the live forever lamp vortexes. Before he could pass through them, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Eternal Mother!" The eternal immortal domains were still floating away into the distance. There, at the end of the eternal river, was a huge bell, within which was a glimmering sphere of light. Although it was much darker than before, it could still respond to Bai Xiaochun's call, and began to shine dazzlingly. The light shot out of the eternal immortal domains, through the void, and appeared right next to the mortal renegade. Then, it pierced into the vortexes, causing them to shine in spectacular fashion, and resist the attack of the mortal renegade. "If it weren't for the fact that I need to refine you, Eternal Mother, I would have slaughtered you in the beginning. How dare you try resist me?" Snorting coldly, the mortal renegade unleashed a fist strike. The vortexes vibrated, and the will of the Eternal Mother seemed to tremble on the verge of collapse. In that critical moment, everyone back in the eternal immortal domains, including the Saint Emperor, Song Ke, and all other living beings, suddenly heard the voice of the Eternal Mother speaking to them. "Children, I need your strength." In response, all living beings, from people to animals, and even the plants, shivered as their life force, and even their souls, responded to the voice, and began to give it power. Innumerable motes of light rose up from the eternal immortal domains, and then shot toward the vortexes surrounding the mortal renegade, fusing into them, causing them to cast brilliant light out to combat the darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1297, Battle of Space. Chapter 1297, Battle of Space. At this point, Bai Xiaochun heard the Eternal Mother speaking to him. "You have 10 breaths of time." In response, his hands blurred in an incantation gesture, and then he flung them out in front of him. In response, the starry sky began to sink down, surrounding the mortal renegade like a pill furnace. "Time is the fire." As he waved his sleeve, boundless time seemed to flow toward the starry sky pill furnace. Inside the furnace, the mortal renegade's face flickered, and he quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Then he shoved his hand out in front of him, causing masses of black smoke to roil out and batter against the pill furnace. Moments ago, he had assumed he would be able to escape from the furnace easily. But the Eternal Mother was powering it with energy from all of the living beings of the eternal immortal domains, making it impossible for him to escape from it for 10 breaths of time. As the moments ticked by, Bai Xiaochun's voice again rang out. "Live forever medicinal ingredients. Concoct this sovereign into a pill." His hand flashed with incantation gestures as the concocting process proceeded. At that point, 10 breaths of time passed, and the living beings in the eternal immortal domains all coughed up blood, and the sphere of light that was the eternal immortal domains turned so dark that it seemed like it might be destroyed. However, their entire goal had been to buy time for Bai Xiaochun. And now, even as their energy faded away, the vortexes around the starry sky pill furnace transformed into medicinal plants, and the pill furnace itself snapped shut. Then, the fire of time made it complete. This was not an ordinary session of pill concocting. Bai Xiaochun was using his sovereign cultivation base to unleash a powerful divine ability, causing a sense of peril to rise up in the mortal renegade the likes of which he hadn't experienced for many years. Another opponent might have been capable of sealing him for a moment or two. But the mortal renegade knew that Bai Xiaochun wanted to do much more than that with this starry sky pill furnace of his. At that point, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly inhaled sharply. As he did, the hundreds of thousands of Dao clones out in the starry suddenly collapsed into black smoke, then vanished. When they reappeared, they were blasting through the starry sky pill furnace to return to the mortal renegade. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and he attempted to stop it from happening, but could not. In the blink of an eye, a massive, destructive power had built up inside of the pill furnace, which seemed to be just on the verge of exploding. The hundreds of thousands of Dao clones caused a deafening boom to ring out as the pill furnace, unable to withstand the force, exploded. As the pill furnace exploded, the fire of time couldn't withstand the force, and was wiped away. And then, a boundless black smoke of death and nirvanic extermination swept out in all directions. From within the black smoke, the mortal renegade emerged, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "It seems I underestimated why," he said, his voice as cold as ice. However, before he could finish, the ashen-faced Bai Xiaochun looked at him with a strange gleam in his eyes. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun had hoped to seal him for longer, but had been aware that it probably wasn't possible. Therefore, without hesitation, he took advantage of the sudden absence of the mortal renegade's Dao clones to cause his own Dao clones to suddenly explode. Far away, hundreds of thousands of Dao clones transformed into a host of dandelion seeds, which then began to speed out through the starry sky. Earlier, the mortal renegade's host of Dao clones would have been able to stop them. But now, a hole had appeared in his battle strategy, and Bai Xiaochun was very quick to react to it. Before the mortal renegade could do anything to stop him, the dandelion seeds spread out like a white ocean, filling the entire starry sky and descending upon all 1,080,000 sets of ruins. As they did, the dandelions formed back into Dao clones, and began to shine with radiant light that fought back against the darkness. Bai Xiaochun knew that the mortal renegade would resist him, although he would probably not go all out in his efforts to do so. He would likely threaten the eternal immortal domains in an attempt to distract Bai Xiaochun. After all, even though he wasn't a match for the mortal renegade, he couldn't be defeated in a short time, not unless the mortal renegade went completely all out. Therefore, if the mortal renegade didn't do something to try to stop his Dao clones, then the end result would be a foregone conclusion. And of course, if the mortal renegade consumed the eternal flower, then Bai Xiaochun would be the powerless one. So how could he let that happen? Both Bai Xiaochun and the mortal renegade understood all of the various implications. Bai Xiaochun was almost like a cockroach. Short of completely exterminating him, few methods would be effective in dealing with him. Although the mortal renegade was now somewhat behind, he was still incredibly powerful. Despite having been weakened a bit by Bai Xiaochun, his expression remained the same as he exploded, sending 1,080,000 streams of black smoke back out into the starry sky. Within moments, he had 1,080,000 Dao clones. Within every set of ruins that existed out in the starry sky, the mortal renegade's Dao clones began to fight Bai Xiaochun's. Instead of one full-scale battle, there were now 1,080,000 fights going on throughout the starry sky, causing booms and rumbles to echo out without cease. Looking grimly at Bai Xiaochun, the mortal renegade said, "You are the first person to ever fight me in such a manner, and the first person to push me into a corner like this." He had not been as badly injured as Bai Xiaochun had, and yet, was still not sure which of them had the greater powers of regeneration. But in the end, Bai Xiaochun could not inflict fatal blows on the mortal renegade, whereas the mortal renegade's attacks forced Bai Xiaochun to go all out in defense, and still get wounded. But that doesn't matter. It's time to end things. Narrowing his eyes, he shot toward Bai Xiaochun and extended his right hand. As he did, his thumb turned pitch black, becoming like a black hole filled with the power of nirvanic extermination, a power that instantly resonated with the surrounding starry sky. "Finger of extermination," he said coolly. As he did, all 1,080,000 of his Dao clones similarly extended their right hands, their thumbs turning pitch black as they unleashed the same attack. Finger of extermination. The might of so many fingers of extermination caused Bai Xiaochun's face to fall. He, as well as all of his Dao clones, immediately fell back. Unfortunately, the fingers of extermination had already locked onto their targets, so no matter how he backed up, he couldn't escape. The mortal renegade's hand swept down, and the starry sky trembled. 1,080,000 hands swept down, and explosive power was unleashed. In that moment of crisis, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Howling as the Undying Codex operated at full power, he used the mountain-shaking bash, his Undying Hex, and finally his throat-crushing grasp, all to fight back against the finger of extermination. All of his 1,080,000 Dao clones did the same thing, causing intense rumbling sounds to fill the surrounding ruins. No louder sound had ever filled this starry sky. Moments later, Bai Xiaochun's Dao clones all staggered backward, blood spraying out of their mouths, their bodies listing feebly, their life force teetering on the verge of collapse. Bai Xiaochun could sense that the shocking nature of the finger of extermination was something his Undying Codex couldn't quite deal with. It shook him all the way down to his soul. As the finger of extermination stabbed deep into Bai Xiaochun and all of his Dao clones, the mortal renegade looked over coldly and prepared a shocking follow-up attack. If things keep going like this, Bai Xiaochun thought, I'm dead beyond the shadow of a doubt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1298 Battle of Time. Chapter 1298 Battle of Time. This isn't going to work. By Xiaochun thought. 1,080,000 ruins aren't going to be enough. If I want to defeat the mortal renegade, I need more outside power. Eyes bloodshot, he shouted, Time Immemorial Codex. The Time Immemorial Codex consisted of the sutras of the former, present, and future, all of which were divine abilities based on the essence of time. Before becoming a sovereign, Bai Xiaochun could not have combined the powers of the sutras to release the true potential of the Time Immemorial Codex. But now, as a sovereign, he had far more control over both essence and cultivation base, and thus, was in a far different position than before. In terms of what exactly the combined power of the Time Immemorial Codex would look like, not even Bai Xiaochun was fully sure. However, considering that he had created it, he had an inkling. Before, he had often thought that his speculations about what the Time Immemorial Codex could eventually do might have been a bit too outrageous. But now, with full control over the essence of time, he suddenly realized that his concerns might have been incorrect. Former. He shouted, reaching up to touch his forehead. Instantly, his memories became magical symbols that swirled out to form a spinning vortex. Present. The gates of life and death appeared, one behind the mortal renegade, one behind himself. Future. Their fates were now intertwined, whether the mortal renegade wanted them to be or not. And although the mortal renegade was actually capable of severing that connection, Bai Xiaochun did not give him the time to do so. Without the slightest pause, he touched his own forehead and simultaneously pointed at the mortal renegade. Fusion, time immemorial, everlasting existence. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the vortex surrounding Bai Xiaochun exploded in size. Somehow, it seemed to connect to some other unknown location. At the same time, the starry sky around Bai Xiaochun and the mortal renegade began to twist and spin. A tempest of time sprang up, filled with strange images and sights. A mysterious power came with that tempest of time, causing the mortal renegade's finger of extermination to instantly weaken, along with the attacks being unleashed by his Dao clones in the 1,080,000 worlds in the starry sky. The river of time and space? The mortal renegade blurted, his face falling. Impossible. No, wait. This isn't the river of time and space. This exists outside of the river of time and space. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun looked on in surprise as the vortex around them suddenly vanished, and everything went back to normal. But then, only a moment later, it was to the shock of both opponents that, off in the distance, in the location where the eternal flower had once hung in the starry sky, a vast army of devilish specters could be seen. Behind that army was a massive giant, striding in the direction of the eternal flower. That giant was none other than the mortal renegade. This was a scene from the distant past, right after the mortal renegade finished destroying everything else in existence, and arrived at the eternal flower. Time immemorial, everlasting existence was a fusion of the former, the present, and the future. It was a Taoist magic that recalled ancient history, and allowed one to step into the past. However, it was different than the legendary river of time and space. By stepping into that river, one could actually travel to the past, and even change it. At least, that was what the legends spoke of. No one had ever done such a thing. Not even the mortal renegade was capable of entering the river of time and space. Naturally, Bai Xiaochun's Time Immemorial Codex was not capable of doing so either. It was more like a mirror that could reflect the river. And yet, the reflection it cast was no mere illusion. Although one could not change the past, if one were to be injured by events or entities from this reflection of the past, they would not vanish once the mirror vanished. Bai Xiaochun had no other options. He knew that he could not defeat the mortal renegade single-handedly, nor could his 1,080,000 Dao clones achieve victory. Therefore, he needed outside help. And thus, by means of his time immemorial, everlasting existence, he would step into the past and search for a way to achieve victory there. But this is where you want to fight? The mortal renegade said. He laughed, and then reached out toward the version of himself that was hanging over the eternal immortal domains. The other mortal renegade looked over in confusion. But then, to Bai Xiaochun's shock, black smoke suddenly poured out of the mortal renegade of the past, transforming into numerous vicious faces that, under the control of the present-day mortal renegade, shot toward Bai Xiaochun. This can't be right. Bai Xiaochun thought, nearly weeping. Although his cultivation base was already significantly drained because of using the Time Immemorial Codex, he gritted his teeth and once again twisted time. Rumbling sounds could be heard as another vortex sprang up around both him and the mortal renegade, covering the starry sky, rendering physical vision and divine sense useless. When things returned to normal, they were at another point in the past, surrounded by nothing but empty space. Done playing around? The mortal renegade said coolly. He shot toward Bai Xiaochun, who tried to twist time again. Unfortunately, his cultivation base still needed a moment to recover, so he was forced to simply back away. Booms rang out as the mortal renegade landed a blow, causing Bai Xiaochun to tumble backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. However, at that point, he had enough energy to reverse time again. And thus, he and the mortal renegade continued to shift back and forth through moments of the past. Bai Xiaochun continued to try to find some advantage that would help him to gain victory, but sadly, all he could do was view the past, not change it. And every time he reappeared, he was forced to flee again. Although he never got the advantage he sought, the fact that the mortal renegade was forced to use numerous trump cards to try to kill him ensured that this trip through time was actually an effective way to defend himself. The mortal renegade's face continued to turn grimmer and grimmer. Although Bai Xiaochun felt like he was in the passive position, so did the mortal renegade. Although the trip back in time had not affected him negatively in any way, he was getting increasingly frustrated by his inability to actually kill Bai Xiaochun. Who is this guy? The fact that his cultivation led him to this level shows that he's no ordinary individual. Furthermore, he is like me in that he pursued his own Tao. But how come fighting him seems like some sort of comedy routine? The mortal renegade couldn't help but glare furiously at Bai Xiaochun, who was as frustrating to chase as a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. Even worse, as Bai Xiaochun came to realize that the mortal renegade actually couldn't do anything to him as they flitted back through time, he started to negotiate. Hey, mortal renegade. Let's talk things over. Since you can't kill me, and I can't kill you, why don't we just call it quits? I know it wasn't easy for you to wake yourself up. Do you really have to eat my home? Look, how about this, you leave the eternal flower alone, and the two of us can become friends. There's really no need for all this fighting and killing. There are always other ways to work things out. We can solve them, whatever problems you have. Come. Let's talk things out. I'm sure we can figure out a way for you to become eternal. AI, come on, talk to me. As Bai Xiaochun continued to chatter, the mortal renegade's face began to turn green from rage. In the end, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. Startled, Bai Xiaochun quickly twisted time again, taking himself and the mortal renegade backward once again. When they reappeared, they were in some unknown period of time, and their fight continued. Meanwhile, out in the 1,080,000 sets of ruins, their Tao clones continued to fight to the death. Eventually, after many shifts, and much fighting, the mortal renegade felt like he was going crazy. And Bai Xiaochun was starting to tire, both physically and mentally. He continued to try to negotiate with the mortal renegade regarding the eternal flower, but nothing worked. Finally, he drew even more deeply on his cultivation base in an attempt to shift further back in time than he had so far. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1299, Restoring All Heaven. Chapter 1299, Restoring All Heaven. The tempest of time once again swept over Bai Xiaochun and the mortal renegade, this time in even more majestic fashion than before. When it cleared, the two of them were some distance away from each other. And instead of immediately lunging toward Bai Xiaochun like he had in the past, the mortal renegade looked around in surprise. Bai Xiaochun could also sense something astonishing, and looked around with wide eyes. Some distance away in the starry sky was an immense vortex, vastly larger than the mortal renegade's previous enormous giant form. Within that swirling vortex was a strange aura that was not of the eternal world. Even more shocking was that, as Bai Xiaochun looked over, he clearly saw an ancient, decrepit battleship, seemingly struggling to emerge from the vortex. Bai Xiaochun recognized that battleship. It was the very same one he had seen in the Valley of the Black Clouds in the immortal world. This was, that very same ship that was filled with a boundless sensation of death. That's... Bai Xiaochun was so shaken that he almost let out a howl of grief at how bad his luck was. He could accept that he ended up going right back to the moment when the mortal renegade appeared above the eternal flower. But how could he have gone right back to when this battleship appeared? The mortal renegade inherited his Tao, right? He thought, shivering. His first thought was that he needed to shift time again. After all, it would be horrible if he reacted too slowly, and the mortal renegade gained some enlightenment from this situation. But then, at the last minute, his eyes flickered, and he looked back at the vortex. What if this is the advantage I've been looking for? He hesitated, not quite willing to flee right off the bat. After all, he had shifted time enough to realize that this was a very unique and strange situation. Maybe I can find some weakness in the mortal renegade's Tao? Eyes flickering, he decided to watch for a bit longer, and if anything unexpected happened, to flee immediately. Even as he considered these things, intense rumbling sounds could be heard from within the vortex. The ancient battleship struggled, pulling even further out into the open, and revealing an old man sitting on the prow, clad in a black robe. His face was completely expressionless, and a wound could be seen on his forehead. However, no blood could be seen. Clearly, the wound had long since healed. It was a strange sight. After all, the corpse by Xiaochun had seen in the Valley of the Black Clouds also had a wound, but an unhealed one. Off to the side, the mortal renegade was visibly shaken, and his eyes were shining with brilliant light. Things only seemed to be getting stranger by the moment, even more so considering that, as the battleship struggled to emerge from the vortex, Bai Xiaochun could clearly sense an aura that was not that of the eternal world. At this point, he decided that he shouldn't keep watching. But before he could shift time again, a muffled rumbling sound emerged from the vortex, as though there were something on the other side of it, getting closer and closer to the actual opening. At that point, the eyes of the old man on the battleship blazed as if with fire, and he threw his hands out in front of him. Instantly, the battleship ignited, causing powerful fluctuations to roll out as it shot out from the vortex to appear within the eternal world. In that same instant, a muffled howl could be heard from the other side of the vortex. The vortex trembled, and then a huge finger emerged from within it, shooting into the eternal world as if to pursue the old man on the battleship. "It doesn't matter where you flee to," a cold voice said. "The vast expanse Dao domain is a thing of the past." In the end, however, before the voice could finish speaking, and even as the enormous finger emerged from the vortex, it shattered, collapsing into countless bits of ash. 1. Bai Xiaochun looked on with wide eyes, his heart pounding. Moments ago, he had sensed the same mysterious energy that he had sensed when becoming a sovereign. It was that exact same energy, which had destroyed the encroaching finger attack. Even as Bai Xiaochun reeled in shock, the voice on the other side of the vortex spoke with incredulity and shock. "My Dao finger was destroyed? How is this even possible? This place, wait, something's wrong. This place is not that of the immortal, the god, the devil, the demon, or the ghost. This place." As the voice trailed off, the old man on the battleship turned and looked at the vortex. Eyes blazing, he laughed. This place was jointly sealed by the immortal, the god, the devil, the demon, and the ghost. This is the eternal spirit world, the legendary home of all heaven. I will either be reborn here, undo what happened in the vast expanse, and slaughter every living being in your never-ending Dao domain. Or, based on my Dao, I will help the eternal spirit world fulfill its purpose, by making sure another all heaven comes into being. Then, that which lies beyond can finally be opened again. When the final words left his mouth, the old man threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Even as he did, that mysterious energy appeared again and swept over him and his battleship. Instantly, the battleship corroded, and every physical aspect of it that did not conform to the eternal world withered in an instant. As for the old man, his laughter faded away as his flesh and blood vanished. The only thing left behind was a desiccated corpse, still with a wound on its forehead, there to remain for all eternity. And then the battleship continued to drift soundlessly through the starry sky. There was no response from the other side of the vortex, only ragged, shocked breathing. Apparently, the owner of that voice was completely terrified of the so-called eternal spirit world, the home of all heaven. Then, the mysterious energy moved on to the vortex, and as Bai Xiaochun looked on, destroyed it, wiping it completely out of existence. That power, he murmured, his heart pounding, not only due to the events of the past he had just witnessed, but of that mysterious energy which could shake heaven and earth to the point where ghosts and gods wept. Bai Xiaochun's eyes remained fixed on the spot that had once contained that vortex, which the mysterious energy had just destroyed. That old man said that this was the eternal spirit world, the home of all heaven. Who is all heaven? At some point, Bai Xiaochun realized that the mortal renegade had not yet picked up the fight again, and was in fact staring in the direction of the disappearing battleship. Blinking, Bai Xiaochun thought back to something the worldly Taoist had said. Following the mortal renegade's line of sight, he suddenly felt a very strange feeling. 2. Am I dealing with the mortal renegade, or that old man? Unsure of what to think, he was just about to say something upsetting in the hopes of getting his opponent to talk. However, even as he did, the area that had just been wiped clean by the mysterious energy, and had sunken in as a result, suddenly bulged visibly. A roar of rage suddenly echoed out, and within that bulge in the starry sky, the outline of a face became visible. It was almost as if the starry sky had become a thin membrane separating the eternal spirit world from some other mysterious, unknown location. Within that mysterious location was an almighty figure who was trying to break that membrane, but was failing. However, as a result, that person's face became visible. Not only was Bai Xiaochun shocked, but the mortal renegade also turned around in surprise to look at what was happening. Moments later, a strange look appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He wasn't sure if the mortal renegade could detect the mysterious energy that existed within the starry sky, but he could. And yet again, it had appeared, surrounding the face, almost as if it had been waiting for it. He watched as the face struggled, until finally, a small vortex appeared, which rapidly grew larger, piercing through the starry sky, connecting the eternal spirit world and its starry sky to that unknown location beyond. 1. Just to be clear, the Chinese characters for vast expanse in this chapter are the exact same characters as the vast expanse from I shall seal the heavens. 2. Most likely, he's referring to something the worldly Taoist said in chapter 1246. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1300 Never-Ending Turtle. Chapter 1300 Never-Ending Turtle. In that moment, Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened even wider than before, to the point where they nearly popped out of his skull, as a gigantic, crocodilian turtle emerged from the vortex, its berserk eyes bright red, and its expression that of utter ferocity. To Bai Xiaochun's shock, he realized that, other than the size, this turtle looked exactly like his own life essence spirit. 1. As soon as the vicious, crocodilian turtle emerged into the open, the vortex began to fade away, along with the face. However, the face said one last thing before it disappeared, in a cold, arrogant voice. The glory of the vast expanse Dao domain is a thing of the past. It is now the age of the never-ending Dao domain. Never-ending turtle, destroy holy extermination and prevent a second all heaven from being born. 2. Almost in unison with the voice, the mysterious energy surged into action, shooting into the vortex before it could disappear. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream of shock could be heard, followed by complete silence. The mysterious energy emerged from the vortex, wiped it out, and then shot toward the crocodilian turtle. This was no ordinary turtle. As soon as the mysterious energy approached, it began to shine with golden light, especially its shell. After looking more closely at the shell, Bai Xiaochun's mind began to spin. That turtle shell, he murmured, it looks so familiar. As soon as the mysterious energy swept over the crocodilian turtle, its body vanished, leaving behind only its shell. Then, the energy seemed to prepare to wipe the shell out of existence, but before it could, an enormous, illusory flower suddenly appeared within the starry sky. It was a beautiful flower that shifted back and forth between being illusory and corporeal, and as soon as it appeared, it sucked the turtle shell into it, which the mysterious energy of the starry sky did nothing to prevent. After watching all of this happen, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but think of the little turtle. Almost as soon as the flower absorbed the turtle shell, a tiny, newborn turtle materialized on one of the flower's leaves. He looked around in confusion for a moment, and then faded way into the starry sky along with the flower. The eternal turtle. Bai Xiaochun murmured, deeply shaken as he watched the little turtle vanish along with the flower. This time shift had been profoundly meaningful, and had revealed the origin of both the little turtle and his turtle walk. As these new truths sank into his mind, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered with enlightenment. Even more shocking was how the mysterious energy suddenly swept over him for a moment before heading toward the area where the eternal flower had vanished. Afterward, Bai Xiaochun reached out with his hand, confirming that the energy was still there. Then he closed his hand in an attempt to grab it. Although he couldn't explain it, he was sure that the mysterious energy wouldn't harm him. After all, he had felt it when he became a sovereign, and knew that he had formed a resonance with it. In that same instant, the mortal renegade suddenly felt profoundly shaken. His sensation was different from Bai Xiaochun's. He could not sense that mysterious energy, but that didn't mean he hadn't noticed its actions. And now that he saw what Bai Xiaochun was doing, his eyes went wide. He's going to, impossible. For the first time, his face completely fell, and his eyes shone with shock. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, waving his hand to conjure a finger of extermination, something that could destroy all life, that could bring nirvanic extermination to anything it touched. And he sent that finger directly toward Bai Xiaochun. From a distance, the finger of extermination looked like an enormous statue, carrying ultimate death and destruction toward Bai Xiaochun. Before, Bai Xiaochun would have simply resorted to another time shift. That would have easily enabled him to evade a trump card like this. But now, he reached out instinctively and made contact with that mysterious energy. As he did, he trembled, and his blood began to surge through his veins as his cultivation base raged. Even his soul was shaken as his life was drastically changed on a fundamental level. It was impossible for Bai Xiaochun to describe what he was feeling. It was as though the so-called mysterious energy came from the starry sky, from the heavenly bodies, from the worlds, and from all living beings. It was as if everything within the eternal spirit world, all living entities, were part of it. Spirit. Bai Xiaochun murmured, unsure of exactly why he was saying it. It seemed like an ordinary word, but as soon as he uttered it, that mysterious energy seemed to leap with excitement. Of course, Bai Xiaochun knew that when one was focused and worked hard, good fortune was sure to follow, and therefore, he looked over at the mortal renegade, and then extended his finger. In response, the mortal renegade's face fell, and his heart filled with an unprecedented level of deadly crisis. He immediately prepared to fall back, but before he could, the mysterious energy shot forward, piercing through the finger of extermination and stopping it in its tracks. Then, it closed in on the mortal renegade himself. Even as Bai Xiaochun looked on in excitement, the energy swirled around the mortal renegade, and without harming him in the least, turned and sped off into the distance. "Ha!" the mortal renegade blurted in shock. Bai Xiaochun said, so stunned and disappointed that beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. After a moment of silence, the mortal renegade turned to look coldly at Bai Xiaochun. And then, the previously stilled finger of extermination continued to rumble toward Bai Xiaochun. Spirit? What kind? Completely unreliable. By this point, there was no time for him to resort to a time shift. The finger of extermination was right on top of him. Eyes widening into a glare, he threw his right hand out, summoning his turtle walk to block the finger attack. At the same time, he shouted out at the top of his lungs. Water swamp. In response to his word, the turtle walk suddenly began to glitter with bright, golden light that merged into the watery swamp that was forming. That in turn caused the surrounding starry sky to twist and distort as a golden swamp filled the area, vastly surpassing the level of any of the previous swamps. Kingdom. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out, along with bright golden light, as mountain peaks rose up from the swamp. Next was an enormous, crocodilian head, behind which was a long neck covered with scales that emanated golden light. Following the head and the neck were two indescribably terrifying clawed hands, and then, a huge turtle shell. The instant that shell was out in the open, Bai Xiaochun's turtle walk transformed into a golden beam that shot up to his life essence spirit and fused with it. As the fusion completed, his life essence spirit shivered, and then let out a hair-raising roar as its aura leaped to a higher level. Then, it climbed completely out of the swamp. It was so huge it could prop up the starry sky, its shell radiating golden light, and its expression ferocious to the extreme. It seemed berserk to an unparalleled level. This was exactly the same crocodilian turtle that had just emerged from the vortex and entered the eternal world right in front of Bai Xiaochun and the mortal renegade. Roar. Without the slightest hesitation, and lacking even a scrap of fear, the crocodilian turtle shot toward the finger of extermination. The mortal renegade's expression couldn't have been more unsightly. Never could he have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would have a divine ability like this at his disposal. After all, even he was trembling in astonishment at the sight of the vicious, explosively violent crocodilian turtle attacking him. 1. I would like to point out that way back in chapter 1021, as well as subsequent chapters, I very intentionally called Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit crocodilian and not a crocodile. 2. In Chinese, the holy extermination here is made up of two characters that rhyme almost perfectly with the character for extermination in the Old Man extermination who appeared or was mentioned at certain points in Renegade Immortal, Pursuit of Truth, and I shall seal the heavens. From the moment the corpse on the battleship appeared earlier in AWE, the Chinese fans were speculating that he was Old Man extermination. This passage pretty much confirms that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.